"Next," I commanded. Initially, I didn't bother glancing up from the desktop before me, where the typical security systems were examining the entity in front of me for weapons, pathogens, parasites, and other such prohibited items. I only looked up when the machine displayed a message I had never encountered before. Error, unidentified species. It was diminutive, scarcely tall enough to peer over the top of my customs counter, in truth. A quadrupedal biped, 4 limbs terminating in 5 manipulating digits. Much of its frame was draped in patently synthetic fabric, with only the forepaws and head exposed. A substantial portion of the head, the crown, around the ears, and down under and encircling the mouth and nose, was coated in short, coarse fur of a brownish tint, apart from where this had been shaved before the ear to accommodate a cybernetic of some sort. My desk registered this as the creature's interspecies communication implant, though it appeared a shockingly crude exemplar. It returned my astonished look with the steady binocular gaze of a creature adapted for hunting and pursuit, compact, yet seemingly powerful and sturdy. Although lacking in stature, it had strapped a pack onto its body that appeared larger and weightier than what I could have easily borne. Abductee 907 42 96 53 3, it stated in introduction. Name, Caleb Rawlins. Thankfully, the rudimentary cybernetic appeared to be operating flawlessly, and I encountered no challenges in comprehending its speech or the nuanced body language that conveyed a mixture of resigned boredom and fatigue. I had never encountered an abductee previously, although I was well-versed and fully aware of the proper procedures. I secured the booth, rose to my feet, and motioned for the alien to accompany me with my secondary right appendage. A private interview will be necessary, I informed the entity. Him. He grabbed another bag and ambled, while lugging more than I thought I could physically hoist, behind me. Whatever this being was, it hailed from a high-gravity world. "I'm familiar with the routine," he remarked. "I'll likely be departing this station before too long as well." "What would prompt that?" I inquired politely as I ushered him into the private interview enclosure and activated the privacy field. The sounds of immigration control dissipated, replaced by a sudden muffled silence that enveloped us. He set down the bags, and they landed with a solid, dense thud that conveyed their substantial weight. "It's only a matter of time before your security colleagues prosecute me for vagrancy," he said. "Why would they do such a thing?" I asked, making conversation as I prepared the official forms. "Article 227, paragraph 16 of the Galactic Treaty of Laws," he stated, stretching out and rolling his head. His endoskeleton emitted a loud clicking sound, and he issued a sigh that my implant interpreted as pleasure. He chuckled, a sound that served the same purpose as it did for me, though tinged with bitterness. "Technically, as a member of a pre-interplanetary species, I am considered a non-sentient specimen of indigenous fauna, and therefore cannot legally be employed or own property." I signaled my comprehension by bobbing my head, another bodily expression we had in common, and raising the fur at the back of my neck. "The Vrelax took you, correct?" "My species refers to them as greys," he responded. I gave a nod. The Vrelax were diminutive, even smaller than this entity, with gray skin but possessing large eyes and oversized brains, a consequence of a centuries-spanning eugenics initiative within their species, which had vastly augmented their intellect. Most other races suspected that their capacity for empathy had withered as a side effect of the campaign to render themselves more intelligent. They were renowned for abducting specimens of a pre-contact species, experimenting upon them to acquire biological data, then utilizing that information to be capable of vending cybernetic technology to the newcomers that was befitting to their biology the moment they were welcomed into the galactic fold. Unethical, but the species as a whole could not be prosecuted for the actions of a few, and so the sale of the implants proceeded nonetheless. Caleb Rawlins had evidently been one of their victims. "Fitting?" I remarked. "Why don't you have the implant extracted and journey back to your native world?" "Because I'd be incapable of preserving the confidentiality, and thus the Bureau for the Safeguarding of Indigenous Lifeforms won't permit it," he explained. "Could we kindly commence with the formal proceedings? I haven't experienced slumber in 2 standard diurnals." "Pardon me," I said, abashed at my own lack of professionalism. I engaged the corral's recording function. "Interview commences. Interstellar, standard date, Time 1196, 524-4. Civilian Trade Station 591. Outlook on Forever. Customs and Immigration Officer. Krukt, Henekake, Aktenzichtka. Interviewing immigrant pre-contact abductee. Could you reiterate your identification for me, please? Abductee 907-42-96-533 male. Name, Caleb Rollins. My species refers to itself as human. Our homeworld is a Category 12 temperate at Co. I cut him off. I must request you to treat this interview with seriousness. Your visa shall be denied if you persist in mocking the immigration system. Its facial feature twisted up into an expression of amusement. I assure you, officer, I have no intention of mocking the immigration protocols. The planet my species originates from is indeed classified as a Category 12 temperate world. You'll find documentary evidence validating this on the data storage device I'm providing. I extracted the data from the storage and linked it to the recording. Keeping his promise, a comprehensive survey of the human homeworld showed that it was indeed a Category 12, a death world, inhospitable, savage, and perpetually primordial. As a test, I attempted to enter this information onto the paperwork, which unsurprisingly triggered an error code. It is deemed unfeasible for sentient entities to emerge on Category 12 planets, I stated. As I clarified off the record, per Article 227, Paragraph 16 of the Galactic Treaty of Laws, I am, legally speaking, not a sentient being. It raised its forelimbs, and the torso joints shifted in an intricate manner, signifying acquiescence. I gave this due contemplation and discarded the form. It was quite right, and that status rendered properly guiding it through the immigration documentation impossible. The recording would simply have to suffice. Jenkins gave a nod, and after some processing, our implants concluded that he was affirming a prediction had been realized. You can understand why the administration at Station 442 expelled me, he remarked. I represent a bureaucratic irregularity. The entire system is far too inflexible to accommodate individuals like myself. I found myself unconsciously nodding in agreement and quickly stopped the motion. Doing so would be documented and adversely affect my upcoming performance assessment. It seems Station 404 isn't the sole location where you... My thoughts were disrupted by a blaring sound. 3 brief, piercing wails, the signal of an impending assault. Unbelievable, I cried out, jumping up from my seat and detecting the motion the enclosure deactivated our privacy barrier. The leftover travelers from the shuttle we had been processing were reacting with differing levels of composure. Some, more easily startled species, were hastily retreating back to the shuttle's airlock, while others awaited guidance. Before I could fully gather my thoughts, a sudden violent jolt knocked me off my feet. I witnessed Jenkins sway with the motion yet remain upright, despite his precarious balance on just 2 legs. A second alarm then began to wail, the prolonged sound indicating station damage. This was followed by the angry growl signaling a hull breach, though curiously not the decompression alarm. That could mean only one thing. Those beings? Present? I inquired to no one in particular, as I strived to stand and hurried towards the armament storage. Those ones, Jenkins queried, ambling effortlessly beside me in what was unmistakably a much lower gravitational force than his evolutionary origins had adapted him for. The locker responded to the security codes my station's security officer's harness was transmitting and opened, releasing a pair of pulse guns, 2 personal shield emitters, and a magazine of coin-sized nerve jam grenades. I attached the shield emitter to the power dock on my harness. There was no visible alteration, but the sensory tendrils along my back felt a tingling sensation as the shield activated. The pulse gun adapted itself for my species as I retrieved it and connected its power cable to my harness. Stalkers, I whispered. Jenkins didn't appear overly alarmed by the information, but then I realized he had most likely never encountered the sole carnivorous species in the galaxy that favored the flesh of other sentient beings. I lacked the opportunity to provide an explanation. The audible report of pulse gun discharge echoed, followed by a squealing entity that raced into the customs vicinity before being struck from behind by a kinetic pulse, violently propelling it to the floor, critically injured and perishing. Jenkins dashed for shelter, and I trailed behind. Though my legs were longer, he covered the distance quicker and hurled himself behind a customs kiosk as another kinetic blast narrowly missed him. I turned and fired at the hunter that had taken aim at us. My shot dissipated harmlessly against a protective barrier akin to mine. 3 more stood behind it, and I took cover beside the human as their retaliatory barrage threatened to overwhelm my defenses. "This is bad," I groaned. All around, fleeing and terrified immigrants were being struck down by hunter gunfire. Jenkins briefly peered over the counter before ducking again as shots came his way. "Half a dozen of them," he said. "Nasty brutes." I had to concur as I let loose a few suppressing rounds around the corner. While assessing any species through the lens of one's own aesthetic ideals doesn't hold much merit, stalkers were unsightly. Their skin was ceramic white and moist, and 7 eyes, each blinking independently, afforded them exceptional depth perception. On 6 legs, they were remarkably stable, and their forelimbs were cybernetically fused into their heavy pulse guns, rendering disarmament impossible. These ones were donning full military combat harness. My own light security harness was no match. Our sole hope lay in the magazine of nerve jam grenades, which I realized with a sinking feeling of failure I had left in the locker. "The grenades!" I cursed under my breath. "Our sole chance?" Jenkins queried, his posture low and crouched, those dense high-gravity muscles taut and primed beneath his lightly furred hide. I gave a nod, suppressing the impulse to void myself out of sheer fright. Should they capture us unharmed, we'd serve as their sustenance. By the time I registered that Jenkins had bolted at full speed toward the locker, he'd already covered nearly a third of the distance. I knew what I needed to do. The stalkers were turning to open fire at him as I emerged from cover. They spotted me approaching, but I put 3 rounds into one and its shield failed to withstand the third. It crumpled, what served as its face shattered by the impact, and I ducked as its companions returned fire. One disregarded me and kept firing at Jenkins, but he was so swift, so small, and the rounds struck the deck plating around him. He thrust his feet out ahead of him and slid the final few strides to the locker. He sprang up to his feet, looked at me as he raised his arm, and threw, accurately and much farther than I could have thrown them. A pulse round then struck him in the torso, flinging him against the wall. I had no time for mourning. I seized the grenades, removed one from the cylindrical container, counted 2 light pulses from the indicator around its rim, and hurled it toward the foe on the third. A moment later, there was a burst of light and wailing, but it proved insufficient. 2 of the stalkers charged past their writhing comrades, advancing on me. I opened fire, but trepidation marred my aim, and the best I managed was a solitary round that struck harmlessly against a shield before their return. Volley shattered my own shielding and mangled my arm. I fell down, trembling from the agony. The stalkers ambled around the bend, conversing in their profound, grating tongue that I couldn't comprehend. I gazed upon their twin, weighty pulse firearms, too terrified even to shut my eyes before the finale. It failed to arrive. Rather, something dark, indigo, and russet barreled into the side of one of the alien combatants with a cracking sound and a sharp exhalation of anguish. It stumbled, crashed into its companion, and tumbled down. Jenkins, somehow, improbably surviving, despite taking a kinetic pulse round to the chest, grappled fleetingly with the hunter. And then there was a ghastly, organic, tearing sound. The hiss became a piercing wail, and the gun was in hands, blood and shredded flesh oozing from the cybernetic interface. The second hunter rapidly fired, and Jenkins let go of the gun as the shot grazed him. He appeared oblivious, instead leaping forth, a second shot narrowly missing him before his front paw struck out, clenched into a dense knot of gravity-compacted bone and flesh which he thrust into the hunter's cluster of eyes. It screeched and thrashed, batting the human with its hind legs. He seemed unfazed. Instead, he seized one of the flailing limbs, planted one of his own feet against the hunter's side, and pulled with a roar. There was a grisly rending sound, and the hunter's leg tore away. Its blood spurted thick and heavy through the air, drenching the man from the death world, but he paid it no heed. He didn't spare the fallen alien a second glance as he charged at the lone survivor. It was an act of self-destruction. The hunter had an unobstructed opportunity and seized it. Then it took another, then a third and a fourth, And though each and every shot found its mark, Jenkins persisted undeterred, seemingly immune to impacts that would have obliterated any other being. Stalkers don't wear interspecies communication implants, but I didn't require one to discern the trepidation and alarm it briefly had a moment to exhibit before it was bludgeoned to demise with another hunter's severed limb. Jenkins just persisted in striking it, over and over, snarling and shouting, commanding it to perish and declaring improbable assertions about its ancestry, before finally he ceased and stepped away from the shattered entity he had fashioned, gulping down immense quivering breaths of what to him must have been quite thin and arid air. Then he apparently lost the vigor to stand, and his forelimbs folded up beneath him. His head sank down until the pointed bottom of his jaw was resting against his torso. Suppressing the anguish, I struggled to stand upright. One arm hung limp and motionless, each subtle shift bringing torment, yet I was driven by the need to discern if he still drew breath. The all-clear siren rang out just before I got to him, and he stirred in reaction to it. One of his eyes had puffed up and was turning a deep reddish-purple shade, but the other eye blinked at me, and the corners of his mouth curved into a slight smile. I noticed that one of his teeth was gone. "Resilient individuals," he remarked, expelling a crimson fluid from his mouth onto the motionless form beside him. I couldn't help it. I had to laugh. I encountered the human Caleb Rawlins engaged in conversation with one of the station's senior legal advisors on the public promenade deck. Having been reassigned from the customs and immigration desk on the docking ring while my injuries were mended, I had instead devoted much of the preceding 3 cycles of 8 standard days to the administrative and investigative tasks stemming from the Hunter assault. I had only glimpsed him twice since then. Once when he appeared on the news feed as Galactic media briefly focused on our station and its peculiar saga, and the second time when I documented his account for the official incident report. On the news, his eye had still appeared swollen and unsightly. Much of his flesh had darkened and bruised from minor bleeding, and he had been flinching in pain with every breath he took. When I interviewed him, the swelling had subsided, and the pain in his breathing had dissipated. Now, 20 days after the attack, there was just some greenish discoloration to show that he had ever been injured. My arm, meanwhile, had needed amputation, and I was still adjusting to the plastic and carbon fiber prosthetic that had replaced it. He raised a forelimb and wiggled his paw, hand at me as I approached, and our social cybernetics concurred that this was a gesture of greeting. "Tarnock," he uttered. Unable to properly pronounce my name, he had taken to approximating the first syllable with my consent. He had yet to clarify why he found it so amusing to address me that way. A chair reshaped itself to accommodate my anatomy, and I straddled it. Jenkins received no such accommodation from the chairs, but appeared comfortable nonetheless. "I hope I'm not interrupting, Lawyer Vedreganug," I inquired. "Not at all, Officer Acton," Vedreg responded. He and I were good acquaintances, but his species adhered strictly to certain formalities when greeting one another. Purveyor Jenkins and I were discussing his petition to have his species reclassified as sentient. "Purveyor Jenkins?" I queried. "Back on Earth, I owned a recreational establishment," he said, sipping his glass of water. I had already noticed that his water intake was surprisingly high considering his size, and made a mental note to inquire about it. "I assumed you were military," I told him. He chuckled. "Nope. But you were fearless when those stalkers were shooting at you," I exclaimed. He made that complicated joint lift with his forelimbs again. A shrug. "How's your arm?" he asked, changing the subject. "I'm adapting to it. Thank you. So you think you may be able to have humans reclassified?" A ripple of purple hue washed over Vedreg's side, a sign of doubt. "It would necessitate a revision to the Galactic Treaty of Laws," he remarked. "Something the Council has traditionally been reluctant to undertake. Altering the treaty often fails to garner sufficient support." Jenkins let out a rough snort, a scornful sound, but remained silent. He rolled up the sleeves of the fabric covering his arms until they were bunched around his elbows. I noticed that a patch of skin on his left arm had been artificially colored. It was a simple design, one long line, intersected by a shorter one. His skin developed bumps, and his sparse body hair stood on end. His social implant didn't register any emotional context for that reaction, so I presumed it was an automatic response to some environmental stimulus. Aliens can exhibit surprisingly peculiar behavior even under the best of circumstances, but I was starting to suspect that humans may be odder than most. The medical report from the team that treated Jenkins after the battle indicated that his bloodstream contained a potent combat stimulant, though I was certain he hadn't consumed, inhaled, or injected any during the skirmish. There simply hadn't been time. His slender brown fingers drummed a simple 1-2-3 beat on the tabletop, the muscles beneath his skin subtly flexing with the motion. For any other species, the organic fluidity of the movement might have seemed strangely visceral. Intriguing biology, Vedred concurred with me, and I conveyed embarrassment. Evidently, I had been displaying my fascination openly enough for my social implant to broadcast it. Just how powerful are you, Purveyor Jenkins? Jenkins shrugged. Powerful enough to tear the leg off a hunter and bludgeon another hunter to death with it, he stated. I'm unsure how that translates. I meant by the standards of your own species, Vedred clarified. I don't know. I try to keep in shape, but between the low gravity and not getting sufficient nourishment, I've likely lost some muscle. About or slightly below average for a male of my stature, he suggested. Vedred and I shared a look that transcended the social implants. There will be many apprehensive species when your kind gains quantum communication, Vedred remarked. You can't imagine, Jenkins murmured. The twin tufts of fur above his eyes furrowed inward and downward. My translator indicated this emotion lacked an equivalent in my species. Unarmed, you single-handedly defeated 3 of the most feared aliens in known space, and you claim you are neither a trained warrior nor a physically exceptional specimen of your kind. The security footage shows you being struck 7 times by heavy pulse gunfire, and you have fully recovered in less than 3 times 8 diurnals, I stated. Many officers have suggested to me that you pose a security threat, on the grounds that if you were to engage in a violent rampage, there would be little that could stop you. You possess nerve jam grenades, he pointed out. Those are lethal, I replied, but they would be effective. They gave me a severe headache from across the room. I tucked this away as a counter-argument for the next officer to confront me on the matter. At that range, the nerve jam grenades ought not to have impacted him whatsoever. Amplified sensitivity? Then I recognized I was regarding this man who had preserved my life as though he were a threat that I needed to devise a way to neutralize, and suppressed a pang of embarrassment. I'm surprised, actually, Jenkins admitted. What by? Vedred queried. By how effortlessly they were subdued. I knew I was stronger and tougher than most sentient beings, but I had no idea the gap was that wide. It's daunting. I feel like Superman. Superman? Fiction from my homeworld. A human who could soar without wings and who was impossibly powerful and utterly impervious to all attempts to harm him. And he used his might to save the world and protect the vulnerable. Well, except he wasn't truly human. He was an alien who appeared exactly like a human whose parents sent him to Earth because their own planet was about to be destroyed. He paused. Convoluted. Every species has fiction, I remarked. Your Superman sounds akin to Tundrktuk, who shielded his herd from a pack of predators for a year without rest. Or Gudruvnyagnut, who grew so immense that his tribe could shelter beneath him from the year storm, said Vedred. Though I find it intriguing that your greatest hero was not even of your own kind. We've always perceived ourselves as feeble, Jenkins remarked. I couldn't suppress my choked bleat of incredulity. Well, by the standards of numerous species on Earth, we are frail. Horses can bear greater loads, dogs can run farther, and possess keener senses. Most prey worth hunting could crush an unwary hunter if they turned to fight, and any apex predator would gladly consume humans. Our closest evolutionary relatives are much stronger than us. We just happen to be the ones who devised brain power, tool utilization, and teamwork to surmount those challenges. He rubbed his tattoo. And we have other vulnerabilities. What might that be? Vedred inquired. Whether he had failed to notice the human's unease or simply disregarded it was unclear. A phenomenon I've not encountered since I began roaming these stations, Jenkins remarked. Pray tell, did your peoples ever have something known as religion? We paused for a brief moment to consider. My neural implant cannot locate a comparable idea, Vedreg informed him. I signaled that the same held true for me as well. What is this concept? Jenkins inquired. It represents our most significant vulnerability, he continued, and the reason you'll both be utterly dismayed when humans eventually achieve space travel. We listened, and I privately sensed a feeling of unease growing within me. The notion was extremely unfamiliar. Humans, it appeared, had for much of their conscious existence favored inventing explanations for the world around them, rather than admitting a lack of understanding. They had conceived of a sentience that could do any logically consistent thing, capable of knowing anything. Rather than resolve the mystery of their origins, they had historically preferred to tell stories, and then convince themselves that the stories were factual. If Jenkins was to be believed, then the line between fantasy and reality was for many humans indistinguishable. He recounted the myth he had been raised to believe was true, how this immense power, God, had fashioned the cosmos in a few days and molded the first humans from the soil of their home planet. They had defied it and been punished, as had their progeny and their progeny, until apparently one tribe had executed this being's physical embodiment. He motioned to the tattoo at this juncture, clarifying that it depicted a crucifix, the very implement of execution in question. This act somehow persuaded this God entity to pardon them and be benevolent toward humanity, so long as they devoted considerable time and effort to extolling its greatness. Vedreg had turned a somber shade of concerned dark green by the time Jenkins concluded recounting the tale. So, this God fashioned humans, grew wrathful towards them, doomed them to eternal torment after demise, and then sacrificed itself to spare mankind from the very suffering it had inflicted upon them, he inquired. Correct. My social implant tentatively indicated that Jenkins's body language conveyed weary endurance, and humans believe that this is the genuine manner in which the history of your species transpired? Approximately a third of us still do, indeed. We remained quiet for a while. Vedreg gradually turned bluer and bluer until he suddenly burst out. Why? He demanded. I don't know, Jenkins responded calmly. You don't know? You're wearing the symbol of this masochism on your arm, and you don't know why your people believe it? I know why I believed it, he said. I simply didn't know better. But I was taught this thing from a very young age, as if it were true. I had no reason to doubt I was being lied to, so I accepted it. It took me half my life to realize that the people who taught me this thing didn't have to be lying. They could just be mistaken. He drained the last of his glass of water. When I told my family that I had stopped believing the God myth was true, they accused me of being evil and cut off all contact with me. I had to go to civilian law enforcement before most of my property was returned. I was actually driving back from talking with my lawyer about fighting for the right to have contact with my own children when I was abducted. He gazed directly into my eyes. You must comprehend. I originate from one of the more cultured regions of my world. Vedreg and I sat quietly for several minutes, taking in this revelation. Jenkins, if anything, seemed relieved by the silence. That is profoundly unsettling information, Purveyor Jenkins, Vedreg said at length. It suggests that your entire species is unbalanced. I cannot disagree, Jenkins responded, and you possess great strength, speed, imperviousness to pulse fire. Not impervious, merely highly resilient, I corrected. Having a gland that generates combat stimulants. With a surprised expression, I turned my gaze towards Jenkins. He responded with another shrug, this time accompanied by an apologetic tilt of his head. Meanwhile, Vedreg continued speaking, seemingly unaware of our brief interaction. And now you inform me that your species is gripped by the fervent conviction that a tale of breathtaking brutality and savagery is all factual, and that many of you are willing to perish in service to the principal antagonist of this narrative. I shall encounter significant difficulty in persuading any entity that your people ought to be declared sentient, so long as this circumstance persists. Allow me to elucidate the rationale for your endeavor, Jenkins uttered softly. What is the reason? The human offered a concerned smile. Because if you fail to do so, "You shall not be adequately prepared for our arrival," he stated. Looking back, I ought to have anticipated that Jenkins's remarks would pique a journalist's curiosity. Before long, our dialogue surfaced on a prominent interstellar news channel with a rather sensational headline. Excerpts from it were dissected on political talk shows, most of them cherry-picked to portray Jenkins's statements in the most unfavorable light. 3 days later, the council called for a special gathering. I was among the security personnel that escorted Jenkins to the Capitol station, where a special committee would question him. Though barred from observing the interview itself, every individual who emerged from that chamber bore evident signs of concern and distress. Events progressed swiftly thereafter. A civilian fleet embarked to make contact with Earth, aiming to dissuade them from this religion folly. It encountered a hunter fleet at the edge of their solar system, seemingly poised to divert a comet to strike Earth. The Navy intervened to defuse the conflict, but not before the civilians suffered grievous losses. This incident prompted the Council to enact 2 measures. First, they ratified an amendment to the treaty, allowing a species to be deemed sentient upon developing calculus, rather than interplanetary FTL, though the contact prohibition would persist until the species achieved interplanetary travel. The second thing it prompted was the declaration of a surveillance and research mission to Earth. I requested and was granted a transfer and promotion to lead security on the research station. The station jumped into the Earth system 5-8 diurnals after the mission's announcement, utilizing the bulk of a large ringed gas world known as Saturn to mask the neutrino burst upon its arrival. Sheathed in a stealth field that bent all electromagnetic radiation around itself, and employing centripetal spin rather than generated gravity, it was designed to remain completely undetected. Before activating this field, the station deployed 2 probes that embedded themselves in Earth's lone large moon to intercept Earth's communications networks and relay the information to us via FTL comms, eliminating the light lag. We would have embarked sooner had the station not been outfitted with a specialized living quarters for Jenkins and 2 other human abductees who had requested to partake in the mission. Affixed on a trio of extendable arms well away from the station's main structure, it provided the higher gravitational pull their species was accustomed to, as well as a warmer, denser, more humid atmosphere. I visited it a single time. Apart from feeling 50% heavier than usual, I promptly felt unwell from the heat and humidity and returned to the core of the station, which was calibrated to the interstellar standard I was familiar with. The other humans were quite distinct from Jenkins. Charlotte hailed from the same landmass and political entity as he did, but was older and had seemingly joined the mission to preach the truth of the very religion we were there to study. Most of the crew found it hard to fathom that she was not delusional, but Jenkins assured me that her convictions were deemed perfectly normal. He seemed abashed by that fact. The other, a male named Jung, indicated a peninsula on the prograde end of the largest landmass when asked about his home. He refused to expound on the subject of religion, instead preferring to fill in the gaps in Jenkins and Charlotte's knowledge regarding that region of their planet. Initially, we devoted considerable effort to monitoring the political landscape. Both Jenkins and Charlotte expressed astonishment at the complexion of the elected figurehead of their native faction. They engaged in a heated dispute concerning a conflict in an arid, sweltering region of the globe that had seemingly only just commenced when they were abducted. Jenkins subsequently elucidated to me that Charlotte had commended what she perceived as a war pitting her own faith against a rival one. "It's absurd," he confided to me. "After all, they stem from the very same religious origins." I started to have doubts, though, that Jenkins had been entirely truthful regarding his own kind. My duties were remarkably straightforward, so I occupied much of my time perusing the content of their global data network. Whenever Jenkins accompanied me, I noticed he tended to fixate on the worst facets. It was when I ventured to explore without his guiding influence that I began uncovering the positives. I had seldom paid much heed to poetry, art, and fiction. Those things exist across species, yet the alien concepts these expressed and the manner in which they conveyed them pierced through that barrier for me. Some I couldn't abide. Monotonous, pulsating music that seemed to delight in leading nowhere. Broadcasts which appeared to take a morbid fascination in the opinions of beings that, among my own kind, would have been confined for their own safety and medicated. Other specimens of their art were intriguing, thought-provoking. A few inspired quite intense emotions within me. I relished watching their movies, and Jenkins and I spent nearly a full diurnal watching first an enjoyable fantasy series called Star Wars, then a trilogy called The Lord of the Rings, which I then discovered had originally been a book and read. Our musical preferences differed. He introduced me to his favorite genres, which I found superficial and raucous, while he disliked the ones that most inspired me. I struggled to comprehend how one could hear the compositions crafted by Khachaturian, Tchaikovsky, Bach, and Rutter, and deem them tedious, yet other crew members seemed to align with Jenkins's musical tastes. Regardless of its other qualities, Earth proved a bountiful source of artistic exports. It was also a wellspring of thought-provoking philosophy, novel concepts, and unique pastimes. Human words began to seep into the languages of the station's crew, bridging gaps in our philosophical lexicon. Once every 8 diurnals, 5 of the crew could be found gathered around a table in the mess hall, rolling polyhedral numbers, and seemingly immersed in fantastical battles against impossible creatures that could breathe fire or turn a warrior to stone by meeting its gaze. Another group borrowed the notion of poetry reading and took turns standing up and reading their compositions aloud, an exercise inevitably rendered ludicrous by the fact no 2 of them spoke the same language, but they embraced it with enthusiasm. I had to politely request the scientists to cease gambling on the outcome of human contests of physical skill and endurance, or to at least exercise some restraint. As part of my duties, I was obligated to convey information of potential military significance to the Council. The notion of the taser was among the earliest concepts. The idea of the suicide bomber was disconcerting and prompted a degree of commotion when presented to the Committee for Interstellar Security, who summoned an emergency meeting to devise strategies by which such an extreme tactic could be counteracted. Ultimately, they resorted to appropriating the most effective ideas from humanity itself. It was only when I encountered the notion of the tortured poet that things began to make sense. Until then, I had been grappling to reconcile the artistic prowess of these beings and the grandeur of their heroic self-perceptions with the relentless delusion and grinding unpleasantness enacted in its name that unfolded before me. Now I started to discern the shape of it. The demons, a borrowed term that had filled a conceptual void we had never recognized, that tormented humanity, were what inspired it. Surrounded on all sides by an ecosystem saturated with toxic microfauna and parasitic nanoorganisms, by fierce predators, resilient prey, and an explosively volatile tectonic world, they sacrificed their own inner peace on the altar of evolution. They are not merely deranged, they represent something far beyond that. They are tormented masterminds. When they at last depart their world in a substantive manner, when they finally qualify for contact and integration into the interstellar collective, we must approach them with the utmost delicacy. They possess immense physical prowess. While their firearms may not pierce modern shielding, our own armaments will hardly impede their advance, and rest assured they will adapt and overcome. The chemical agents they employ as less lethal alternatives would decimate us. The water cannons they utilize to quell civil unrest would pulverize our very bones. They are not merely willing to perish for the sake of a fabrication, but will do so with elation and fervor. They are mentally formidable. Their notions hold sway. Their ingenuity puts us to shame. Their philosophy delves into realms of thought that simply eluded our grasp. Yet the crucial aspect is that they should never, under any circumstances, discover how vastly superior they are to us in numerous regards. I believe the notion would shatter them. As you can observe, Earth is a harsh environment. To persevere, they were compelled to develop not merely intelligence, but the capacity to wield it as a formidable tool. Their evolution did not simply enable them to surmount adversity, it empowered them to flourish amidst it. They require a goal to strive for, something they perceive as greater than themselves. They necessitate a challenge to confront. Without an obstacle to overcome, I believe they swiftly succumb to despondency. Caleb Rawlins did experience something profound. At the time, I failed to recognize it, but I believe that venturing into space and discovering his ability to tear apart its most dreadful horrors truly shook him. He never revealed the reasons behind his request to have his social implant removed, nor why he returned to Earth. However, I can surmise the underlying causes. The reason he took that course of action was that there existed a greater abundance of trials and tribulations awaiting him in the company of his peers than he would ever encounter while residing amongst our community. Tarnak Kriktink Aktenzikrik, counselor representing the Vizkit domain, delivered an acceptance address. As Tanya Bloom stepped into the bar, she could sense the pulsating bass notes reverberating through her body, prompting an instinctive feral grin to spread across her face. The song playing was precisely the kind she relished. For that matter, Afterburner was precisely the kind of bar she enjoyed. Reasonably priced drinks, an internet jukebox connected directly to speakers with the volume cranked up, 3 pool tables, a dartboard, and a couple of massive TV screens perpetually tuned to a sports channel. At the moment, inaudible commentators were excitedly discussing the evening's upcoming match between the Cascadia Canucks and the Arizona Coyotes. If she didn't reside halfway across the country, she could envision herself becoming a regular patron there. By the description she had, it was easy to spot the man she sought, conversing with the regulars as he uncapped a couple of bottles and passed them over the bar. Tanned complexion, thick beard, a cross tattoo on his right forearm, and an intriguing bald spot just ahead of his left temple. That was undoubtedly her target. As the patrons rose from their seats, she smoothly took a place on the vacant bar stool, greeted by a welcoming smile. "Haven't spotted you around here before, sweetheart," he remarked, his voice effortlessly carrying over the pulsating music. "What would you like me to get for you?" "A bud, if you please," she responded, retrieving some cash from her handbag. "Excuse me, but is your name Caleb Rollins by chance?" "Aha," he smiled, retrieving the bottle from the fridge and removing the cap. "I should have guessed. You've come for my tale of extraterrestrial encounters. You get that a lot?" "I'd say around 15 oddballs come through here monthly, asking about it and telling me about the contraption they assembled in their garage to make contact with the mothership," Jenkins remarked, exchanging her cash for coins. "So you assert that you were taken by extraterrestrials, yet you consider others making similar claims to be unstable individuals?" She took a drink from her beer. "Ah, indeed. One can readily discern the self-deceivers who've persuaded themselves of an encounter from those who truly experienced one," Jenkins responded. "The genuine abductees harbor no desire for a return visit." The brood possessed no musical expression, nor was there any requirement for them to raise their voices. While they were fully capable of vocalizing, this cumbersome method was solely utilized for communicating with other broods. Within each individual brewed the intimate cybernetic interconnections that facilitated the seamless transmission of complete thoughts, had rendered language wholly superfluous. One said trepidation, "Question the watchful prey have not seen us." Another remarked, "Assurance, declaration they do not possess. Mocking, nor do the predatory creatures hunt." This sparked a ripple of mirth that spread through the entire brood. By their reckoning, the droll notion that a non-sentient prey species might aspire to discern a cloaked hunter craft was the pinnacle of amusement. The youngest one spoke. Trepidation. Inquiry. The prey are a lethal world species. We witness the devastation wrought by just a single one of them upon the brood of 5 poisons. With utmost respect, Alpha, can we be certain that our entire brood will return unscathed from this pursuit? Alpha spoke. Restlessness, curt reprimand, directive. Should you harbor such apprehension, you are permitted to stay on the transport vessel. Their species, did not reproduce in a gendered way akin to male and female. Addressed the others as the youngling emanated a sullen apology. A stirring reminder, we are the stalkers, they the prey. Death world or not, we shall possess the technological edge and element of surprise. An ambushed quarry is meat in the maw. Our cousin broods will recall our triumph as we return bearing trophies from this formidable prey. They will know our valor and our prowess. And for the prey, they will know their station in the natural order. It turned towards the entity responsible for managing their vessel's electronic warfare systems. Inquiry, is there a suitably prominent objective within your sights? That single response I affirm, Alpha. Their entire race shall bear witness to our pursuit. In unison, the brood gave voice to their collective endorsement. The pursuit had commenced. I'll be honest, I don't believe a word of it, Terry told him. I'm not holding it against you, Jenkins remarked. However, take a look at this. He inclined his body forward and angled his head, allowing her to examine the hairless area on the left side of his scalp. Viewed up close, it was an elaborate mesh of delicate white scars that formed a pattern eerily resembling electronic circuitry. That's where those unsavory individuals implanted an experimental translation device into me, Jenkins remarked. It functioned, but the medical professionals who removed it said it was a rather rudimentary one. Those could perhaps be extraterrestrial physicians, Terry remarked. She had to concede that the scars presented rather persuasive proof, yet she remained an innate doubter by nature. It came with the territory of her profession. Yeah. See those grays? Vrilax is how species with mouths similar to ours pronounce it. Apparently, they had this massive eugenics initiative and transformed themselves into a society of unethical scientists. They abduct pre-contact civilizations, study how we operate, and leverage that data to monopolize the translation implant in biotech markets when we establish first contact. Real jerks. Most of the other races are fairly decent, though. He pondered over this. Well, truth be told, some of them are quite unintelligent. There's one species that resembles six-limbed giraffes adorned with blue stripes. Those beings are about as bright as a sack of damp mice, but most of the creatures out there are rather fascinating. Terry shook her empty bottle, silently requesting a refill. If they're generally quite agreeable, why wouldn't someone wish to venture back out there? Soaring amidst the stars and such seems rather enjoyable. That will be the case when we venture into space, Jenkins remarked, retrieving a replacement. However, for the time being, due to our lack of faster-than-light travel capabilities, we are legally classified as non-sentient fauna rather than intelligent beings. This holds true even when there are trade vessels out there commanded by entities who, by our standards, possess intellectual capacities akin to biscuits and gravy. Why the interest anyway? He asked her all of a sudden. I work as a private investigator, she responded. A client has hired me, offering substantial compensation to travel across the nation in search of individuals they deem to be genuine abductees. Do I fit the bill? Jenkins asked. She honestly informed him that she was unaware. Her employer had merely requested her to seek out individuals who didn't appear overtly unhinged. He had escorted her to a UFO gathering in New Mexico, motioned toward the entire assembly, and remarked, Ms. Boone, these are the types of people you're not attempting to locate on my behalf. It was a rather vague description, but the client's generous travel allowance and seemingly endless capacity to match her fees had kept Terry content and at ease on a road trip across the USA for nearly half a year. And if it meant she got to frequent precisely the appropriate type of bar, interviewing a bartender who, she had to admit, was precisely the rugged, alluring kind, then those were the sorts of contracts she had envisioned when she became a private investigator. Perhaps he didn't desire me inadvertently revealing the type of response I sought, she concluded. However, if it aids, I don't perceive you as unhinged, rather resentful regarding something. Jenkins laughed. Yeah, Tarnock said pretty much the same thing. Tarnock? Oh, indeed, the most awesome fellow around. His kind communicates in a tongue that resembles ball bearings tumbling in a blender, yet the initial syllable of his name rings somewhat like Tarnock, reminiscent of Star Trek, you see? Hence, that's how I addressed him. A couple of weeks prior to my return to Earth, he mentioned that I appeared somewhat resentful about something. Was he right? Terry asked. Could be. See, there's this species called... Good heavens! Jenks, are you witnessing this extraordinary sight? Without the slightest disturbance in the atmosphere, the Hunter raiding vessel descended gracefully into the planet's atmosphere. Undetected by even the most advanced surveillance and interception systems on the planet, it glided effortlessly through clouds and air currents until it reached its destination, a city of gleaming steel and glass towers, situated on the banks of an inland sea, surrounded by snow-capped mountains. It came to rest above a dome-roof building that nestled low among the skyscrapers, causing minor static interference in the transmissions emanating from within, which was promptly rectified by the dedicated team of technicians ensuring the broadcast's uninterrupted global distribution. Query, fascinated combat exercises maybe? Formalized drills to engage in combat under frigid climates. Concise, we lack patience, for we are not anthropologists. Prepare yourselves, brethren. We descend with a comprehensive array of pulses. Eager, aggressive meat to the maw. The ancient hunting call echoed wordlessly within their shared consciousness, and then their boarding torpedoes activated their stasis fields, shielding any and all external influences from affecting their inhabitants. When they reopened a subjective moment later, they had been launched through the roof of the Glacier Coliseum, and each stood erect amidst a bullseye of fractured ice. In unison, the brood emerged from their assault torpedoes, activated their powerful kinetic pulse weapons, and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the stunned players, officials, and spectators without discrimination. Damn! Oh my goodness, those unfortunate souls! The music was silenced, and the volume of the sports channel amplified. The commentators were in a state of delirium, attempting to depict the spectacle of an extraterrestrial assault unfolding directly before their eyes. Terry's hand instinctively covered her mouth in shock, witnessing the ruthless onslaught upon a mass of individuals who, mere moments prior, had been utterly oblivious to their existence. "Pursuers?" Jenkins murmured. Though spoken softly, his words drew the gazes of all those nearby. Unlike the others in the bar, he alone seemed unperturbed by the spectacle, his countenance bearing a look of fierce eagerness. "You believe me now, don't you?" he inquired. "Yes, those are the hunters I mentioned before. The very ones that I, your humble bartender, personally overcame and defeated with my own two hands." His smile widened. "And the foolish individuals committed the error of disrupting a hockey match? This, my friends, is going to be highly amusing." Alpha emerged from its assault pod and fired straight into the chest of the first prey it spotted, one of the armored ones on the ice. Immediately, the prey's perplexed motionlessness gave way to the panic that all prey succumbed to when the stalkers arrived. Many let out high-pitched cries of alarm. Many more fled in a stampede. Around it, the brood stepped onto the ice and launched kinetic bolts at anything that moved. Every blast sent prey tumbling, and Alpha experienced a primal rush of satisfaction. Their brood would earn great esteem for confronting the lethal predators of this world and dispersing them as effortlessly as any other prey. Alpha could already envision the laudatory chants and savor the celebratory feast. And then the prey it had shot stood up. "Look, they utilize this categorization method for worlds with moderate climates akin to our own," Jenkins remarked affably, as Nick Bonino, displayed on the screen, regained his footing on the ice, evidently a tad breathless, but otherwise appearing no worse than if he'd absorbed a forceful collision from one of the players hailing from Arizona. "Category 1 is, like the Garden of Eden. You could drop any species in the galaxy down there, completely naked, and they'd be content for the rest of their lives," he went on, as Canucks and Coyotes players assisted one another in getting up. Though their body language was alien, everyone could perceive the alarm and surprise the stalkers were experiencing, as every single one of the humans they had shot turned out to be not just alive, but furious. The majority of planets rank around 4 to 6 on the difficulty scale, more or less. While you wouldn't want to get caught in the rain and acquiring food requires effort, life on those worlds is generally quite manageable. The aliens fired again, punching the players off their feet again. "Any world rated above Class 10 is deemed a death world," Jenkins expounded as, once more, the players rose to their feet, this time skating in circles around the invading aliens, who formed a defensive ring and began firing erratically at the circling sportsmen. It swiftly became evident that their reflexes and aim were remarkably sluggish, and that the circling skaters were simply too swift to strike. Shot after shot harmlessly splashed against the plexiglass. Initially, the individuals behind the barrier shrank back, but that plexiglass barrier was designed to withstand a far, far greater force than even the most powerful kinetic pulse weaponry. It didn't take long for the shrinking fans to recognize this fact, and they began to chant, "Defeat them! Defeat them! Jenkins proceeded, slightly raising his voice above the swelling, bloodthirsty chant. Death worlds have features like high gravity, toxic flora and fauna, numerous predators, hazardous microorganisms, natural calamities such as quakes or volcanoes, acidic precipitation, elevated background radiation, and the like. As I mentioned, a death world encompasses everything Class 10 or higher, and any life that evolves there is expected to be exceptionally formidable. By this point on the television broadcast, the spectators were vociferously chanting at the highest decibel level, "Vanquish them! Vanquish them!" Alpha broadcast, shock, dismay, terror, disbelief, shame. Thereafter, one of the prey propelled itself towards it, at velocities that merely transcended comprehension. The last thing it ever broadcast was, pain. The majority of eyes in the bar averted their gaze and shut, turning away from the gruesome scene unfolding on the ice with revulsion. However, Tanya Bloom observed with a morbid sense of intrigue. It appeared inconceivable that objects which seemed so formidable could shatter with such fragility. Caleb Rawlins opened a beer for himself. Earth, he said with vicious satisfaction, is a Class 12. I'll spare you as much of the jargon as I can, eh? Not for the first time, General Martin Tremblay was struck by the youthfulness of the scientists engaged in this endeavor. Had it been his decision alone, the entire operation would have been shrouded in utmost secrecy, concealed behind successive layers of need-to-know clearances and classified designations. However, his preferred approach had to defer to the reality of extraterrestrials being broadcast live on sports channels, right here in British Columbia. When he had entrusted one of his subordinates with the task of assembling biologists, physicists, and engineers from across the globe, he hadn't quite envisioned that she would assemble a team comprised of individuals who had only recently obtained their doctoral degrees. While there were certainly many graying individuals present, Tremblay couldn't help but feel distinctly aged amidst all the vibrant, eager energy of the youthful crowd surrounding him. I'd appreciate that. Let's get to the meat. He instantly rued his choice of words as the biologist, a plump and cheerful fellow who frequently erupted in hearty laughter at even the mildest jest, intentional or otherwise, let out his trademark guffaw and then turned his attention to the report, which was thankfully concise. From what we were able to gather from the ice in Cascadia after the hockey teams finished with them, they're rather unimpressive, to be honest, he remarked. The endoskeleton appears to be structured around relatively large crystals of silica, with no trace of collagen in sight. Remarkably delicate. Musculature is, we believe their muscles can pull, push, and twist, whereas ours can only pull, so they require fewer muscles overall for the same range of motion. But each muscle is far weaker than our own. The samples we obtained, bruised and crushed as they were, had a tensile strength about that of smoked salmon. Even accounting for tissue damage, they're decidedly less robust than we are, and they couldn't possibly move as swiftly as we can. Simply not enough force or leverage. That explains why they broke so easily, Tremblay said. Dr. Taylor nodded in agreement. It's peculiar. It's as if their entire physiology never evolved to handle even a small portion of the everyday challenges ours did. I mean, there's much we cannot examine given the severe damage to all the specimens. But what we do have suggests that an average person could likely tear the limbs off these creatures if they attempted to. What exactly did they intend to achieve? Tremblay remarked. As intriguing as this situation is, my responsibility lies in assessing the level of threat they present. And for that, I require more than just an evaluation of their vulnerability. Their fragility was evident simply from observing the game. Taylor's co-worker, Dr. Betty Coate, cleared her throat at that remark. She was inclined to let Taylor handle the talking. He possessed a commanding presence that dominated a room, while she was more of the unobtrusively accomplished tasks behind the scenes sort. They complemented one another nicely, not least because whenever she did offer an opinion, Taylor would typically fall silent and allow her to share it. We're practically the sole individuals on the planet who could lay claim to being experts in xenopsychology, she remarked, though unknown to all present, she was entirely mistaken. So we're commencing from the very beginning. And I suppose the initial assumption we must make is that, to them, their physical fragility would be the norm, and we'd appear freakishly powerful and resilient. That could account for the armaments, Taylor remarked. Have you viewed the recorded interviews? Tremblay affirmed that he had. All the athletes provided a generally comparable depiction of the sensation of being struck by an extraterrestrial firearm. Pitiful. Although the shots had caused them to lose their footing, for a seasoned hockey player donning full gear, the impacts were scarcely more than an annoyance. The goaltenders had barely felt a thing. Meticulous testing had indicated that the firearms, through some as-yet unidentified mechanism, discharged a burst of kinetic energy that traveled along the direction of fire at the speed of light. The weapons possessed numerous advantages. They were portable, maneuverable, had no recoil whatsoever, and appeared to convert their stored energy remarkably efficiently, but they stood little chance of posing a serious threat to a well-conditioned soldier in full battle gear. If we consider that the typical target for those armaments is roughly as resilient as the fools who arrived in Cascadia, then the purpose of those weapons becomes more understandable, Dr. Coate explained to him. Damn it! Tremblay squeezed the bridge of his nose. I truly don't wish to present NATO and the Commonwealth with a report indicating that these entities pose roughly as much danger as an irate 12-year-old, he remarked. Indeed, based on the information we've compiled thus far, sir, that seems to be the accurate assessment, Taylor remarked with a shrug. Unless, of course, you'd rather I convey that we are vastly outmatched and can bid farewell to our collective posteriors. Well, no, it's just a bit anticlimactic, Tremblay said. Upon resuming her tasks, Betty Coate uttered a sincere amen to that. Dumbasses. That insult roused Tanya Bloom, and she sat upright, adjusting her seatbelt, abashed to realize she had dozed off. It took her a few moments to grasp the situation, but the target of the insult soon became evident. A throng of people filling the road, waving placards and chanting. Most of the signs depicted variants on the theme of alien visages, most the classic large-eyed Roswell green or gray spheroid, some actual cartoon renderings of the entities, stalkers, that had assailed Cascadia, one or two of the sleek black aliens battled by Sigourney Weaver, and in one instance an E.T. puppet skewered atop a steel pole in a manner that implied it would never again be calling anyone. Between the vehicle's air conditioning, the impatient traffic flow, and the general disorganized clamor of protesters not quite synchronizing their chant, it was difficult to discern precisely what their demonstration opposed, other than an apparent disapproval of extraterrestrial existence in general, and a desire for someone to address it. A few wits had infiltrated the crowd with signs like, "Down with this sort of thing," and "Der Turk or Gerbs," and law enforcement faced an uphill struggle just to maintain a relatively peaceful and respectful situation, let alone the task of attempting to disperse the mob and restore a semblance of normalcy. As if there was any such thing anymore, now that the world had definitive evidence of the presence of intelligent extraterrestrial beings, and hostile extraterrestrial beings at that. She reached over and turned down the volume on the radio, where some self-proclaimed expert was lamenting the way the alien craft had escaped into space and disappeared in a burst of Cherenkov radiation, insisting that the Royal Canadian Air Force had dropped the ball by failing to intercept, ground, and study it. His guest's patient efforts to explain that the vehicle had accelerated from a standstill to over Mach 5, making interception utterly impossible, were being evaded, mocked, or outright ignored. It was the third instance in a single week they had encountered some kind of mob, wielding signs either welcoming the aliens to Earth or expressing unspecified antagonism toward them. Caleb Rawlins reserved tolerant disdain for the former group and naked contempt for the latter. For her part, Terry still wasn't entirely convinced by his story, but if it was true, she thought she could understand why he might react so strongly. After all, the first group were just naive airheads. The latter compounded that offense with prejudice, and prejudice seemed to really irk Jenkins. He claimed that reflex was largely attributable to the year and a half he had spent wandering in the galaxy, surrounded by strange and diverse alien species, and lacking the fundamental rights that safeguarded any of them. He had been on the receiving end of quite a significant amount of prejudice himself. Terry suspected that he was being a tad unkind to interstellar society. Being of mixed race, he'd undoubtedly endured the same on Earth, albeit with the law on his side. Certainly being treated legally and officially as a non-sentient creature probably hadn't been great for his self-esteem, but the bitterness with which he spoke of his experience didn't quite align with the fact that they had practically bent over backwards to get him home in the end. "Have we arrived?" she inquired. He shook his head slightly and cast a glance at the vehicle's GPS navigation system. "This here is Columbus," he informed her. "Shelbyville lies around 30 miles from here." She studied the map displayed on her phone's screen, her brow furrowing slightly. "What made us veer off the interstate route?" "I'm famished," he responded, and her belly echoed that feeling with fervent accord. As the demonstration progressed, he seized the first chance to pull over into a strip mall, where they placed an order at Domino's and observed the tide of banners drifting out of view at roughly the same pace as their pizza inched through the oven. Terry was ravenous. She devoured her 5 slices before Jenkins could finish his third, and was only spared from the urge to snatch a 6th when he ordered some sides for her. She had to concede he made for a good travel companion, paid his portion of the gas, took more than his fair share of driving, had a knack for locating the least dreadful radio station in any given region, and largely left her undisturbed with her musings. She was starting to realize, however, that despite these qualities, and as appealing as he was, she didn't truly like him very much. He was a bit too intense. He was simultaneously both detached and overly focused, as though whatever he might be doing or discussing was an unwanted distraction from some more crucial matter, to be given his full concentration and handled swiftly and efficiently, minimizing the time until he could redirect that attention to where it properly belonged. He was succinct, both quick-tempered and gloomy, self-assured to the point of conceit, and had a particularly irksome tendency of making derogatory remarks on, or at the very least scowling at, nearly every church sign they drove by which, this being Indiana, occurred about once every 60 seconds or so. Terry, being a Catholic, had swiftly had to become adept at the skill of diplomatic quietude. She piloted the vehicle for the last 30 minutes to Shelbyville, Jenkins reclining wordlessly beside her, drafting or inscribing, she was unsure which, on inexpensive stationery from Kmart, propped against his elevated knee. At intervals, he would retrieve his mobile device and refer to it. Terry's decision to become a private investigator was fueled by an abundance of inquisitiveness, and as they passed the water tower marking the town's boundary, her determination ultimately reached its limit. "What are you working on anyway?" He looked up, seemingly taken aback, as though he had completely overlooked her presence, then appeared to regain his composure and displayed a couple of pages from his sketchbook. The sketches were jagged and unrefined, evidently the handiwork of a novice, yet they were unmistakably non-human and unmistakably credible living beings. He lightly touched one figure that seemed to have an artificial limb. "That one's Tarnock," he remarked. "Yeah, I've been meaning to ask about that. Tarnock?" "His name resonates like a pebble caught in a waste grinder," Jenkins remarked, though the initial syllable bears a slight resemblance to Tarnock. "Does he hang out with—" she began. "Damn it, I don't want to hear the Spock joke again." An awkward stillness lingered for a brief moment before he managed to collect himself once more. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped like that. I understand, you've heard it too many times. It's okay. That ain't it, I'm just on edge." They veered onto a neighborhood road, and Ter swiftly spotted the address they sought. A modest brown abode with a petite white porch and an ever-present stars and stripes drooping motionless on a flagpole in the yard. "What's the reason?" she inquired as she brought the vehicle to a stop. "You appear to be practically the sole individual I've come across who seems to grasp the situation now that the entire world has become obsessed with extraterrestrials." "Yeah, and I don't like it," he said, unbuckling his seatbelt. She trailed behind him as he exited the vehicle. "What's there not to enjoy?" she inquired. He simply shrugged his shoulders. "You may think I'm out of my mind, but it just doesn't feel appropriate that anyone could truly comprehend something of this magnitude, especially someone as clueless as myself, you understand?" She desired to comfort him, assuring that he wasn't lacking in intellect. Her words would have rung true. Jenkins often belittled his own mental capabilities, yet she had swiftly recognized his remarkably impressive memory, which in her view held significant weight in gauging intelligence. However, the door opened before she could voice her reassurance. She'd seen an image of the woman they were there to meet, in her early 30s, of average stature, with a somewhat unconventional hairstyle that began as an elongated, angled fringe, swept just away from her right eye, and gradually shortened around her head until the hair at her left temple was virtually non-existent. She had weary eyes and an overall demeanor of fatigue, though the infant she was cradling on her arm and hip likely contributed significantly to that. "Mrs. Naylor?" Terry inquired, garnering a small, cautious nod as confirmation. She offered her hand. "I'm Tanya Bloom. We corresponded via email." "Ah, indeed. The investigator," Mrs. Naylor remarked, shaking the hand while adjusting her son slightly on her hip, as he gnawed on his fist, eyeing the unfamiliar faces. "May we come in?" Terry asked her. Naylor shook her head. "Pardon me," she uttered, "but I'm growing quite weary of people inquiring with me. It appears every amateur UFO enthusiast in the Midwest desires to hear my, 'Oh, dear heavens above, you're genuine.'" Terry followed Mrs. Naylor's line of sight over her shoulder. Caleb Rollins was displaying his sketchpad, showcasing a collection of extraterrestrial creatures. Mrs. Naylor gazed at it with an open mouth for a brief moment, and then appeared to regain her composure. Her parental weariness practically dissipated from her face, as Terry observed, and she straightened her posture slightly. "You'd better come in," she said, "and you can call me Hazel." Martin Tremblay was accustomed to phone calls rousing him from slumber at peculiar hours of the night. His partner, Stefan, simply slept through them these days, not even stirring or responding to the ringing phone in any manner. For Martin, phone calls were merely part of the nocturnal bedroom sounds. "Tremblay," he replied, clearing the room from the corners of his eyes, so he could make out the alarm clock, then rubbing his stubbled chin. So 5:23. Well, at least he'd managed 6 hours of sleep. "General, this is Major Bartlett speaking. Sir, the United States has something prepared for our attention." "Something?" "It appears that NASA received an anonymous tip a few days ago. It seems there's some sort of an object circling Saturn that isn't supposed to be there, sir." "2 days ago? What kind of an object?" "They instructed Cassini to examine it, and evidently that process requires some time, sir. Regarding its nature, the leading hypothesis suggests it could potentially be a space station of sorts." "I'll come right in." Shaving, bathing, dressing, grabbing a travel coffee, and securing a mumbled sleepy farewell from Stefan were routines he'd perfected over the years, and he drove along vacant roads through the pre-dawn darkness, listening to AC/DC to help the coffee rouse him. By the time he'd passed security at the base and arrived at the briefing, he was keen and attentive. He didn't even bother with the formalities. "Brief me." To his credit, Bartlett didn't falter, and simply slapped down a brown-covered folder stamped classified onto the table. On Tuesday, 30 hours following the incident in Cascadia, NASA received an anonymous message delivered directly to the administrator's office, seemingly from within the agency. The message outlined coordinates in orbit around the planet Saturn, directly opposite Earth and thus invisible from here. We've not been informed precisely what was contained in that message that convinced the administrator to order it be taken seriously and investigated, but at 0200 UST yesterday, they obtained. He pulled out a mostly black square from the folder. This image from the Cassini probe. Tremblay studied the image intently. The subject appeared to be either immensely large or tremendously distant, resulting in the probe's cameras capturing a somewhat blurred picture. But it was difficult to refute that, with a high reflectivity resembling steel panels and a suggestion of its form. A cylindrical shape adorned with 3 slender rings, it bore a distinctly artificial appearance. Cassini's been up there since. Initiated in the year 97, it achieved orbital status on the 1st of July in the year 2004, sir. Has it really gone unnoticed for so long? Inquired one of the other officers, Colonel Williams. The sky is vast, sir, Bartlett informed him, and with all due respect to NASA, their camera is quite dated as well. They needed to aim directly at these precise coordinates to capture it. Moreover, Tremblay continued, we're unaware of the duration that structure has existed there. It's possible it was erected merely a week ago, for all we can tell. All right, I see your point, Williams admitted. But what's our plan of action regarding this matter? What can we do? Tremblay countered. It took 7 years for Cassini to reach out there. If we send a mission, they won't be returning until their children are going through adolescence. We launch a missile, even if we possessed one capable of traversing that distance, they'll detect it years in advance. We already have a robotic probe out there, but it's under someone else's control. He shrugged. We're being observed. And I'll be frank, that reality doesn't trouble me over much. Why not? Well, A, it signifies that we're intriguing enough to be observed, which is rather complimentary, but more crucially, it implies B, that the psychopaths who assaulted Cascadia aren't the sole life forms out there. Bartlett frowned. How do you figure that, sir? For if that location served as their monitoring station, SIRS, they would have been more adequately equipped. There was a collective nodding and some smiles exchanged. As disruptive as it had been, witnessing the alien invaders receive their precisely targeted comeuppance had proven uplifting. Bartlett cleared his throat. And C, sir. Yes? We now know faster-than-light travel is possible. Counselor? Tarnock raised his head. He had grown accustomed to napping in his office chair whenever possible. It was the sole way to keep pace with the amount of sleep he needed. The Stalker's stealthy encirclement of Earth with a quarantine perimeter had escalated into a major diplomatic crisis, as much due to uncertainties about how the humans might react, as because it revealed just how advanced their cloaking technology had become. Stations, fleets, and installations across the galaxy were scrambling to address that latter concern. But within the corridors of power, the fact that the humans now officially knew of an external presence had swiftly become the source of greater trepidation. His assistant, a Vosktek named Recurn B, gestured that, amidst the array of messages and information displays, hovering in the volumetric projection above his workstation, one was pulsing red in a steady 1-2-3 pause, 1-2-3 pause cadence, signaling an internal communique from somewhere within the observatory of the utmost urgency. With a wave of his prosthetic upper limb, he expressed gratitude to the youthful entity, while his remaining natural arm grasped the message and executed the interface motion to access its contents. He uttered an oath, emitting a noise akin to a plastic pail brimming with bubble wrap being compacted by a mechanical excavator. The picture depicted the human research probe, Cassini, which had been allowed to remain undamaged on the premise that demolishing it could potentially raise doubts. Its largest camera was pointing directly at them. He gazed at it for several long moments, then activated a few physical controls on the desk. RKRNB withdrew from the chamber as it commenced establishing a top-level diplomatic secrecy field. The volumetric display on his desk didn't require much time to start populating with the floating heads of his counterparts. No matter where you were or what you were engaged in, if an emergency session of the Security Council was convened, you responded. Within minutes, the limited AI that served as the Council's speaker and impartial arbiter called the session to order and granted him the floor. "We've been discovered," he said. It had been an eventful and costly month. Between the gasoline, motels, meals, and occasional laundry stops, parking fees, and 1 or 2 fines, Tanya Bloom's solo journey from California to Texas had become a caravan of driven individuals traversing the entire mainland U.S. They were all there. A frazzled single mother who'd left her children with their grandparents for the duration, an older couple in a Winnebago, 3 teenagers from New York, a Romani woman from Ohio, a quiet guy from Birmingham whose well-worn olive-green windbreaker seemed to contain an endless supply of cigarettes, a trucker who had been born in the UK, a construction worker from Florida, an Arizona state trooper. She felt somewhat like an outsider. Every night, regardless of where they stopped, be it a motel, parking lot, truck stop, or elsewhere, the abductees would always take some time to converse, to share their experience. And if Terry hadn't believed them before, the way their stories all corroborated one another soon dispelled any doubt she may have had. Megan Connors had turned out to be a more skilled artist than Caleb Rollins, and was thus providing the artwork for a dossier on alien life that he was compiling from all of their accounts. It was already remarkably thick. It was also unsettling. Terry had seized the chance to browse through it one day as Jenkins drove at the front of the convoy, leading them to meet their next abductee in Colorado. The life it depicted came in a perplexing array. Slender, large-eyed aliens with pointed ears, who were evidently the inspiration for both the Roswell Greys and, she suspected, even older tales about elves. Tall, lanky, long-necked aliens, which apparently existed in two forms, with 6 and 10 limbs. A study on a cybernetic arm for one specimen of the 10-limbed variety. Aliens which one abductee had aptly dubbed Cthulhu sheep, 3-fingered humanoids thrice as tall as Homo sapiens, and with hemispherical ears the size of mixing bowls, who originated from a low-gravity planet even by the standards of interstellar civilization, and moved awkwardly and gingerly, wearing powered exoskeletons and tight suits that aided their circulation. There were tottering horse kangaroos who stood precariously on hoofed hind limbs with a lengthy tail fanned out behind them for equilibrium, a species that would have appeared vaguely insectoid if not for the plumage, and one life form which, and Hazel insisted the portrayal was precise, resembled nothing more than a fungus with a purse. There were aliens which resembled ambling hillocks of fur, aliens which looked like a bizarre amalgam between a reptile and an ant, the entities that had assailed Cascadia, 7-eyed grotesque monstrosities where you couldn't discern where the flesh terminated and their cybernetics commenced. There were sketches of non-sentient alien life forms too, rounded little rodent-like creatures which were somewhat endearing if one didn't gaze upon their visages, scurrying ceiling dwellers that appeared to combine the finest attributes of a squirrel and a centipede, loping canine-esque beings, which one abductee adamantly insisted had evolved to graze upon mobile shrubbery. A feline, a perfectly ordinary house cat sitting prim, sleek and disdainful amidst a menagerie of hexapodal, septipodal, decapodal, tentacled and limbless pets and fauna. One abductee even claimed the existence of authentic dragons out there, though everyone was a tad too skeptical to include that particular one in the folio. Barring the non-sentient creatures, they shared a common trait. When compared to the human figure sketched on the same page, they all appeared tall, or at the very least, slender and delicately built. The speculation among the abductees was that humanity's relatively diminutive stature was due to growing up on a high-gravity planet, naturally resulting in a small and sturdy physique. There were illustrations depicting alien technology, variations on the theme of a rifle, which the abductees referred to as kinetic pulse guns, appeared melted and useless until sketched in the hands of various races, at which point, while still recognizably the same object, they had deformed and reshaped appropriately for each one. A note at the bottom of that page read, "We aren't in their database." There were alien starships of varying designs, ranging from sleek and aesthetic to square and functional, accompanied by sketchy but technical descriptions detailing their roles and capacities, along with provisional names. On the next page, a light police gunboat was included for scale, positioned alongside an orbit-to-ground military dropship, a boxy construct primarily composed of steel, engines, and arcane equipment tentatively identified as inertial compensation. This dropship then served as a scale reference for a light transport vehicle, which in turn provided a scale for the heavy bulk transport, a narrow spine flanked by 10 immense boxy cargo bays, each large enough to accommodate several shipping containers. Subsequently, that heavy bulk transport offered a scale reference for the observatory. Those who had visited it claimed it orbited Saturn, perpetually obscured from Earth's direct sight. They remarked on the module at the end of an arm that its creators had thoughtfully appended to provide human guests an environment with Earth's surface gravity and atmosphere. They noted that the station itself possessed only point defense armaments to defend against the threat of hunter raids, and no other military hardware whatsoever. It had its own FTL jump propulsion, which enabled it to instantly transit to the location of an appropriate beacon, though the beacon itself had to be transported by another vessel at conventional FTL velocities. They had taken the time to photocopy a few copies in one town, and now all they needed to do to verify whether an abductee was genuine or not was hand over the booklet. It was unsettling to look back at the long line of vehicles, including cars, trucks, campers, and even the occasional semi-truck that they'd acquired, and understand that, by the evidence of it, All these people truly had been taken by extraterrestrial beings. Their accounts all aligned with the same seamless authenticity as if the same number of people had all vacationed in London. There was simply too much for even this many to have experienced it all collectively, and everyone contributed something novel, yet the core details were all identical. She wasn't entirely clear on the aim of their little journey. It just seemed to be snowballing into this quest to personally meet every single individual in the USA who claimed to be an abductee and to gather as much detail as possible, and it swept them along as it progressed. Only a small number so far hadn't promptly packed a suitcase, grabbed their car keys, made a few calls, and put their lives on temporary hold. She wondered where it would end. It had been an eventful and hectic month. A brand new facility was being constructed, situated roughly halfway between Cascadia and Calgary, nestled among the trees of a previously overlooked small town named Pinewood Vale. All of the alien specimens retrieved from Glacier. Coliseum had been transported there in a heavily guarded military convoy as soon as there was a cold storage unit for the bodies and enough crates to hold the technology. The plumbing hadn't even been functioning properly on base when General Martin Tremblay first arrived at Pinewood Vale, and he'd been preoccupied the entire journey by what had nearly escalated into a disagreement with Stefan the night before his departure regarding the abrupt life change. It wasn't an extreme long-distance situation, but it did imply that they wouldn't be able to spend every evening together. Stefan hadn't taken that well initially, but he'd been with Martin long enough to maintain composure and work through it rationally rather than throwing a tantrum and storming off. Now, Tremblay took a deep breath and looked around the bare plaster walls of his unfinished office. For lack of something better to do, while an IT technician worked on getting his desktop connected to the base network. The whole situation was an exercise in putting together a functional facility as swiftly as possible. Scientists had to excuse and apologize their way past workers on ladders installing the lighting or wiring the computer network in a building where they hadn't even finished pouring the concrete on the third floor. Meetings with the physicists became meetings with the architects and builders, became meetings with his superiors, became a phone call to the Minister of Defense and the Prime Minister, became a sandwich and coffee with Bartlett as he received an update on NASA's ongoing mission to investigate the alien station around Saturn, became a meeting with the plumbers, became, and so on. It was nice to have a moment of calm and quiet, even if that moment did involve waiting awkwardly for someone to finish installing some programs he could probably have installed himself. A knock sounded at the door. Captain Claude Nadeau, one of the physicists, offered a salute. "Sir, we've encountered a new development regarding the alien weaponry, and we'd like to give a demonstration," he stated. Farewell to tranquil instants. Tremblay arose and accompanied him, maneuvering amid stepladders, toolboxes, cables, and industrious laborers toward the firing range, which, being the most rudimentary chamber within the entire edifice, had been completed long ago. At one end hung the carcass of a pig, while some technicians tinkered around both an extraterrestrial weapon and beside it an intricate array of wires, components, and pieces that appeared so experimental it seemed liable to burst into flames. "Okay, why the pig?" he asked. "Swine serve as an apt human parallel," Nadeau elucidated. "Their physical makeup and density bear a notable resemblance to our own." "Okay," Tremblay gestured for him to continue. "All right. Well, extraterrestrial weapon. You're already familiar with these, but we have one here for illustrative purposes. If we discharge it," he turned and called out, "Is the range clear?" "Clear." Nadeau gave a nod, then tapped something on the laptop that was connected to the gun. It fired with its trademark thwomp sound, and the pig jolted on its chain as if struck. Tremblay had witnessed it previously, and it remained just as unimpressive this time around. "Okay," he repeated. "It's time we test the prototype," Nadeau remarked, visibly satisfied with their progress. He redirected his attention to the laptop once more. "Proto?" "The womb!" A mixture of liquefied meat and crimson, moist bone fragments splashed across the banked sand against the back wall of the range. A popping and sizzling sound emanated from the box of electronics, prompting one of the technicians to quickly aim a CO2 fire extinguisher at it. Nadeau wore a broad, mischievous smile. "Greater capability," he declared, echoing a classic television show. "That's remarkable. All right, so we're aware those entities can become potent enough to eliminate us then," Tremblay uttered and cleared his throat. Nadeau grew somewhat more solemn. "Well, yes," he admitted, "but there are a few obstacles. That rack over there," he gestured towards a van-sized structure against one wall, which was connected to a generator in the corner and linked to the prototype weapon via a thick black cable, "is a massive array of supercapacitors. We're still working on reverse engineering the alien capacitors from the gun we disassembled, and we believe those are likely to be significantly more efficient per kilogram than ours. But even if we manage to figure out the capacitors, that's only part of the challenge." "Not enough power to feed them?" Tremblay asked. "That's the other issue indeed. Despite our efforts, we've barely scratched the surface in comprehending the inner workings of the generators within these firearms. We've constructed what we believe to be precise replicas, yet when we attempt to activate them, they either remain inert, melt down, or detonate. Once we've unraveled that mystery..." The captain shrugged his shoulders. "However, at present, it requires us around half an hour utilizing that device over there." He gestured toward the generator situated in the corner. "To build up sufficient charge for a pulse potent enough to inflict harm, we were compelled to charge it throughout the night in preparation for this demonstration." "Subjecting me to that level of voltage continuously would prove fatal," Tremblay remarked. "And that's the third issue. They consume an immense amount of energy. Firing that level of power through a Gauss cannon would prove far more lethal. And this is a weapon, sir, so we must presume that from the aliens' perspective, these devices offer some benefit that outweighs their shortcomings." "What might those be?" "Well, zero recoil to begin with," Nadeau enumerated on his fingers. "Literally none whatsoever, which if these things are as feeble as the biologists surmise, is likely a tremendous advantage. And I suppose with no barrel to accelerate a physical projectile, the gun can reconfigure itself for any anatomy without needing to accommodate a long, straight component with a mechanism at the end. Solid-state electronics can be much more adaptable. Low maintenance, too. It cannot jam because there are no moving parts. And if your generators can extract immense amounts of power from rainbows, and wishes like these alien ones seem to, you've got unlimited ammunition as well. However, in our current context, they hold little to no value," Tremblay summed up for him. "Not at all. The potential uses of an electrostatic force field generator are immense, both for military purposes and civilian applications. Disregard the capacitors, generators, and nanoelectronics for now." Nadeau gestured towards the prototype. "And make no mistake, sir, that entire projector is our own work. There's not a single alien component in the whole thing, so we've unlocked the secret of the pulse emitters. The capacitors and generators will be next in line soon enough." The two men glanced upwards and tilted their heads slightly as the loudspeaker summoned General Tremblay to his workplace. As he turned to depart, he patted Nadeau's arm in a friendly gesture. "Excellent job, Captain. This is the most encouraging update I've received since we initiated the planning for this facility. Please continue to keep me informed." "Will do, sir." It had been an eventful and frustrating month, and Tarnock was once more cursing his own sense of integrity. He doubted any of the other counselors had even heard of Niccolò di Bernardo de Machiavelli, let alone read his works. But truthfully, it didn't matter. Whether your species were slender, 10-limbed grazers, compact bundles of raw predatory power, or many-legged shaggy hillocks who communicated partly via bioluminescence, the universal constant appeared to be politics. Tarnock was not well suited for the role of a politician. He possessed an overly honest and forthright demeanor. Certainly, the constituents adored him, and as long as he kept garnering votes, his party was content to overlook the inconvenient manner in which he persisted in conveying the straightforward truth to the camera lens. However, winning public opinion amounted to much less than half the job. At the debating table, straight-talking honesty simply meant that one was following an easily intercepted, easily interfered with trajectory, and one's position required an overwhelming momentum of truth, morality, and, above all else, vacuousness if it was to succeed. Few politicians were willing to commit to a policy that actually achieved something, on the grounds that if it was capable of doing so, then it was also capable of a spectacular backfire. But the VISC-TK Dominion had joined the newly formed Interspecies Committee on Dangerous Lifeforms, and being both a member of the Dominion Security Council and its undisputed authority on humanity, Tarnock had been assigned there. It was gratifying that the Dominion was taking the committee seriously at least, because the other major galactic powers, another Dominion, 4 kingdoms, 7 republics, 2 federations, 2 empires, 1 patriarchy, and 1 matriarchy, each representing 1 gender of the same species, a coalition, an alliance, and the Guild of Free Spacers, all appeared to have used it as a dumping ground for their most evasive, convoluted, and obstructive delegates. Nevertheless, he was an exception at that table in having a steadfast and constant ally in Councillor Vedreg Negnyug, a longtime and faithful friend, and a rather more astute strategist than Tarnock. They formed a good cop, bad cop duo at the table, with Tarnock playing the outspoken, blunt bad cop who confronted the committee with proposals that held genuine substance, and Vedreg playing the good cop who coaxed, appeased, and eloquently persuaded them to agree to what they had, moments before, been firmly opposed to on principle. It was a potent combination, but a slow process, and Tarnock was relieved when the mediator program declared the day's deliberations concluded. His head felt heated and densely packed from too many prolonged hours, listening to too many insufferable bores, repeat too many variations of the exact same stance, which he could have summarized in a single word had he desired. Caution. "Pardon me, Counselor?" inquired one of the station's custodial drones, imbued with a rudimentary AI that would perpetually lack true autonomous cognition, yet had cultivated an unwavering, inoffensive courtesy. Tarnock stirred at the prompt and lifted his gaze. He had evidently drifted off and now found himself solitary in the conference chamber, apart from the custodial automatons. "Apologies, where have my assistants wandered off to?" "They concluded that you wished for a period of solitude, Counselor. Would you like me to call them in?" "No," he rose and stretched, rolling his elongated neck for which both species of the Dominion were renowned, savoring the sensation as the flexible bone sheath guarding his spinal cord was massaged by the gentle movement. It took a while. Then he inquired of the drone, which was manipulating a kinetic field across the carpet beneath the table, gathering fallen debris, shed fur, and skin particles. "Does this station have an observation deck?" "It does, Counselor, although Counselor Vedreg Negnyug has raised that question with his personal suggestion that you may favor the biodeck instead." "The biodeck?" Tarnock echoed, unfamiliar with that term. The Counselor appended it as an addition to his private quarters. "Entry is restricted solely to you and him. Would you like me to set the lift to transport you there? I'm aware that there will be newly picked CQCQ foliage." "Yes, please." The elevator took a full minute to traverse the entire length of the station from the meeting room to the VIP residential ring. But when he emerged from it, Tarnock's impatience dissipated. It was breathtaking. Vedreg must have expended an immense sum of money in having this structure annexed to his apartments. Even now, at the pinnacle of an enduring interstellar civilization that had persisted for nearly 1,000 standard cycles, 500 years, space was scarce aboard stations, and thus costly. Nonetheless, Vedreg had procured a substantial expanse and transformed it into a garden here in space, with a geodesic dome that offered a marvelous vista of the stars and channeled simulated sunlight into each of the simulated biomes. The containment fields that prevented the air and temperature from intermingling between each one were scarcely visible crimson sheets of iridescence in the atmosphere, and behind them was a modest patch of soil teeming with plant life from several major worlds. Tarnock wandered, entranced, past a Nurugvugundrugev Drevegnagnugnum reef, originating from Vedreg's very own homeworld. The name translated literally to place where all life is welcomed and thrives together, harmoniously. Some of the plants glowed at him as he strolled by, turning to capture a fraction of his body warmth. Elsewhere he observed a sandy Cortan biome, replete with sand stickles and triproot tended by tiny, tumbling rock skidders. Tarnock paused to admire a lush frond of CQQ from his native world and was contemplating leaning past the containment field to sample some of its rich foliage when his gaze fell upon the centerpiece of the biodeck. As he neared the more prominent and conspicuous field, faint cautionary indicators materialized holographically along its upper and lower edges, alerting that it was configured to be impenetrable and that the surroundings beyond harbored biohazardous atmospheric pollutants, perilous airborne irritants, and venomous wildlife. He instantly recognized what stood in the center: 3 young trees, an oak, an apple, and a cherry tree, the latter currently in full lush pink bloom. Surrounding their bases, being tended by an assortment of small gardener drones, was a bed of flowers. His implants provided the relevant information as he studied them: pansies, hellebore, lilac, pushkinia, and more. Golden and white fish lazily mouthed in a lenticular pond to one side, while bees hummed back and forth from a hive opposite. "You'd likely find the centerpiece most captivating," Vedreg remarked, causing Tarnock to start slightly. His companion had been present the entire time, seated upon a bench designed for his kind, seemingly taking in the very same vista. "Exquisite," Tarnock uttered in awe. "Yet how does it come to exist here? Earth is a safeguarded realm and classified as a Class 12. How could you have possibly obtained these rare specimens?" "Riches and power," Vedreg stated, and his bioluminescent flank shifted to a shade of regretful brown. "An in-depth understanding of the intricacies of galactic legislation, and naturally, the fact that 3 of the most effective antibiotics the Vrelax have unveiled over the past 50 cycles originated from specimens gathered on Earth." "I don't follow you," Tarnock told him. "The regulations only pertain to samples directly gathered from Earth. As these are cultivars or seeds from specimens collected on Earth prior to the quarantine taking effect, they are, legally speaking, exempt from it. I assure you, every single one is entirely legal to possess." Smug bands of red and blue stippled down him. A counselor cannot be found in possession of contraband, after all. Ensuring that these specimens would not be considered contraband was, how do they put it, child's play. "Aren't they dangerous?" Tarnock asked. "Sterilized to a great extent, though the necessary mycorrhizal fungi in their roots would prove to be extremely persistent should it escape into another of these biomes, not to mention lethal for the unfortunate flora it infected. The pollens, however, would have us both in severe anaphylactic shock very rapidly indeed should the field fail. Securing against that scenario was extremely costly indeed." Green swept back his flank, the equivalent of a sniff. "From what I understand, even humans with their formidable immune systems can suffer quite severely from their effects. The warning about the venomous fauna is purely a legal requirement. While those bees could land you in the medical bay if they stung you, they won't, as a rule, since doing so is fatal to them as well." "Really?" "Oh, indeed. Astonishing beings. The endurance of the collective in one of the galaxy's most unforgiving, cutthroat settings through innate individual self-denial. Are you familiar with the works of Richard Dawkins?" "I have not. No," Tarnock replied, perceiving the constant, gentle radiance of violet luminescence that signified Vedreg's esteem and regard, though whether directed towards the writer or the insect remained ambiguous. "I reckon solely a human would have been able to grasp the ideas he did. He termed it The Selfish Gene. Superb book. It elucidates that evolution's process is intrinsically self-centered from the allele's viewpoint. Though no biologist myself, I comprehend much more of their discourse after perusing it." "If it's so selfish, why aren't all realms like that?" Tarnock queried, gesturing with one of his uppermost, lengthier limbs towards the Terran terrarium. "Because on most worlds, the optimal selfish survival strategy for your average gene is to not disrupt the balance. Life enters a reciprocal, interconnected harmony and persists there, evolving only gradually, if at all. But life on Earth has too many factors outside of the food chain stirring things up. Asteroid impacts, storms, intense seasons, climate shifts, tectonic activity. Delicate webs of interdependent species would collapse entirely down there in short order, The first time a major eruption increased the particulate matter in the atmosphere. Only the aggressive endure. He glowed yellowish-green, stippled with blue, white, and bands of darkness. A complex emotional blend of respect, admiration, intimidation, and sadness. Little surprise, the human race grapples mightily to stay harmonized and attuned with the natural world, he remarked. Their entire genetic legacy has favored survival solely for those who relentlessly capitalized on each opening for progression. Are you always this melancholy, Vedreg? Tarnok asked. Only when I have received terrible news, old friend. What news? Our governing authority is assuming control of the situation and readying itself to strictly implement the quarantine surrounding Earth. Tarnok remained motionless, contemplating this. At length he inquired with care, might you clarify the meaning of extreme prejudice? Vedreg's strips displayed no hue whatsoever, not even a neutral shade, an indication of profound grief and remorse. He passed an info pad over. At present, a contingent of military vessels is making its way toward the Sol system, their mission being the deployment of an experimental apparatus. A weapon? Tarnok uttered in disbelief, his eyes widening. He promptly commenced examining the files as Vedreg responded. Thankfully, no. Though prone to panic like a herd of beasts, my people are not genocidal. No, this device will merely establish a containment barrier encircling the entire system. Fueled by a small portion of Sol's own radiation, it will endure for several million cycles. His sides flashed a streak of dark, irate crimson for just an instant, before shifting to blue, bitter amusement. No, we are not genocidal, but it appears we are content apartidists. For the mere offense of evolving on the wrong planet, the Guvnaragnaguvendrugun Confederacy has condemned the species Homo sapiens to indefinite imprisonment. Effective when? Vedreg exhaled deeply, a rare emotional expression permitted to his kind. Effective, my dear Tarnok, as of 20 minutes ago. All of them? Well, we haven't had sufficient opportunity to tally every single one, sir, but yes, it appears to be the case. Well, what does it mean? Major Bartlett's face twisted into the evident distress of someone utterly bewildered. All the stars in the heavens abruptly dimming by 8%? The sole possibility that comes to mind to account for that, sir, fills me with dread. General Tremblay let out a sound of impatience. In that case, conduct yourself as a proper soldier and provide me with a briefing. Each soldier in the room instantly straightened into the disciplined stance instilled during basic training. The general fostered a casual atmosphere, yet his mild reproach held immense gravity coming from such an easygoing leader. Sir, the sole situation I can envision that would account for a consistent dimming in brightness from our vantage point of every celestial body in the heavens would be if we had become enveloped in a nearly translucent enclosure of some sort, sir, Bartlett stated. We meaning the entire world, sir, perhaps even the whole solar system. It hinges on if the farther planets have experienced a comparable decline. Ascertain the details, Tremblay instructed, and Bartlett pivoted swiftly with a respectful salute before hurrying to carry out the order. Summon Nadeau and whoever he deems the foremost authority on these electrostatic phenomena within his team, and fetch me the defense minister. He's already on the line, sir. He called you. About this? Yes, General. How in the fuck did he find out? Tremblay demanded. Apparently it's all over the news, sir. The abductees sat quietly, tuning into the radio broadcast for several hours. It appeared that others were doing much the same. For those brief moments, an event captured the undivided attention of the entire human race for the very first time. Humanity put aside its conflicts and divisions. Prejudices were suspended, wars ground to a halt. Around the world, people congregated around radios, televisions, and any device with internet connectivity as the global media meticulously sorted, processed, and distilled the facts from the conjecture. There was much more of the latter than of the former. Those same inquiries traveled around the world, gathering just a bit more intensity and fervor with each reiteration until, even if the individual people may not voice the word audibly, The communication networks of an entire planet resonated with one collective, indignant call. Why? Just a small number of individuals across the entire planet were privy to the solution to that inquiry. The majority believed they stood alone, keeping the answer concealed within themselves. A handful were members of a caravan that had temporarily halted at a campsite in Wyoming. In the city of San Diego, an individual retrieved a sleek smartphone from the pocket of his stylish, well-fitted suit and, through the utilization of a cutting-edge application, set into motion a long-established contingency strategy. The galaxy's fascination with the Sol system reached a fever pitch with the revelation of the enclosure. Official footage disseminated by the quarantine fleet depicted the experimental containment generator being established. It was an alarmingly modest and unassuming little structure. A metallic sphere barely larger than the average being, 3 or 4 meters in diameter, with an utterly featureless, mirrored exterior. It was guided into position by the tractor beams aboard a Confederate Corvette, inserted into a smooth orbit between the 7th and 8th planets of the Sol system, well within the outer cometary halo, and then, without pomp or ceremony, was activated. The sole indication that this event had transpired emerged as a handful of ethereal wisps of turquoise radiance, as the solar wind and energy emission momentarily clashed with the field perimeter, until they attained a steady equilibrium. Solely scientific instrumentation could discern that the luminosity and reflectivity of every entity beyond the field's edge were diminished by a modest degree. Aboard the observatory, which had utilized its jump drive to reposition itself in orbit around Neptune, one Krktenka Oktenziktk, counselor for the Vizkatka domain, delivered a concise yet impassioned speech vehemently condemning what he proclaimed as an injustice against a young and vibrant species, unjustly and unlawfully sentenced without trial to indefinite confinement for the mere transgression of existing as they are. His statement did not go unchallenged. Quite the contrary, demonstrations flared up throughout the galaxy, and the interstellar communications network was inundated with messages, videos, sensory logs, and essays denouncing the decision. But a significant portion of the traffic highlighted that if the stalkers had been similarly quarantined upon their initial encounter, their grisly and appalling meat slave incursions and operations would never have transpired. These messages underscored that here, too, was a species that consumed the flesh of even quite intelligent fauna species native to their homeworld, whose past was one of unceasing conflict, and whose physical resilience and proficiency in the realm of violence would render them utterly unstoppable should they prove to be antagonistic. Footage circulated of a lone, unarmored human slaying Volza with nothing but a fusion scythe, authenticated by reports from troopers who had witnessed the event firsthand. An expert witness, a Vrilax researcher with a particular interest in human biology, declared that the human in that footage exhibited clear signs of malnourishment, lack of exercise, and fatigue, indicating that they were operating considerably below peak efficiency. The same witness produced reports on a family of Bzkitk who had required stasis at a Class 10 experimental hospital for more than a standard cycle before they were finally able to be cured of the diseases that they had contracted from only a few seconds' contact with one escaped human specimen, and that these disease specimens had necessitated immediate destruction, lest they fall into the wrong hands and be utilized to engineer a viral superweapon. One brief video depicted a human accidentally breaking a being's medial spine with a single hearty slap. The contextual information revealed that the crippling gesture had been intended as a friendly one. Countering these damning accounts came footage from elsewhere in the galaxy. A human sacrificing her life to vent a hazardous materials, spill into space and save the station she was aboard, and its thousands of inhabitants, wading through radiation that would have instantly fried the nervous system of any other being. Footage of a human calmly restraining a struggling Vigork alpha male in Must who had tried to enter a creche. The survivor account of one young Quamboro who asserted that a human had carried her on his shoulders for 3 local days across the tundra of the planet Vichembrits, delivering her nearly 120 kilometers to a hospital after the passenger transport they had been on had crashed, before guiding rescue workers back to the crash site. A Gauian matriarch who passionately attributed her survival and liberty to a human. Commentators from diverse races batted these details and narratives to and fro, orbiting but never quite reaching a verdict on whether the enclosure had been an ill-advised move. Meanwhile, in the backdrop, sundry administrations discreetly aligned themselves with the Guvnurugna Guvendrugan Confederacy and commended them for their prescient action. Pondering in his quarters on the observatory, Tarnock received a communiqué. He perused it thrice. He was still contemplating its ramifications when a second message arrived. This one he read but once. Then, cybernetic handshaking, he tendered his resignation. Terry had programmed her phone to play Will Smith's Men in Black whenever her enigmatic employer contacted her. It had appeared fitting, considering the nature of the work. Now, as some of the nearby abductees gave her an odd glance, she mildly regretted it. They had heard that tune on the radio quite frequently lately. She walked away from the group a little way and answered, "It's a delight to hear from you. Tanya Bloom, Mr. Sylvester?" She enunciated the quotation marks around his alias with care. She wasn't one to be easily fooled, and moments like this presented an opportunity to demonstrate her discernment. "And from you, Miss Boone," Mr. Sylvester spoke in a curiously unaccented voice. Just a subtle hint of clipped British, just a slight touch of DC politician, just a faint trace of Hollywood star, a blend of anywhere in the English-speaking world. "I believe you'll comprehend if recent occurrences have left me keen to discover the progress of your commission. To tell the truth, it's become a bit more than I expected," Terry confessed. "I was hoping it would," Johnson stated, his confession delivered in a perfectly level and composed manner. "How so?" "I believe we've located every authentic abductee residing east of the Rocky Mountains," she conveyed. "Some form of pilgrimage appears to be transpiring, though its aim eludes me. They all seem to be echoing a unified narrative, yet the precise words escape my comprehension." "Very religious." "I'm Catholic." A silence fell, an unnatural hush. Terry noticed she could no longer make out the sounds of Mr. Sylvester's breathing, chuckling, or whatever he might have been engaged in. She very nearly started when he spoke up once more. "Miss Boone, I believe I regard your task concerning locating the abductees as having been adequately fulfilled. Should you wish to entrust the contact information I supplied you with to whoever appears to be overseeing matters, I have another circumstance in San Diego that necessitates your involvement. Also leave behind the credit card I furnished you with them." "You don't want to meet them?" Terry asked. "I had a feeling they would act this way," her client elucidated. "Their pilgrimage was merely awaiting the right catalyst, and all they required was someone to initiate it. Should you convey to them that their destination is a town named Pinewood Vale, located in British Columbia, then I believe they will possess all the information we need." Terry gave a nonchalant shrug. "It's your call. You're the one holding the purse strings," she remarked, mentally registering his use of we instead of they. "It's consistently a delight collaborating with someone as proficient as yourself, Miss Boone. Kindly reach out once you've returned to San Diego and had an evening to recuperate." "Hold on. Am I meant to hand over the credit card yet still return? How will I cover the costs of fuel and lodging along the way?" "Seeing as your assignment is now finished," Johnson remarked, "you'll notice your account has been suitably replenished. There's an additional sum included to cover any travel costs. I presume you possess the necessary payment cards?" "Well, yes, but—" "Excellent. It would be preferable if you could descend, Miss Boone. While time may not be of the utmost urgency, the sooner you arrive, the better we can sustain our forward progress." "I'll see you ASAP then," Terry said. "Bon voyage, Miss Boone." Johnson ended the call. Terry gazed at her phone for a moment, then utilized the campground's Wi-Fi connection to access her bank account. It was the initial time she had ever glimpsed a six-figure sum preceding the decimal point, and such an impressively substantial six-figure amount, too. Casting her gaze skyward, her thoughts wandered. The happenings above remained an enigma. Terry despised mysteries, and she could discern that the solution was somehow intertwined with the abductees. Could wealth truly hold such significance now that cosmic powers had seemingly turned their attention towards Earth? However, the world had not truly ended after all, and considering that, it appeared likely that it would persist in not ending. Mr. Sylvester's subsequent endeavor was evidently crucial enough to depart the initial one unattended, and if he had compensated so generously for the first, well, a prudent, economical woman could indulge her inquisitiveness to her heart's content with that sort of financial means, judiciously invested. Perfection was a prosperous Class 3 planet that had been granted autonomy from, and safeguarding by, the 4 species whose domains overlapped the expanse of space surrounding it. Initially, it had merely been neutral territory, but the Perfection System's platinum-rich asteroid belt and the verdant ecology of the planet Perfection itself had both contributed to rendering it affluent. Interstellar trade conglomerates had taken an interest, and the system was now, after several consecutive 100 cycles of expansion, a flourishing commercial and industrial nexus, the most densely populated planet for a considerable distance in any direction. The capital city of the system, Idil, had long failed to live up to its name. Admittedly, from afar its gleaming skyscrapers, spun from glass and ultra-strong steel that glowed in the sunset, were breathtaking, and the wealthy denizens who could afford to reside in those sun-catching buildings lived in the height of luxury. Yet Idil was as infamous for its decaying avenues and impoverished districts as for its dazzling affluence, and that sordid underside of perfection was where Tarnock was headed. Given that his resignation was still reverberating across the news channels as another episode in the unfolding saga concerning Earth and the humans, he had opted, rather than taking a public or diplomatic shuttle, to splurge on acquiring a new ship of his own. It had required a bit of expenditure on such short notice, but he had procured an expensive Star Runner that was little more than a berth, ablution cubicle, and control seat affixed to the front of an immense domain fusion plant, and the latest model of Vrylak's black box FTL engine. It was incomprehensibly swift, and about as secure as space travel could get. It could simply outpace any interception. Flash starships in most areas of the Idil sprawl were prime targets for theft, but not where he was headed. There was one particular block, he knew, where even the costliest and rarest collector's item ship could land and remain completely secure, because the kind of beings who parked there had a formidable reputation. He took full advantage of that reputation, donning a full-length black coat with a privacy field generator in the hood. The most any witness could possibly report would be that they had seen a rut-k-k-k-patch. Those observers would all be aware of his destination. None would divulge it. He crossed paths with a likewise concealed figure, and they traded anonymous gestures of acknowledgement, then went their separate ways. The contact adhered to a meticulously precise schedule. The being Tarnock encountered was a Vrylak. This specific Vrylak was seated courteously behind a simple computer terminal, offering a somewhat disingenuous greeting as Tarnock made his entrance. "You are punctual. I like that in a new client," she said. "I wish I were a fresh client, Vacno," Tarnock remarked. Lowering his hood, he deactivated the privacy field. For a fleeting instant, her poise faltered, and he permitted himself a brief, private sense of accomplishment. "Officer Aktinzikit K, I did not anticipate engaging in transactions with you once more." Tarnock permitted a restrained grin. "We didn't engage in any dealings, Vacno. I apprehended you," he stated. He relished the manner in which she flinched as he pierced her with her authentic name. "Might I inquire how you were able to locate me?" Vano queried, gesturing with her delicate hand through the control interface, dimming her computer's display. "It would." The Vrylak descended from her seat, and a concealed entryway, blending flawlessly into the wall, slid open, unveiling a rather more inviting set of chambers tucked behind the office. "It seems I've yet to learn not to underrate you," she remarked. "I invite you in." "Your schedule?" Tarnock asked, joining her. "Stand by. When the most infamous counselor of the cosmos enters my chamber, I grant him my utmost and most distinguished consideration," she responded, a tad too fluidly for Tarnock's taste. "Have you come to apprehend me once more? Are you trying to smuggle virus programs onto my station again?" "You can plainly see that I am not." "In that scenario, you'd fall outside my authority, even if I were still part of a station security team," Tarnock remarked, waving a hand. "Honestly, just between you and me, and given that the matter is long resolved and you served your sentence, what real impact would those actions have had?" Vakno adopted an expression of wistful regret. Ah, they would have procured for me the access codes to the private communicator of a Zarks actress who was staying on your station shortly after my visit. I had grounds to suspect it contained compromising recordings of her indulging her mating desires in the company of a group of Quen siblings. Valuable data, as I'm certain you can envision. Is it any surprise the galaxy views Vrilax as ethically compromised? Tarnock remarked. No, I don't have time for that. Please, let's proceed with the matter at hand. I presume you didn't come here merely to recall old memories? Tarnock agreed and sat down. Humans, he said. Ah, yes, naturally. What other topic would pique your curiosity at this moment? I want to know how many of them the Directorate abducted. Vakno emitted the Vrilax approximation of a derisive, disingenuous chuckle. You believe I possess access to such classified data. Your wit appears to have sharpened over the cycles, it would seem. The sole circumstance that results in a Vrilax's expulsion from the Directorate is direct action against the collective interests of the Vrilax species. I'm aware you possess access to that data, Tarnock countered. However, my sole inquiry pertains to the number of humans situated beyond the containment field. That appears innocuous enough, does it not? When it comes to humans, there is no such thing as benign, Counselor Aktenziketk. Whenever one of them has evaded our zoological teams or was freed by well-intentioned animal welfare officers, the outcomes have been unpredictable and concerning. Vakno displayed intense emotion, her gray skin flushing a distinct blue around the mandible. The Directorate's official stance regarding that species is, do not underestimate them. Solitary humans have altered the course of wars, infected entire cultures with strange new concepts, even sparked the emergence of whole new exotic technological fields. That only underscores the importance of closely monitoring those not confined to Earth, Tarnock remarked. What was that delightful phrase they used? Nonsense, Counselor. I cannot accept that the very entity who vociferously declared how this quarantine is an outrage and a, quote, infringement upon their liberties as a sentient species, end quote, has abruptly experienced a shift in perspective and now aims to assist us in upholding it. And if I could articulate that delightful phrase, I'd repeat it to you. The Directorate has no incentive if that barrier remains active. It's you who possess all that hard-won technology, all those offerings you're prepared to market to humanity once the opportunity arises. You have nothing to gain by upholding that isolation. Quite the contrary, that's a substantial investment rendered futile. Vakno dismissed that. Affordable? Why accept a modest loss when there's a profitable opportunity to seize? I acquire that information from you and, well, let's see where it takes us. As you mentioned, humans are unpredictable. Tarnock paused. Of course, being unpredictable could also mean that they might breach that barrier independently. If and when that were to occur, wouldn't it be more lucrative to be regarded as one of the species that advocated for and contributed to their liberation? I don't have that kind of authority, and you know it, Vakno snapped. No Vrilax does that, I'm aware. It's not how your kind operates, Tarnock concurred. However, if the Directorate lacks schemes to manipulate both factions and portray themselves favorably when they ultimately align with the victors, well, then you're not the pragmatist I know you to be, particularly you, Vakno, on a personal level. He leaned back and played his strongest card. Or I suppose I could let it be known that the contact couldn't assist me. A prolonged, cool silence ensued, after which Tarnock's personal implants confirmed the reception of a file transfer. For your information, Aktenziketk, I'll be informing the Directorate to modify our established protocol. You will? Ah, indeed. It appears we ought not to discount the allies of humanity as well. Please depart. Faster than light travel. Yes, General. Technically, a variant on the Alcubierre warp drive. Tremblay gazed vacantly at the report. A significant portion of it consisted of physicist terminology and complex mathematical formulas that were difficult to comprehend. Alcubierre, he uttered. Miguel Alcubierre Moya, a Mexican theoretical physicist, put forth his warp drive concepts in the year 1994. However, there exist certain complexities with it that have kept it confined to the realm of theory. Spare me, this is a variant on his design? Well, it wasn't ever formally a design per se, just the mathematical. Major. Bartlett halted momentarily, and the reprimand at last penetrated the mental fog that had enveloped him since the day he first acquired the extraterrestrial technology. Pardon me, sir. Essentially, that's correct. To put it simply, sir, it's rather like strolling on the moving walkway at an airport terminal. You may be walking at 5 kilometers per hour, but if the walkway itself is also moving at that speed in the same direction, then your overall travel speed becomes 10 kph, doesn't it? I'm acquainted with that occurrence, Tremblay remarked. Is that the function of this warp propulsion system? In a way, sir, Bartlett replied, his tone implying the analogy fell short, yet he persisted. The core idea revolves around dilating and compressing the space-time fabric enveloping the vessel. Certain technology within those alien pods that pierce the arena's ceiling contained the crucial insight. The key being? Well, they're so delicate. How on earth could they endure slamming through reinforced concrete at that velocity? We couldn't, and it appears humans are far hardier than those aliens were. At this juncture, Bartlett referred to his personal notes. The report states that the pods housed mechanisms which momentarily halted the passage of time within the field they generated, which brought us to faster-than-light propulsion in some manner, Tremblay concluded for him, scrutinizing the document before him. It mentions something about space and time being a unified concept here. Space-time indeed, and if you're able to halt time, you gain the capacity to extend space itself. And once space can be extended, you can stretch it such that your spacecraft traversing a walkway exceeds the speed of light. How much faster? Tremblay asked him. It relies on the amount of energy supplied, sir. Greater power yields higher velocity, Bartlett remarked. Providing precise figures would necessitate extensive testing and trials. I believe we can assume my approval for a functional warp drive, Bartlett. Thank you for your suggestion, sir, but I'm afraid it's not quite so straightforward. We cannot conduct the necessary tests here on Earth. If we wish to proceed with this endeavor, it will be imperative to transport it to the International Space Station. Why? For if we achieve only partial success, the resulting detonation would resemble that of a nuclear blast. Bartlett shook his head slightly. Moreover, one must bear in mind that we are experimenting with a faster-than-light propulsion system. Ample space is requisite merely to gauge the outcomes. Tremblay exhaled deeply. I suppose it was inevitable that we'd have to start divulging this information beyond NATO's confines. I'll reach out to the defense minister, allowing him and the prime minister to handle it. Were there any other startling revelations from those pods that I ought to be aware of? Not today, sir. Right, carry on, Major. Yes, sir. Bartlett departed, poring over his notes as he left. For the first time in several days, Tremblay abruptly found himself with a spare and tranquil moment. Deprived of anything to divert him from it, the weariness of the past few days struck him at full force, and he leaned back, rubbed his face, ran his hands back across his head, and stretched in his seat, resolving to take 10 hours to slumber tonight, rather than reading base reports in bed for a few hours. He must have drifted into slumber, for he awoke with a snort upon a crisp rapping at the door. Stealing a glimpse at the timepiece on the wall as he tidied himself and adjusted his attire, he uttered, "Enter." Tremblay had collaborated with Sergeant Ramsey, the installation's chief of perimeter security, for many years, and the sole factor preventing the two men from becoming close friends was the necessity of professionalism. However, they still engaged in poker games with a few other senior personnel every Sunday. During those games, they were simply Steve and Martin. At present, though, Ramsey rendered a crisp salute. I thought you'd want the buck passed on this one, sir. Tremblay suppressed the inclination to yawn. He had unwavering faith in Ramsey's discernment, and thus merely responded, All right, let it through. A sort of convoy, sir, has arrived. Around 30 civilian vehicles, cars, and vans. They're encamped on a field down in the town, but one of them brought this to the gate guards. He set a plastic binder down on the general's desk and stepped back, observing as Tremblay opened it up. After a brief, wide-eyed moment, Tremblay glanced up. "I want to talk to the man who delivered this." "Yes, sir. He's at the gatehouse. He said his name is Jenkins, sir." 4 years previously. A homeside victory was cherished by all, apart from the visitors. Despite being born in Birmingham and never having left England, speaking English more fluently than his supposed native tongue, with an accent as British as tea, and rainy days, Amir didn't feel like a tourist, but Pakistani folks backed the Pakistani cricket team, even if they shared his circumstances. "Amir!" While Amir was lost in thought, his closest pal Muhammad and the other friends had begun moving along a divergent path. "Are you joining us?" he inquired. Amir was aware of the likely response, yet he felt compelled to inquire nonetheless. Such was the established protocol. "To where?" he asked. "For a drink. Come on, bruv. We may as well have some fun tonight." Amir shook his head in disagreement. "You're aware that it's forbidden," he remarked. Their one recurring clash stemmed from the fact that Muhammad embraced Islam only when it suited him. The rest of the time, he was merely another carefree 19-year-old, intoxicated by life's pleasures and unconcerned about the repercussions. "We're all sinners, bruv," Muhammad told him amicably. Amir turned away. "I'll see you tomorrow," he called over his shoulder. At the very least, there were no catcalls or anything of that nature. They respected his religious beliefs to that extent, even if they didn't honor it sufficiently to practice it appropriately themselves. He simply wished his closest companion wouldn't utilize "we're all imperfect beings" as a justification. While that may have been factual, it didn't necessitate exploiting it. That simply didn't align with the essence of Islam. He wasn't one to sermonize, though. An imam he was not, lacking the know-how for such a role. His life consisted of his job delivering takeout meals, a council flat, and his faith. Most days that sufficed. From past experience, he was aware that the bus stops near the Edgbaston cricket ground would invariably be crowded after a one-day match. The walk didn't bother him. It was mid-July, and even the notoriously unpredictable British weather had chosen to offer a warm evening. Thus anonymous and solitary with his musings, he meandered through streets filled with Friday night revelers, just another brown visage amidst a multitude that spanned the entire spectrum of human hues, hunched over and with his fingers fidgeting at the edges of his pockets. Enveloped in a shroud of melancholy, he failed to notice the person he inadvertently collided with, their form as solid as stone. Fully aware that a Pakistani visage could potentially invite grave trouble from an ill-tempered inebriate in these times, he retreated a step back and had begun uttering his "sorry, mate," when he realized the other individual remained motionless, their backs still turned. Nobody else stirred either. Nothing moved at all. Traffic remained motionless as scenery on the street. The pavement was densely packed with warm, clothed human figures, enclosing him. He couldn't even push them aside to make his way through the crowd. He gazed at a young woman. She was in the midst of brushing her hair back to answer her phone, and it hung impossibly parallel to the ground. Even the light had an odd quality. He could have sworn it took his shadow a brief moment to respond when he moved. Thereafter, that shadowy form grew more distinct as the orange glow of the street lamps was overwhelmed by brightness. Gazing upward, he found his sight consumed by it. One man glanced around in bewilderment, rubbed his back, and resumed his conversation. The streets didn't even notice Tariq Delmar's absence. Tarnock was a wealthy being. A counselor of the domain earned a tidy sum from their position, not to mention the royalties from his biographical accounts, political sponsorships, and some astute investments. Nonetheless, between purchasing his ultra-fast ship and then having it expedited through a refit dry dock at a corporate free port, where the owners were amenable to signing an anonymity contract for an appropriate fee, well, his accounts were looking rather less robust than they had in quite some time. They would nonetheless rebound. He was, after all, a patron of one of the premier investment brokers in the industry, and the refurbishments had proven worthwhile. The compact life support pod, housing a bed, ablutions cubicle, and control console, had been detached from the hull, and in its stead, a somewhat larger and more lavish living quarters had been installed. Beneath that, a workshop replete with cutting-edge nanofactories and CAD/CAM tools, a dense and comprehensive automated laboratory that could also serve as a sickbay. And beyond that, the immense generator in the sealed compartment that housed the Vrilax black box drive. Mass held no significance for a Vrilax drive. Any vessel, regardless of size or tonnage, the sole factor that mattered was the amount of energy one could channel into that compact unit, and the colossal bulk of the fusion reactor, comprising the lion's share of the ship's dimensions and mass, was designed to power entire city districts. There was one final addition, an excursion chamber outfitted with all the gear he might require to remain secure on virtually any planet up to and including a Class 12. And it was essential. The initial destination on his itinerary was a Class 10, an unclaimed world. After all, who in their right mind would desire to claim a death world? With the uninspiring designation, main yellow, 2.5.67010209014121357 ice 8 Mars moments to 3 terrestrial temperate 10. Quite literally, nothing more than the type and location of the planet and of the star it orbited. He slumbered for most of the journey's duration. The drawback he was uncovering about his vessel was that, possessing as it did a staggering velocity, the travel times were scarcely lengthy enough for him to finish the in-flight checklist and obtain some repose. By the time his alarm roused him, he was already within the final 100 or so interstellar units of the final approach. There had barely been sufficient time for his neural implants to convert the slow-access digital data regarding his destination into functional organic memory. Yet they truly had. He grasped all the practical and beneficial knowledge regarding that realm, save for any potential lapses in the information, which enabled him to navigate its distinct upper atmospheric turbulence with seasoned dexterity, despite never before touching down without assistance from the surface. It was advantageous that the area corresponding to his intended destination was enjoying favorable weather conditions, and as anticipated, he detected a thermal signature within a brief proximity to the data that had been contained in Vacno's dossier. He surmised it prudent to touch down at a modest remove from it. He complied, bringing down a vessel that essentially consisted of a couple of modest chambers affixed to a highly oblate spheroid, posed a challenge in itself under MY210573TT10's gravitational pull, which was nearly 20% stronger than the galactic standard norm. Not as intense as Earth's, but sufficient to induce discomfort once he ventured outside of the ship's artificial gravity field. After landing, he carried out those few post-flight inspections that any conscientious pilot would attend to, and then withdrew to the excursion chamber. Donning the suitable harness took mere instants. The apparatus featured its own onboard gravity generator to counteract the local field, and the remainder was a biofiltering force field designed to prevent any undesirable elements from making contact with him. Time to meet the first human he had seen in the flesh for 3 years. Amir had anticipated a ramp. However, the entire chamber situated beneath the ship's equatorial ring descended to ground level, and a set of large and extremely sturdy doors opened, smoothly and noiselessly. He gripped his spear tightly. If it happened to be another of those gray-skinned fiends, it wouldn't comprehend the force that struck it. Instead, what emerged and squinted in the sunlight was a six-limbed creature fully twice his stature, upright atop an intricate pelvis. It raised both pairs of appendages in a gesture of peace and surrender, and with exaggerated caution, produced a piece of technology which it placed on the ground. The alien clicked at it, generating a sound not unlike a strip of cardboard in a bicycle's spokes. This was, seemingly, some form of language, for once it had finished clicking, the small device on the ground spoke in flawless, though unaccented, English. "I implore you, I would never wish to bring you any harm. There's no need for the spear, Mr. Bahmani." Amir nearly stumbled. It had been ages since he had heard any human speech whatsoever, much less his own name being uttered. "Shh." The utterance initially faltered. He could scarcely recall vocalizing anything beyond reciting the Adhan to summon himself to Salat 5 times daily, and the Raka'at. He had not articulated aught else in likely years. They had held significance. Solely his belief had sustained him over those times. He lacked any notion of Mecca's direction, thus had simply opted to face eastward on this world. He cleared his throat and tried again. You know English? This prompted a chattering noise from the creature's midsection, which he surmised was likely laughter, trailed by another volley of clicking and crackling sounds. I'm unable to articulate English, I must admit. However, my translator device can. You are indeed Tariq Delmar, correct? Yes, how do you know? The entity motioned in a manner he couldn't decipher. Its physical expressions were indecipherable. I spent a fair sum to acquire a transcript of your captor's files, it informed him. My designation is an indistinct noise akin to plastic pellets in a blender, though other humans have dubbed me Tarnok. Tarnok, like Star Trek? That's the jest, I believe, indeed, though it's also a reasonable approximation of the initial syllable of my appellation. Those who took me, you're not allied with them, are you? Amir gripped his spear tighter, and the being called Tarnok backed away slightly, raising 4 calming hands. No. I refuse to engage in abducting, vivisecting, or experimenting on sentient creatures. No, my purpose here is to present you with an opportunity to depart, should you desire. You'll escort me back home? A surge of optimism welled up within Amir, something he hadn't felt in quite some time. Earth, humans. He swiftly amended his thought process on that last part. People of Earth. If only I could, Tarnok told him, but Earth is, well, the focus of much scrutiny at present. He glanced around Amir's camp. Actually, I'll be forthright about it. The rest of the galaxy discovered your species and collectively became gripped with trepidation. Earth has been quarantined. They erected a force field encompassing the entire solar system, preventing anything from entering or exiting. I disagree with that decision. I have a plan, and it begins with locating every abductee I can and offering them the hope of a path home. He offered his hand, and Amir realized then that it was crafted from smooth plastic and metal rather than living flesh. Are you in? Tarnok inquired. Please, shake gently. It's not as troublesome if you damage the prosthetic instead of my actual hand, but they're a nuisance to mend. Bismillah, you have to ask? I want to go home. They shook hands. I'll give it my best effort, Tarnok assured him. The sight of a uniformed driver awaiting at the airport terminal, holding a placard bearing Tanya Bloom, was an unfamiliar experience for Terry. The chauffeur epitomized efficiency, deftly handling her luggage and courteously ushering her into the rear compartment of a sleek ebony Audi. Beside the luxurious automobile with its supple leather upholstery and an overall aura of opulence, her travel-worn denim, well-used leather jacket, and the faded chamois hoodie she had owned since a teenage skiing sojourn, which she wore beneath the jacket, appeared not merely unkempt, but positively squalid. As the chauffeur skillfully navigated through the freeway and midtown traffic amidst the comfortable silence of affluence, she entertained herself on her phone, en route to her apartment. She was taken aback when the chauffeur not only brought in her bags, but also insisted on declining a tip. After a brief discussion regarding the arrival time of the car to take her to Mr. Sylvester's office, she found herself alone, reconnecting with her long-neglected abode. Pushing open the windows wide, she ignited some fragrant candles to dispel the vacant aroma that had accumulated during the months of her absence, and then, in an action that would astonish anyone unfamiliar with her innermost self, she emptied the contents of all the drawers from the chest beside her bed and lifted it, unveiling a compact, slender box concealed underneath. From this, she took out a gadget of some sort and a USB drive, which she connected to her computer and ran some applications from, before dedicating close to 2 hours meticulously examining every corner and crevice of her residence with the device. Ultimately, and seemingly content, she returned both items to their container and reconstructed the hiding spot. After that, she initiated some additional programs. She devoted 30 minutes to alternating between typing and closely observing the screen. Having completed that task, she took a quick shower, brushed her hair, donned fresh attire and her familiar leather jacket, seized her handbag, and exited. She would have been utterly let down to discover that her search for listening devices had absolutely no chance of uncovering the ones that had been planted a month prior. Detecting them would have necessitated the use of a microscope, among other requirements. Nope, not organized at all. Calmly elucidating the details and guiding through the notebook, Caleb Rawlins allowed certain members of the biology and medical teams to scrutinize the unusual mark on his temple. Their discussion had progressed to encompass the political circumstances. To be honest, until a couple of years back, from a legal standpoint, we were all classified as non-sentient native species. It's a bureaucratic quagmire out there, let me tell you. Tremblay reviewed the notes once more. Largely, they contained observations regarding the governmental systems of numerous distinct species. The Dominion in particular was causing him concern. Does one hand not comprehend the actions of the other? Jenkins shrugged off a lab coat's protest to keep his head still. The left hand might be able to fill out a few forms. In triplicate, requesting a third-party committee consider adding a debate to their agenda on whether there are grounds to initiate the process of commissioning an independent review on what the right hand is up to, he sneered. It seems rather inefficient, one of the junior officers remarked. The Dominion would struggle to locate their posterior, even with their own appendages, without conducting multiple policy discussions and a formal decision, Jenkins responded curtly. It wasn't an outright rebuke, and certainly not directed at the officer, but there was undoubtedly a tinge of resentment in his tone as he uttered those words. The guidelines are clearly outlined in the manual. The contents of the manual are unsettling, Tremblay remarked, turning a page and raising an eyebrow quizzically. Roswell Greys? You can't be serious. That was more or less how I felt, Jenkins remarked. He wore a look of resignation as a scientist placed a ruler against his head and snapped a photograph. As per the information provided, the entity in question refers to itself as the Vrelax Directorate and is purportedly the principal force behind the phenomenon of alien abductions occurring on our planet. That's likely how they got the name Roswell Greys, I suppose, Jenkins remarked, but they're not as troublesome as some of the unsavory characters out there. With the Greys, at least you know what to expect, even if that means being closely scrutinized. Under a microscope still sounds pretty bad. Well, they're simply acting in their own interests, perhaps overly cautious, indifferent, and excessively pragmatic. At the very least, we can comprehend their thought processes. However, there exist entities out there that think in ways beyond my ability to even articulate. Akin to those entities that assailed Cascadia, I surmise, Tremblay remarked, turning to that section. The sketches were remarkably intricate. The biologists had gone into rapturous fits over them. The high-definition TV footage from the hockey match had proven beneficial, but the panicked and shell-shocked cameraman hadn't executed the finest job of focusing on them, and what had been delivered for necropsy had been thoroughly pulverized. A sketch was no replacement for having the actual specimen under the scalpel, of course, but the detailed renderings of the cybernetic interface between creature and firearm had resolved some lingering queries. Yeah, they scare me, but not for the right reasons, Jenkins said. The right reasons? It was Dr. Sung speaking, the counselor and psychologist at the base. Until then, he had remained quiet, simply observing from the corner the man who professed to have spent years roaming the galaxy. Look, those wretched creatures. You know how some view morality in black, white, and shades of gray? Well, the stalkers perceive it in purple, orange, and shades of plaid. They're infamous across the entire galaxy for not merely consuming the flesh of sentient beings, but seemingly favoring it over, say, raising livestock. That seems a valid reason to fear them, in my view. They're veritable space monsters, plain and simple. But that's not what frightens me about them. What does? Sung asked. You witnessed the events in Cascadia, Jenkins responded. Well, that was no isolated incident. I'm informing you, I personally overpowered 3 of those individuals using their own appendages, right after I forcibly detached said appendages. It wasn't even arduous, my friend. He shrugged in a helpless manner. The most terrifying nightmares across the cosmos, yet some ordinary bartender from an insignificant American town could physically tear them apart with their bare hands. All I was left with was a mere black eye. That prospect unsettles me deeply. Sung tilted his head slightly, an inquisitive expression on his face. Does having power make you uneasy? I didn't do anything to merit it, you understand? It's not as though one can simply declare, hey, I deserve that. We're like Kryptonians. We're Superman. And the most unfortunate aspect is we, the human race, correct? We never had Ma and Pa Kent to instruct us to be all about safeguarding people and all that sort of thing. Prior to Cascadia, every day the news was filled with the latest trending horrific act. He rose to his feet, lifting his arms and mimicking a comical impression of a TV host. It's time for Wheel of Impropriety, where we unveil which TV personality of the past engaged in inappropriate behavior with young girls. And after that, which reporter faced a grim fate for their beliefs today? Stay tuned to find out on the human condition. The instant of sarcastic excitement faded, and he slumped back down. Heck, it'd still be full if that situation persisted if we didn't have more pressing matters on our minds. And pretty soon we're going to revert to being strained with each other when it becomes apparent that, whatever we do, we're likely still years away from even setting out to the barrier and attempting to breach it. He exhaled deeply. That's the reason the stalkers frighten me. Even though they terrify the living daylights out of everything else, the stalkers never elicited a response of this magnitude, which implies that someone up above considers us to be more formidable than the stalkers, and I'm apprehensive that they may prove to be correct. You don't think very highly of people, do you? Tremblay commented. You're absolutely right, Jenkins declared. However, one could argue that individuals can be rather interesting, so we have that in our favor, he remarked with a slight sniff. Which is quite pleasant. Miss Boone, a pleasure to meet in the flesh at last. Terry didn't quite know what she had anticipated from Mr. Sylvester, precisely, and truthfully, he lived up to that absence of expectation. He was a dapper, attractive man of around 50 years, with a gray-flecked beard, gray-flecked hair, and gray-flecked eyes, donning a tailored charcoal suit and gray socks. The kind of gentleman she'd have gladly engaged with in a hotel bar if she was in the mood for a couple of nights with an older, wealthier companion, but no long-term entanglements. He also had that curiously accentless voice, too, that revealed nothing about where in the world he had originated. Nevertheless, she accepted his handshake, ready for, and indeed encountering, the firm, circulation-impeding grasp of someone accustomed to shaking hands professionally. She was instantly persuaded that, no matter his true identity, Mr. Sylvester was certainly not her actual client. If he proved not to be representing the genuine article, then she would have gladly consumed her cherished Chamonix sweatshirt. This suspicion didn't trouble her overmuch. With a substantial sum of money on display, the client could have reached out to her through rather unorthodox means, for all Terry was concerned. I've enjoyed the compensation, she remarked, concluding that indulging in the charade of courtesy could be disregarded. What is the new assignment? Johnson appeared unfazed by this direct approach and merely handed her a folder. She glanced through it, catching glimpses of names and faces, but not really studying them. However, one in particular caught her attention. Ah, I know who she is. Wasn't she the film student who disappeared from Cascadia just prior to the incident, a few days before it occurred? Mr. Sylvester offered a thin-lipped professional smile, the kind one gives when being paid considerably more to present such smiles than the recipient is paid to receive them. Xu Chang indeed. According to the information you obtained from the abductees, it appears probable that she too was abducted. The other individuals in that dossier seem to be comparable cases, predominantly from this nation, with a few others from various parts of the world. You want me to look around, try and find some more? Terry asked. You've got it right. That file should serve as a model for the kind of material we're seeking. Situations, elements shared among all those who were taken, and so forth. And for this you're offering me $1 million, Ms. Boone. Given the dramatic shift in circumstances lately, we're eager to have this resolved with the greatest promptness. Terry noted. Her sweatshirt was definitely safe. It's not often I voice this to the one holding the purse strings, she remarked cautiously. But why? It's widely accepted that the leading hypothesis for the darkening thus far involves some sort of barrier encircling our entire solar system. If these individuals are beyond that boundary, then what's the urgency in locating them? How beneficial is that knowledge? And if they're wrong, Miss Boone, are they? That's hardly relevant. Admittedly, that's not quite accurate. Even without some massive containment field restricting us, we lack the capability for faster-than-light travel or anything of that nature. So while I'm appreciative of clients who compensate generously, I do ponder why you're willing to invest so substantially in having this task completed promptly. And I'm concerned you'll persist in that manner, I must admit. Do you comprehend the task at hand? Terry exhaled deeply. I'll investigate missing persons reports that align with the characteristics of these seeming abductions and relay the pertinent information to you as I uncover it, for which my compensation will be $1 million, she stated. Certainly, it's invariably gratifying to engage in transactions with an individual of your caliber, Miss Boone. Sure, Terry replied. A pleasure. After she had departed, Johnson lingered for a brief moment before rising, unlocking the side entrance to his office, and proceeding through. Along one wall of that room, there resided a coffin-sized metal and glass enclosure, and the creature within, diminutive, unclothed, gray-skinned, with large eyes and a bulbous head, gazed out at him languidly from where it hovered in a gel-filled bath inside. She agreed, he said. Splendid. She possesses an ideal blend of intelligence and pragmatism, a truly exceptional discovery. Thank you, sir. She does, though, make a quite valid observation. Precisely what benefit will these details provide us? The more information we have about those present, the better I can aid the entity pursuing them. My intention was not to spend my remaining days on a perilous pre-warp world like this one, Johnson. I desire to return to my place of origin. The Vrelax approximated a grim semblance of a smile. I desire that barrier to be brought down. Maria Nazwiska was at a loss, unsure of how to process anything. She had grown accustomed to the notion of alien existence, grown accustomed to scavenging whatever meager scraps they deigned to toss her way. Her ribs and bones protruded visibly, her gums bled incessantly, and the sores stubbornly refused to heal. And then, just like that, the demeanor had shifted. One moment she was disregarded by indifferent beings who scarcely condescended to recognize her presence. Now they perceived her and traversed across the opposite side of the transitway. If she ventured into an eatery to solicit, previously she had been fortunate to receive scraps. Now she received as much as she could cram into herself while around her tables emptied, and the proprietor conducted itself in a manner that intimated that, if its species could perspire, and if that perspiration signified what it signified in humans, it would have been perspiring. She lacked sufficient time to comprehend the reason when the initial discernible utterance in months reached her ears. Maria? It was an extraterrestrial being, one of the tall, pale ones with an abundance of appendages, though those were typically amicable. Trailing behind it, him, stood a human, a genuine human. She was unconcerned that he appeared to be unfamiliar with the Polish language. She disregarded the stark contrast in their skin tones, for in that moment it sufficed merely to behold someone of the appropriate stature, with the proper number of limbs, eyes, digits. Tears streaming, she rushed into his embrace at full speed and clung to him tightly, heedless of the startled reactions from those nearby at the audible impact of their small frames colliding. He uttered soothing sounds somewhat clumsily while caressing her back. I think this one might be a bit fragile, Tarnock. She'll get better. She's going home. A truly remarkable individual, Dr. Sung remarked, after Jenkins had consented to undergo an fMRI scan and left accompanied by the medical staff and biologist. Tremblay let out a tense sound. It appears to be a severe instance of post-traumatic stress disorder, though I'm no authority on the matter. Sung possessed the characteristic dry wit found among psychologists worldwide. Well, offering my professional opinion, I concur with that assessment, he remarked. However, he's managing admirably, and his perspective holds merit. Don't tell me he's turned you into a misanthrope too. Confidentially? I think he's the opposite of a misanthrope. The impression I got is that he's the sort of man who's a bit too motivated by his compassion. But take a step back and ponder it for a moment. In my personal opinion, I believe his account, which means that he's more or less the sole man on Earth to have the opportunity of truly understanding what it's like out there. It seems only a handful of the rest ever received that translation implant, and none of them were out there for as long. Tremblay leaned against a table and folded his arms. Meaning? This implies he comprehends ET's thought processes. He possesses a slightly more detached viewpoint compared to the rest of us. Perhaps the reason behind his bitterness towards the species stems from his ability to perceive how they regard us. He offered an uneasy smile. It's notoriously challenging for individuals to acknowledge such matters. Indeed, self-deception carries immense sway, Tremblay remarked, pouring himself a cup of the coffee that had been brewing in the corner of the lab since their arrival. Sung leafed through the dossier the pilgrimage had compiled. That implies self-awareness holds great power as well, he remarked. Everyone has been pondering why an alien society would confine us, yet the solution becomes evident when viewed through Jenkins's lens. We've been placed under quarantine, and the sole purpose of quarantining something is due to its hazardous nature. Tremblay sipped his coffee and looked around the lab, pausing at a sample of alien bone that was affixed to a detailed report on its makeup, durability, density, and resilience, all dispiritingly subpar to the human standard, judging by a rundown of percentages that ran along one side of the page. I guess it's difficult to dispute that, he pondered. Pass me that notepad for a moment, would you? Sung complied, helping himself to the coffee as well, while the general leafed through the abductee handbook, accessed the lab's computer system, and reviewed the footage from Glacier Coliseum, frequently consulting the notepad. Something up, sir? He asked. Just looking at things from a military perspective. Tremblay grabbed a pen and lightly tapped the screen using the opposite end. Look at this, the manner in which they depart those pods. What about it? It lacks assertiveness, Tremblay remarked. When Sung raised a questioning brow and signaled for elaboration, he rose from his seat and set aside his coffee cup. All right, so when a combatant ventures into a perilous zone, teeming with identified dangers, their movements would resemble this. Mimicking the grip of a firearm, he surged ahead, an imaginary weapon nestled snugly against his shoulder, its aim nearly aligned with his line of sight. His stance was poised, yet fluid, weight balanced, ready to react swiftly to any perceived threat. Sung's eyes blinked, and in that instant, the general had already dispatched several virtual targets with a flurry of precise shots. The simulated burst of aggression lasted but a fleeting moment before he eased back into a relaxed posture. Keep in mind, I haven't done that for real in around a decade, and I'm 51 years young. I've slowed down quite a bit, but you catch my drift. Aggression. You hurl yourself into the fray economically and efficiently. Small motions, big impact. Make the utmost use of the element of surprise, Tremblay explained to him. Now the aliens moved like this. Despite lacking 4 legs, Tremblay's mimicry of the creatures on the screen was remarkably lifelike. This time, the stance was erect and dignified. The imaginary firearm held stiffly level with his midriff and extended from his frame. His advance across the chamber was notably more leisurely, more akin to an arrogant strut than a hostile charge, and his weapon was much slower to take aim. All movements appeared more sluggish, less precise, less lethal compared to the steady and focused ferocity that had preceded it. I follow, Sung nodded. Yeah, but then we arrive at this. Tremblay advanced the footage to the moment when one of the players charged in and forcefully struck one of the aliens down onto the ice with his hockey stick. Though clearly alarmed, as the remaining stalkers gathered together in a protective formation, their demeanor also shifted into a stance much more akin to the one the general had initially exhibited. Compact, focused, precise. Of course, that approach didn't benefit them, but it demonstrates their understanding of proper procedures, raising the question of why they weren't operating in that manner initially. You have a theory there? Sung asked him. I concur, and it's a situation that substantiates Jenkins's account of these entities being the dreadful specters of the interstellar void. They practically strutted out of those pods as though it was inconsequential whether they adhered to proper protocols or not, as if they genuinely believed themselves to be impervious. Tremblay retrieved his coffee once more. They grew overconfident, Does that scare you? Tremblay shrugged, subtly shaking his head with a look of wide-eyed uncertainty. I'm not quite sure how to process this, to be honest. Without direct exposure or time to truly grasp the concept, it just doesn't feel entirely tangible yet. For a time, they remained quiet, Sung recognizing the general's desire for some tranquility and stillness, and willing to provide that respite. Their wandering contemplations were eventually drawn back to the present moment when Jenkins arrived with the scientists. I'm glad to inform you that the fMRI findings substantiated my description, Jenkins stated. Tremblay accepted the summary and afforded it a quick reading. All right, you've persuaded me, he remarked. However intriguing all of this may be, the knowledge seems a tad theoretical, doesn't it? Yeah, Jenkins concurred, though I aim to ensure you grasp certain aspects before unveiling the genuine revelation. Which is? Jenkins smiled broadly and pulled out the worn hiking backpack he'd been toting when he initially reached the base camp. Tucked away at the very bottom beneath his extra shirts and undergarments was a padded manila envelope, which he handed over to the general. Tremblay unlatched it and emptied its contents onto his palm, a compact, unadorned silver cube, roughly the dimensions of a hard drive. The sole discernible detail on its surface was what seemed to be a power port at one end, though of a design unfamiliar to Tremblay. Their eyes widened and they leaned in, hushed. Sung's voice cut through the stillness. A whisper. Could this be? Jenkins's smile was so wide it would have made the Cheshire Cat envious. Extraterrestrial? Yep. I managed to acquire it while employed at a spacecraft salvage yard on Freeport 52. I smuggled it back to Earth when the observation crew finally consented to remove my implants and return me home. What is it? The spacefarer's smile broadened even further. This, gentleman, is an FTL engine. By long-standing tradition, the Alpha of Alpha's resting place during a grand conclave of the Broods was upon the skull of a Volza. This was not an inherited throne. Stalkers did not acknowledge inherited authority. They acknowledged only the skilled and tenacious. The Alpha of Alphas therefore rested upon the skull of a Volza it had personally vanquished. To their culture and mindset, there could be no better indication of fitness to lead. It accepted a cup from its personal attendant as it listened. For the time being, it was patient. It had found over the lengthy years of authority that the patient observer that surveyed the territory, watched its quarry and set its snare, could succeed at tasks that the rash predator that simply assailed and relied on its own superiority would be crushed by. Best to let the lesser leaders squabble and argue and make their pronouncements and then strike when the opportunity was ripest. Usually, as it listened, as still and patient as the day it had ambushed and felled the Volza whose skull it now straddled, the growing murmur as more of the Alphas arrived and contributed their thoughts to the debate turned first into a roar, then a mental dissonance of Alphas, all broadcasting simultaneously. Distinguishing individual words was impossible, and in any case unnecessary. Each thought was accompanied by a set of emotional tags, conveying the full emotional weight of what its articulator had intended, rather than merely what it had uttered. The result was a flurry of emotions swirling around the trophy-adorned conclave chamber, its intensity amplifying with each pass. 10 brood carriers, 1,000 trackers, all dispatched to eliminate a lone human. All perished. The astonishment and consternation were tangible. The Supreme Alpha of Alphas concluded that the moment was ripe to resolve the conflict with the preeminent brood of broods. It broadcast impatience, anger, command, enough. The inner turmoil subsided. Remnants of feeling persisted, akin to delicate reverberations. It proclaimed determination, assertion. These novel beings have taken what rightfully belongs to us. They have taken the dread of the herd. They have slaughtered 5 broods of our most formidable hunters. Pronouncement, surrender. I designate them predators, the first species we have encountered that is not prey. Scarcely contained astonishment coursed through the consciousness of the assembled Alphas, yet the Alpha of Alphas discerned the underlying sentiment, an absence of surprise. It was gratifying to realize that at least some of the gathered broods were guided by hunters capable of perceiving the forthcoming trajectory of events with such keen acuity. It broadcast, statement, there can be only one predator. Merely one of the veteran and highly esteemed alphas, chief of the Marrow-Gnaw brood, ventured to respond to that. It conveyed concurrence, vexation, inquiry. The Supreme Leader possesses the veracity of the matter. However, it has not provided elucidation on how the barrier encircling their realm might be circumvented. The humans remain beyond our reach. Must our retribution be deferred until that impediment is obliterated? The Supreme Leader inclined its head graciously, turning away from the Marrow-Gnaw, a mark of deference. It proclaimed, in response, the herd constructed that obstacle, and the herd shall be compelled to dismantle it. Several others broadcast at once, query how. The leader among leaders did not respond to them right away. Instead, it turned its gaze towards the subjugated individual, who shrank back in deference, unclothed and downtrodden as was fitting. It was pleasing to the hunter's sense of morality and to their distinct sense of poetry that a meat slave should be young and female. As such, young females only just entering their fertile age were prized meat slaves, reserved as tokens of prestige for only the most powerful alphas. To consume the prey was right. To symbolically consume the future of the prey was righteous. It was a gesture of supremacy, an enactment of the reality that the predators held the true power. It was also a test of wisdom. To indulge in and squander the future of the herd might be to deprive the future of the stalkers in turn. The alpha of alphas extended a claw and gently hooked the slave beneath her jawbone, drawing her forward by the delicate exposed area of the throat. She was a fur face, barely a morsel to a hunter of the alpha of alphas' stature, but the newness and novelty of their species, and thus their scarcity among the prey, only served to heighten her worth. The leader of leaders uttered words, vocalizing for the trembling creature that lacked the brood mind implants. You have served admirably, meat. The utterance, meat, echoed back along its maw as a series of vicious fangs, and the thrall trembled upon the tip of its talon. I bestow upon you a favor. What would you desire of me? With eyes closed, she meekly voiced her reply in the expected deferential manner. If it would please the Supreme Master, I humbly ask that my demise be without suffering. It pulled her nearer, and she stood on her tiptoes, stretching as high as her kind could manage, to defy the claw that seemed poised to tear into her skin. Your request is rejected, young one, the Supreme Leader conveyed to her, savoring her cry of anguish, reveling in the authority it held over her. I bestow upon you what you genuinely yearn for, your liberation. The servant nearly collapsed right then, yet managed to stay standing, albeit wobbling to evade the merciless tip that was indenting the skin of her neck. Liberty, Master of Masters. He was gratified to observe that the spark of expectation in her gaze was faint. This quarry understood not to exult until the flesh was in the jaws, at the very least. It released her and she collapsed, groveling before it. A trophy, a vessel belonging to the herd race, shall be bestowed upon you. You shall pilot it back to the domain of the herd and express gratitude for the preservation of your life by conveying a message on my behalf, it proclaimed. The servant endeavored to bow even lower than her already stooped posture, attempting to bury herself into the unyielding stone floor of the conclave chamber. Instruct me, Supreme Master among masters, she uttered. The Supreme Leader ensured it held the undivided focus of its followers and conveyed its subsequent utterances with the utmost authority and declaration it could impart. Inform them that any location known to harbor a human will be raided, not by a pack ship nor even a brood transport, but by the swarm of swarms, it stated. Convey to them that any such place will be decimated, any prey that dwelled there devoured. If it is a world, it shall be poisoned. If it is an orbit, it will be seeded with mines. Apprise them that I shall personally lead every such raid. Notify them that once there are no humans left abroad, in the galaxy we shall commence the hunt of hunts, culling and consuming all that we find until such time as the barrier around Earth is removed. It halted briefly. "And convey that we shall only consent to retreat into our dormancy once the humans have been fully consumed. Inform them that the stalkers shall inspire dread, surpassing all others." The captive being could not perceive it audibly, yet within its consciousness, the unified outcry of 10,000 dominant entities resonated thunderously, despite lacking any articulated words. It was merely a fundamental sentiment. Approval poker continued to give Tarnock problems. Committing the values and suits of the cards to memory had been a trivial task. Memorizing those combinations which were permissible for poker and their hierarchical order of worth, straightforward. Recalling the bidding regulations, effortless. Grasping the potential card combinations each player around the table could have possessed had proven somewhat challenging, yet he had ultimately mastered that skill. Undertaking all those tasks while also making swift judgments about the relative strength of his own hand compared to every other player's, while concurrently striving to deceive them and avoid being deceived himself, was where the challenge truly intensified. His sole edge was the cybernetic translator, aiding him in interpreting their expressions and body language, while his own demeanor remained inscrutable and alien to the humans. Or so he wished. That particular notion was beginning to seem a bit uncertain, given that his bluff had been effectively challenged 4 consecutive times now. And while he did hold 2 pair, 9s and queens, the river card had opened up the potential for a full house. Would they think he was feigning once more? His hand wasn't poor, and merely the potential for a full house after all. Fully committed, he resolved, sliding his remaining modest stack of chips toward the center. Carter's face contorted into a grimace. He swayed his head slightly, then shrugged and nudged a portion of his considerably larger stack toward the center. "I'll call," he said. Carter held 2 pairs, 3s and queens, and Tarnock permitted a discreet expression of respite as he gathered the winnings. He remained engaged in the game. The next hand had been dealt, and Tarnock had tossed in the small blind when a soft yet noticeable chime resonated throughout the entire ship. The 4 humans seated at the table all glanced around, puzzled by the sound, but Tarnock was already rising to his feet when Amir, who had declined to participate in the game, citing that gambling was forbidden by his religion, called out from the control blister. Tarnock?" The rising, questioning tone in his voice was one that Tarnock recognized from many movie nights as signaling concern, caution, and an urgent need to draw his focus to something. He felt quite proud of himself for even managing to reach the front of the ship before the other humans. "What's that?" Jacques inquired, gesturing towards the device Tarnock was inspecting. In terms of display, it was the most defiantly low-tech on the ship. No volumetric projection, no tactile gesture interface, just buttons and a simple rugged text box, engineered to endure anything up to and including the vessel's own destruction. "The emergency alert system for Dominion vessels," Tarnock explained to him. "Each ship under our command is equipped with such a system." Inside the device, a handful of helium ions had ceased their entanglement with another handful stored at the network's central repository. After centuries of experimentation, a loophole had finally been discovered in the principle that quantum entanglement could not transmit information. Specifically, that it was feasible to discern whether a particle was in an entangled state, and by breaking that entanglement, send a single bit of data. The process of generating such entangled pairs in useful quantities was exorbitantly expensive, and so the system was utilized solely to convey terse and urgent messages that necessitated immediate knowledge by every Dominion ship, regardless of its location or activity. This particular message read, "Ultimatum issued by hunters. Insistence that all humans be surrendered, otherwise described as a swarm of swarms, will assault identified human locations. All vessels, stations. Transporting human passengers, cautioned, eject them forthwith. Notification terminates." There was a long, shocked silence, broken finally by Maria. Her voice was hushed, laced with feeling, yet the sentiment that seeped through like a corrosive essence was scorn. "Those cowardly sons of bitches." 1 year and 7 months after the Cascadia attack. One broadcast, awe, respect, statement. The alpha of alphas is here. Another transmission, expectancy, delight, enthusiasm, the initial human offering to the Supreme Alpha's jaws. The Alpha of Alphas transmitted, admonish the hunt is perilous, stay vigilant. Abashed, the brood guard respectfully fell into line around and behind the Alpha of Alphas as it emerged from its vessel. It stood nearly a head taller than even the largest of the lesser alphas, having undergone even more extensive cybernetic enhancements, integrating all manner of arcane technology, reputedly of its own design, into its own flesh. The result was a towering form of metal and seething power, with 7 blinking eyes gazing balefully out at the world of prey surrounding it, covering all angles, never resting. Exhibiting its extensive prowess as a supreme hunter, the immense Alpha of Alphas advanced with near-flawless stealth, a testament to its seasoned expertise as an apex predator. Wordlessly, the guardian brood trailed behind their master as it tracked the most recent detection. They paused as the lights flickered, and an instant later, the deck heaved and resonated with another impact. A stray shot from the battle raging in the void outside. The Dominion's vessels were fighting fiercely, even self-destructing rather than accept capture and the fate of all prey. But this was the first time the swarm of swarms had revealed itself, and not even a third of its might was committed to the battle. Most remained cloaked, on standby should Dominion reinforcements arrive. By the decree of Alphas, the stalkers were yet to unveil their full strength. That third, however, was still many thousands of ships, and the defenders had either fled or were being swept aside in their suicidal bid to protect the station for as long as they could. The party within discovered their prey as a broodlesser came tumbling into the passageway ahead of them, mangled and shattered, its life extinguished before it had ceased sliding. The Alpha of Alphas broadcast, "Command release the drones." They proceeded, unleashing a swarm of minuscule devices akin to insects, designed to capture the ensuing events and seamlessly integrate the footage into the prey's data networks. This, they were certain, would unequivocally demonstrate to the prey the entity they ought to regard with utmost trepidation. The micro-drones zipped up and away, retreating to the corners and ceiling of the room the slain hunter had been cast from, and then the Alpha of Alphas prowled through the door. Caleb wouldn't admit it, but he was starting to feel afraid. The children were hiding in a storage locker behind him, and so far he'd bested every pale freak that had come for him, even 10 at a time. But he was weary, utterly spent even, punch-drunk from so many of those feeble ray guns, floating in a shaky sea of stale adrenaline, bleeding from his nose and ears, bruised over practically every inch of his body. He still willed himself to stand up and face the next beast that came to challenge him. This one unusually arrived alone. It was larger than the others and armor-plated. It did not, however, appear to be wielding one of those pulse guns. Caleb was no fool. He wasn't about to assume that the creature was unarmed, and he doubted that he could have penetrated that armor even when at his prime, let alone now. He could discern the writing on the wall and felt an odd sense of serenity because of it. "Looks like it's time to meet your end, doesn't it?" he inquired of the beast, which caught him off guard by snarling a response in the English tongue. He could discern that it was indeed vocalizing in that language, not merely mimicking the sounds. "Yes, T'im to die, M.E. to the maw," it said. "Fuck you," Caleb told it. He charged. The extraterrestrial being lifted its limb, directing it towards the surface before it, and discharged a single burst of energy. He perished. The Supreme Leader transmitted, "Contentment, accolades to the engineers. These nerve-disrupting grenade launchers perform precisely as envisioned." The servos of its powered exoskeleton whined as it lifted the lifeless human by the nape of his neck. The quarry appeared even weightier in death. The coordination and balance that had kept him upright and agile during life had dissipated, replaced by a few lingering spasms as the final jolts of the nerve jam effect ravaged that delicately optimized masterwork of a nervous system. All that remained was a mass of flesh and bone, as weighty as the Alpha of Alphas itself was even in its exoskeleton, and a fraction of its size. No matter. The prize awaited. Its helmet dismantled itself, dissolving into a swarm of construction nanites that retreated into their hive at the nape of the Alpha of Alpha's neck. It contemplated its limp prize for a moment, and then opened its jaws as wide as possible, sank its teeth into the human's throat with all its might, and, with some exertion, tore free a mouthful. The flesh was beyond words, thick, trim, lush, brimming with that undefinable essence of awareness. It surpassed even the most lavish imaginings of the Supreme Alpha. "Ecstasy, meat to the maw!" The cry resonated within the brood, echoing to the swarm, and from there to the swarm of swarms and through them, reaching every hunter across the galaxy. The first great hunt had been successful. 2 years and 5 months after the Cascadia attack, Captain Erica Hartley. It was a fine name, and she wished that folks would recall it, and for the proper motives. She hoped that she would be remembered for securing this mission through capability and worthiness, rather than being scoffed at as a diplomatic gesture of political correctness, granted the role merely because she was a black woman. It was an intense assignment. She had attended service, offered her supplications, readied herself as thoroughly as possible. There existed a possibility, however slim, that circumstances could take an unfavorable turn, yet every test aviator understood that reality. One simply had to place their faith in their craft. "Houston, Artemis, all final checks are done," she spoke, her voice more composed than her inner state. "Copy, Artemis. There's no window here, Riley, so proceed whenever you're prepared." She understood that her flight coordinator in Houston was likely just as apprehensive as herself, yet there was that voice, the composed and steady one that conveyed everything, no matter how dramatic, with perfect lucidity and assurance. She knew that even if she disintegrated within seconds, that professional tone would never falter. She could become a smear of plasma across half the heavens and join the ranks of humanity's Odyssey's victims. And that voice would dispassionately describe her demise as a malfunction. In its way, that was comforting. "Houston, Artemis, let's take back the sky." Permitting a triumphant grin for avoiding Armstrong's blunder of flubbing her momentous quote, she continued basking in self-congratulation as her finger depressed the button. Merely 2 seconds and 1 billion kilometers later, with an intensely euphoric cry, Erica Hartley etched her name into the annals of history as the pioneer human to outpace light itself. Jenkins's bar erupted. The entirety of the Pinewood Vale base staff had gathered to witness the moment when their 2 years of arduous labor had borne fruit, and borne fruit it had in grand fashion. From Claude Nadeau's breakthroughs in electrostatic field emitters that had enabled Artemis to soar on colossal weightless wings of pure force field and propel itself into space for a fraction of the expense required by a traditional rocket, to Ted Bartlett unraveling the secrets of space-time field distortion technology and inventing a distortion drive that actually functioned on a reasonable energy budget without any awkward relativistic time dilation and without ripping apart the sun in the process. General Tremblay grinned amusedly as the throng of elated researchers formed a ring with their arms draped over one another's shoulders and broke into a raucous, discordant performance of "We Are the Champions." Heck of a day. He turned towards Caleb Rawlins, who had initiated the song playing on the bar's music system. Rawlins had seamlessly settled into his role as the resident provider of alcohol, caffeine, hearty meals, and televised sports at the Pinewood Vale Research Facility. Likely 2/3 of the major breakthroughs at the base had transpired over coffee and bacon cheeseburgers at the bar's increasingly worn wooden tables. "What a day," Tremblay concurred, striving to inject some enthusiasm into his tone. Jenkins merely passed him another coffee, black, 2 sugars, wearing a look that betrayed the general's feigned optimism. He could be as perceptive as Dr. Sung at times. "Shitty time for a divorce, General," Jenkins said. One could argue that Jenkins could occasionally be much more direct and forthright than the doctor. He wasn't bound by any professional ethical guidelines that might prevent him from expressing himself in a candid manner. How did you guess?" "It's not too difficult to figure out," Jenkins remarked. "You've been gazing at your wedding ring with an expression akin to someone who made an unpleasant discovery during a routine bodily function." "Is there such a thing as a good time for a divorce?" Tremblay asked. Jenkins pondered the thought. "What about waking up the next morning after a night out in Vegas, only to find a shaved orang-utan lying in your bed?" Tremblay couldn't hold back. He chuckled. Jenkins responded with a contented nod. How many years were you wed? He inquired. A decade has passed. Stefan is an amazing person, and my love for him runs so deep it aches. However, you understand, he desired for me to retire and adopt a couple of children together. But then the Glacier Coliseum, this facility... Tremblay paused to take a sip of his coffee as his voice trailed off. Things occur, my friend, Jenkins remarked to him. At the very least, it's not dull. It would be considerably worse if you were sulking at home, pining and unsure of how to occupy yourself. That's right. At least I can concentrate on my duties. Tremblay grinned at that thought, his first genuine smile of the day, as he glanced at the large display on the wall, where Mission Control in Houston was just beginning to calm down from its elation and resume operations. And we performed admirably today, didn't we? You performed exceptionally well, my friend, Jenkins remarked. Certainly, that young Jackson will be the name most recall, but she would never have ascended without your aid. In truth, it was you who convinced the treaty nations to unite their space endeavors. I assure you that Artemis would never have received funding without that. Tremblay inclined his head in acknowledgement, setting his beverage aside. I appreciate that, Kevin. I required that respite. Anytime, Martin. She's been holed up in there for around 2 months at this point. Our assumption is that she somehow gained access to a waterline and, judging by the odor, may have even established a dizzy rat breeding operation inside. Yet she adamantly declines to emerge. Would you, when reports from across the galaxy speak of those like you being ejected into the void? Listen, we weren't planning to take that action. Our intention was simply to, well, relocate her, provide her with a modest vessel and some sustenance capsules, then guide her towards a hospitable Class 11 planet. She hails from a Class 12 world, correct? Adapting to such an environment should pose no significant challenge for her. Tarnock let out a sound akin to an exasperated sigh. Much like all Rat-Patch, he held a fondness for his Vizuk relatives, yet they could be as oblivious as a sack of precious metal at times. I looked into this one's background, he remarked. Before the Vrilax took her, she worked selling insurance, sitting at an office desk wearing a headset and conversing with clients over audio communications. During her off days, she would craft garments from spun animal fibers and go for swims in a heated, sanitized pool. Though she hailed from a Class 12 world, I reckon she may well have perished on a Class 6. A thought then crossed his mind, prompting a chuckle. Funnily enough, they abducted her on her way back from that very pool. Wonder if she recalls where her towel ended up. Her towel? Nobody ever... An inside joke. Forget about it. It could be challenging at times to appreciate the nuances of human literary works. All right. Well, I'm unsure how you plan to extract her from that space, as no one can squeeze in there apart from perhaps a Goyan or Vrilax, and even if they could manage, she's a human. She unintentionally fractured a security officer's leg. Oh, it's okay. I think she just needs to see a friendly face. The Vizuk security guard glanced up as the door opened to allow Maria, Heidi, and Steve to enter, the last of whom offered a playful mock salute to the startled officer before bending slightly and presenting his linked hands to boost the two women up into the open ventilation shaft beneath which Tarnock and the officer had been conversing. He leaned back against the wall and waited, observing the tall blue being with that disconcerting binocular gaze that seemed to flicker over him, taking in every detail. You brought more? 22 precisely, Tarnock remarked, inwardly taking pleasure in the situation. Rest assured, each one possesses an implant that suppresses disease. But don't you know how dangerous? Who? Them? Or the stalkers? They're nice folks, a bit peculiar some of them, and I truly can't discern if that's due to the seclusion or if that's simply how they've always been. But believe me, every single one is as ethical and kind-hearted a soul as you could hope to encounter. And the stalkers haven't the slightest inkling my little airborne haven exists, as far as we're aware. Moreover, if this proceeds as smoothly as it typically does, she'll be aboard among her own kind and will be gone before long. Sanctuary, you're keeping them safe? Tarnock gave a nod. When the galaxy is descending into chaos, someone must tend to the unfortunate little creatures, he remarked. A scuffling sound from the vents heralded Heidi and Maria's return. Following behind them was Abigail, the woman they had come to rescue. She alighted lightly onto the deck, the gravity feeling light for her, shooting the officer a glare that wished it could match the deadliness of the rest of her, before shaking hands with Steve, who draped a friendly arm gently around her shoulders and guided her from the room. Tarnock felt a secret sense of delight upon observing the large beige towel that was draped across her shoulders. See, the issue is resolved. Now you can spread the message that your outpost is an area devoid of human presence, and the great hunt will bypass you, indeed. He spoke casually, yet his seemingly innocuous remark carried a hint of accusation. Tarnock felt a twinge of regret as the officer's shoulders drooped slightly, reminding himself that the young man bore no blame. He was merely carrying out instructions, in a role not unlike the one Tarnock had occupied just a few years prior. On an impulse, he chose to mend relations and forwarded a modest monetary offering to the officer's private account. Take this. Grab some tuk-turkink or whatever you'd like. It's on me. You'll let me know if any other humans arrive, right? The officer offered a defeated gesture of assent. Sure. Yes, I will. Good, thank you. It's been a pleasure. He exited the room in a sweeping manner. In his wake, the aura of sheer charm that he'd been maintaining throughout gradually dissipated, allowing the security officer to regain his composure enough to glance at his personal finances, the ceiling vent, and the doorway. What in the world? He murmured. All right, I've witnessed some smooth talkers before, but you had that fellow accepting every statement you made within moments of your introduction, Heidi remarked as they strolled back towards the sanctuary. How did you manage that? The Vizikte hold an innate esteem for the discernment and acumen of my own kind, Tarnock elucidated. You merely need to maintain an affable, I'm an authority on all matters manner of speech, and they'll eventually acquiesce to vending you their sibling if you persist long enough. You're shitting me. Perhaps an overstatement, Tarnock conceded, yet they are indeed raised with the notion that we possess superior intellect. This instills a natural sense of deference and faith. The sanctuary had undergone further modifications since the Hunter ultimatum, expanding with 3 rings of cabins encircling the reactor, providing accommodations for 4 times its present population. Considering they were designed for the average species, they were immense by human standards. The beds spacious and lavish, affording ample space for floor exercises. Tarnock had permanently calibrated the gravity, temperature, and pressure on those decks to emulate sea-level conditions on Earth, leaving the human passengers to their own devices. 3 of the 23 now, seldom revealed themselves, preferring to linger in the cabins and evade him. The remainder were content to spend time in the spacious recreational space, engaging in games, viewing films, or simply lounging and conversing. He was fairly certain that a considerable amount of intimacy occurred within the cabins too. Months or years of seclusion, without encountering others of their kind, had left many of the refugees with unresolved tensions that they were enthusiastically and gladly resolving. Tarnock had begun researching human sexuality long ago when the observatory was first established. What he uncovered had initially unsettled him, and then later made him envious. Among his own species, the purpose of reproduction was reproduction itself. It brought emotional satisfaction and intellectual gratification to perform the act of perpetuating their kind, and the act itself was reportedly pleasantly intimate and had some enjoyable sensations. Tarnock didn't know this firsthand, having never fathered any offspring. For humans, however, the act itself appeared to bring intense physical pleasure, as well as considerable emotional fulfillment and positive social consequences. Like everything the species engaged in, there were conflicting norms and etiquettes everywhere. There was a stigma to having no sex, and a stigma to having too much. There was a stigma to having never had sex, and a stigma to having it prior to entering into a legal bond partnership. There was a stigma to sex with members of the same sex, and the fact that this was even an option had been a source of major perplexity for Tarnock at first. And yet most humans seemed to be to some degree inclined to bisexuality. There were also gender identities. some that aligned with biological sexes, others that directly contrasted them, and gender identities that were entirely separate from the available biological categories. The entire situation was puzzling and peculiar, yet also thrilling, leaving Tarnock with a tinge of envy. He had long since recognized that despite their physical prowess and mental dexterity, humans remained just as vulnerable as anyone else in their own unique ways. Discovering that they possessed an entire realm of delight inaccessible to Tarnock himself felt somewhat unjust. He found himself pondering how it had enabled their endurance through Earth's harsh environment, when his contemplation was disrupted by a transmission from the vessel. The responsibility of monitoring the ship's detection systems and communications had been entrusted to Lewis during his absence. Tarnock, man, we just got some pretty big news, bro. Tarnock still hadn't discerned whether Lewis's peculiar manner of speaking stemmed from the lasting effects of a Vrilax trial, habitual indulgence in mind-altering substances, or if it was simply his innate way. "Enlighten me," he said. We've received information from Earth, my friend. It appears our team has achieved faster-than-light travel for the very first time. Tarnock ground to a standstill in the corridor, unaware of the figures skirting around the cluster of 3 humans and moving beyond him. Tarnock, why are you smiling, man?" "Oh, no reason. It's just nice when your friends impress you." The meeting commences with the chairperson presiding, and we proceed with the agenda. How did they manage to achieve faster-than-light travel capabilities in such a rapid time frame? The scribe hurried to complete the customary formalities that typically preceded meetings of the Dominion Security Council, but soon abandoned the effort in confusion as the representatives of 5 distinct species simultaneously attempted to voice their thoughts. As the majority of the lingering delegates merely observed in stillness, exchanging furtive glances, one individual lifted a massive hand and awaited their turn, emanating a composed rosy hue. "Councillor Vedreg," the chair spoke, turning to him, "you seem to have a perspective to share." "I do." The clamor died, and they turned to listen to him. He paused briefly to adjust his official shawl over his shoulders and assume a suitably statesmanlike stance before proceeding with his elucidation. "There are indications that a functional wormhole beacon may have been smuggled to Earth during the early stages of the observatory initiative. Although relocated beyond the barrier, the observatory persists and continues monitoring space-time anomalies around Earth and its proximate orbit. Amid the myriad traces we uncovered in the subcycles preceding the launch and trial flight of this human vessel, some corresponded to the creation of experimental wormholes. Decoding an operational apparent linear velocity propulsion system from the temporal stasis mechanisms housed within Hunter assault pods would have produced FTL capabilities sooner than anticipated in any case, esteemed ones, but when combined with access to a functional jump beacon. At that point, the Rauvrier delegate cut him off. "Jump beacons alone are of no use," she remarked. "Perhaps for travel. As for studying the core principles of spatial distortion science, you couldn't hope for a finer example of the technology," Vedreg elucidated with composure. The Gaiawan delegate, a venerable male with long streaks of white around his eyes and muzzle, spoke up. "Need I remind the Council that while the reforms to Dominion law concerning the status of intelligent non-FTL capable species are still being negotiated, the law has always been clear that once a planetary civilization has successfully and safely facilitated one living member to travel faster than light, they are official sentience and must be afforded the full rights and protection of a provisional member," he stated. "I must reiterate that it is the official stance of the clans of Gao that the quarantine field is an injustice against the human race, and that it should be removed as promptly as feasible." There was the general equivalent of nodding and hear, hear. Vedreg's sides took on a complex blend of crimson and violet hues. "Speaking solely for myself, Father Vian, I concur, and I wish to note that I cast my vote against the proposal when it was initially presented in the Confederate Assembly," he stated. "However, I was outvoted, and it remains outside my authority to override that decision." Tarnock's successor as the envoy for the Vizikk domain voiced her thoughts. "Yet your kind possesses the capacity to disregard the founding charter," she countered. The Confederacy holds a constitutional duty to dismantle that quarantine barrier. Vedreg suppressed his emotional radiance, permitting only a straightforward gray, tinged with resolute deep orange to manifest. Your assessment is accurate naturally. Nevertheless, his voice tapered off as he sought the ideal phrasing for his forthcoming elucidation. The Vrelax delegate eventually spoke up, inserting a measured, however, into the discussion at just the right instant to undermine his assurance. However, the barrier cannot be removed, Vedreg explained. It must be, asserted the Vrelax representative calmly. I'm not suggesting that my government is officially opposed to removing it, although that is indeed the reality, but rather that we simply lack the capacity to accomplish that task. This was met with an incredulous silence that he rushed to fill. Humanity has drawn the ire of the stalkers. Although now FTL-capable sentience, they lack the orbital defensive infrastructure to shield themselves from the swarm of swarms, if it were to descend upon an unprotected Earth. The best assessment of our own xenopsychologists is that the stalkers are not afraid of humanity, but rather envious of them. The humans have, after all, garnered considerable attention and trepidation in recent cycles, and the prevailing theories we hold into hunter psychology suggest they deem it imperative that they be the ones inspiring fear. The presence of a species that we, their prey, seem to dread even more than the stalkers themselves, stands as a direct challenge to them. Thus, dismantling that barrier would lead to the near-certain annihilation of a species that, despite their physical and mental resilience, could not withstand a prolonged orbital bombardment. Once more, the Vrelax spoke. A morally justifiable rationale, he uttered, imbuing the words morally justifiable with the same emotional weight one might give to fiscally dubious. So enlighten us about your incapacity to dismantle the barrier. Was it not your own specialists who devised it? Certainly. To safeguard our installations against outside armed aggression, transforming one into a confinement shield was undertaken hurriedly by the straightforward measure of instructing the emission core to envelop itself within its own field. Surely it can be remotely deactivated. You should recognize, Counselor, this was a protective measure. The possibility that it could be compromised and rendered inoperable by a suitably skilled communications professional would have posed a military vulnerability. The apparatus does not interface with other systems except through a physical link. The Vrelax acknowledged with a nod. A feat now rendered impractical due to the manner in which it is encapsulated within its own domain, he remarked, expressing his contempt with a sniff. Quite an unfortunate oversight on the part of your engineering team. This sentiment was echoed around the table. Naturally, the Confederacy shall provide suitable restitution to humanity, Vedreg stated, speaking rapidly. A safe assertion, considering that they seem to be indefinitely contained, the Gauian remarked. The Mother Supreme of our clan of females shall be informed of this, however. If you cannot make proper reparations to the human race, you can at least offer all necessary measures to compensate those humans who were taken. Here, the third counselor shot a glare at the Vrelax representative, which the latter being utterly disregarded. From their homeworld and have taken up residence in the galaxy at large, and to those species and organizations that have taken it upon themselves to provide them with sanctuary and a place to dwell. You must be referring to Gao, I presume, remarked the domain's delegate, speaking with the characteristic understated humor of a ratkpach. Quite so, the counselor concurred with a hint of defiance. Just as she was poised to deliver a biting rejoinder, Vedreg raised one massive hand, his sides betraying a sense of acquiescence. The Gauian envoy speaks truthfully, and the Confederacy must therefore provide them compensation. He concurred, having dedicated several tedious days to examining the applicable laws and precedents in this case, none of which had offered any assistance to the Confederacy. What terms do the clans of Gao request? He inquired. Food provisions, nutritional supplements, and medical resources required to sustain all humans who opt to seek sanctuary on our homeworld, along with suitable military equipment and aid to defend our planet from hunter reprisal, the counselor responded, having evidently committed the terms to memory beforehand. an instantaneous end to the information blackout surrounding Earth, and the establishment of diplomatic channels so that all stranded humans may directly communicate with their loved ones. Compensatory remuneration to our people equivalent to 10,000 Dominion development credits per human refugee who resides on GAO for longer than 2 cycles, and a 5-cycle exemption on our obligation to commit units to the Selzy conflict. Those final 2 conditions are inadmissible, the Rauvria representative protested, aligning with the Guvnuragna Guvendrugun. Extreme indeed, Vedreg concurred. Though the Guvnurag cannot contest the initial 3 stipulations, my kin retain the privilege to deliberate upon the penultimate condition, while the final matter falls under the jurisdiction of the Security Council. The chairman spoke. Then it is the ruling of this council that the Guvnuragna Guvendrugun Confederacy shall pay to the clans of Gao and to any other people or organization harboring human refugees the following: food, nutritional supplements, and medical supplies to provide for those humans' needs, military aid and or equipment sufficient to realistically defend them from hunter attacks. Furthermore, the Guvnuragna Guvendrugun Confederacy is mandated to permit vessels to approach the Sol blockade and communicate with Earth, it stated. The motions have also been proposed initially that the Confederacy should provide 10,000 Dominion development credits per human refugee to any species or organization that shelters them, with the opposition to the motion requesting discussion on that sum, as many of each viewpoint now cast their vote. A handful of active instants unfolded as every delegate rendered their choice. The second proposal suggests granting the Gaiawan clans a 5-cycle exemption from military engagement in the Selzy conflict, while the opposing view firmly rejects this notion. Each side should now cast their respective votes. Again, they voted. Regarding the first motion, being the 4,303rd vote of this council, there were 2 votes in its favor, 8 votes against it, and 3 abstentions. The opposition prevails, and the requested sum of credits shall be renegotiated. The chairman rang the small chime that ceremonially signified a decision's completion. As for the second motion, being the 4,304th vote of this council, there was 1 vote in favor, 12 votes against, with no abstentions. The opposition has carried the day, and the motion is defeated. The second chime signaled council, scribes, assistants, and messenger drones to bustle around in a flurry of busyness. The chairperson lifted their ceremonial staff and spoke a bit more loudly over the commotion. This council meeting shall now adjourn until the following standard daily cycle. 2 years and 7 months after the Cascadia attack. Civilian craft, this is the Confederacy destroyer Vugarunguvrunek. Please identify your vessel and declare your purpose. Vugarunguvrunek, this is the yacht Sanctuary requesting clearance to proceed towards the broadcast location. Approval given, Sanctuary. You have clearance for a single burst data transfer, not exceeding 3 terabytes in size. Acknowledged, Vugarunguvrunek. Owing to the handy relay afforded by a Vrilax communications monitoring outpost that had been established 2 decades prior, it proved a simple task for the Sanctuary to transmit a total of 25 video recordings towards Earth. 24 of these were from the human refugees, with many of them emotional as they at last seized the opportunity to allay the anxieties of their dear ones. The 25th was from Tarnok. Kevin, I trust this message reaches you still breathing and grumbling. I'm aware you're deeply immersed in the happenings unfolding there. You see, I was privy to the knowledge of the jump beacon. The device you took was defective, incidentally, so I discreetly placed a functioning substitute in your pack. Pleased to observe it operated as intended. Inform whoever received it that if they calibrate it utilizing the algorithm presently displayed, we can commence returning some of these individuals. Now, let's move on to the truly crucial matter. If my understanding of humans is accurate, you're likely already progressing towards breaching this barrier in some manner, but heed the advice of your longtime companion. For the present moment, that course of action would be an exceedingly unwise decision. You see, a lot has happened up here since Cascadia. 2 years and 9 months after the Cascadia attack. A screensaver. Not seen one of those in years, Ted. That's actually a simulation. Officially, Ted Bartlett and Claude Nadeau held the ranks of major and captain, respectively. However, within the confines of their shared office, such ranks carried little significance. Neither individual had enlisted in the military with the intention of saluting, marching, or upholding the pomp and ceremony of martial traditions. Their motivations stemmed from the financial compensation offered by military service. The academic fields that had guided them through university were growing indistinct and ambiguous now. The past 2 years had compelled them both to diverge from their respective areas of cosmology and electrostatics and become versatile scholars. It proved futile to concentrate on a single narrow facet when the findings emerged from a more comprehensive methodology. What of? It's a folded space topological problem. We already cracked Super L, Ted. One type, sure. That little book detailed 3 kinds, eh? Didn't the general intend to propose that we decline involvement with Type 2 or RBs? And for good reason, sure, but... What? I forwarded the tuning algorithm to an acquaintance, a mathematics lecturer in Nottingham, England. It was simply an abstract conundrum seeking resolution, you understand? We already know the solution, though. She found 2, Claude. No shit? Nah. She offered me an alternative approach which is quasi-stable for RT below 1 if delta E from set 1 to set 2 exceeds the exponent of the tensor of set 3, P1 to P2. Nadeau seized a sheet of paper and a ballpoint pen. For a physicist engaged in brainstorming, there was yet no better substitute, and hastily jotted down a few equations. All right. He contemplated it, then rearranged some terms, manipulating the algebraic expressions. I comprehend it, however. What does the Lebesgue represent? 3. That's helpful. You're sure now? Bartlett sketched out a proof to his colleague's satisfaction. The sole part that feels a tad clumsy is that exponent, he remarked. I delved into it further and arrived at this graphical representation. It was predominantly crimson, though a curving funnel of gradually broadening azure ran diagonally upward and to the right. He tapped a spot near its flared extremity. 50 grams, he uttered. Yeah, at 70 kc, Nadeau said. Possible. Hence the screensaver? Thus the simulation indeed. What we require is the convergence of 2 ISD fields of those magnitudes which persist within tolerable limits for, 6 to the negative 10th power s. Think there is one? Not sufficient time to devote to the IBM project. It's occupied enough with the ESF formulas for your make the energy corporations obsolete proposal. Which is why you're running a fancy new screensaver. Simulation. On your personal laptop rather than wasting base resources. Right. Bartlett exhaled deeply, and with a push of his legs, propelled his chair toward the office's ever-present coffee dispenser. I must admit, Claude, I find myself envious of your field at times. Extrasolar facilitation systems are poised to transform the world in ways more profound than interstellar systems development. You might be wrong there, Major. Come now. You've already provided us with the technology for inexpensive space travel, feasible asteroid mining, effortlessly simple near-Earth object tracking and redirection, and structures 10 times taller than our existing capabilities. What do I possess apart from one experimental spacecraft that received its moniker from our bartender? Well, Claude Nadeau spoke in a measured and deliberate manner, your screensaver has just turned to a green hue. Bartlett sighed. For the last time, it's a Wait, what? 3 years after the Cascadia attack. I-5 northbound, Everett, Washington. Thup, 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 thup. Ugh! Click. There's a 100% probability of precipitation, yet we have an excellent matchup in store tonight, with Washington squaring off against the Dallas Cowboys. Click. The results have arrived from around the world as China announced their representative for the inaugural gathering of the Global Representative Assembly, just in time with the Assembly's first meeting, scheduled for next week in Cape Town, South Africa, to designate the world's ambassador in space. Remarkable, isn't it? And to think merely 3 years ago we regarded the alien abduction theorists as eccentric individuals? Most were. And then good old NASA, and pardon me, folks, but I still think of it as the American National Aeronautics and Space Administration. They may have retained the acronym, but don't try to convince me of this notion that it's the NATO Aeronautics and Space Agency these days. NASA landed men on the moon back in '69, and I don't care if it was a Canadian scientist who devised the warp drive or whatever they're calling it, but it was an American who piloted Artemis. Am I correct? Asshole. So Artemis flies to, I don't know, Mercury and back. Jupiter, dickwad. And all of a sudden it's like, greetings humanity, welcome to the cosmos, join us in warmth and affection, and indeed we apologize for isolating you. Please do us the honor of sending forth what you humans refer to as an ambassador that we might converse. Why are we even concerning ourselves? You know what those alien buffoons merit? A gesture, one with each hand. Inform them to return once they've discovered enlightenment. Oh, for click, fuck's sake. Thup, 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 thup. Fuck it. Click. And we placed a member of the Democratic Party in our position on this assembly? I was under the impression that we were meant to appoint someone to represent the interests of our nation. Is that not correct? Click. In a New England town, sense the warmth descending down. I've got to persevere. You see the great wheel keeps revolving around, and I'm proceeding with some reluctance. You're aware that I can certainly perceive that I don't wish to become entangled in any of that. Sigh. Thup, 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 thup. 1,500 kilometers above the Arabian Peninsula. Initiate NEO tracking. Affirmative. Verify EACS. Confirmed. Transition Sublime Power to Standby Mode. Confirmed. Engage ISDE Power. Confirmed. Test ERB2 systems. Confirmed. Verify ESFALs. Confirmed. Run ESHA diagnostics. Confirmed. Artemis to mission control. Checklist complete. Mission control Artemis. Checklist confirmed. Understood, Riley. Word from Pinewood Vale is that the package is prepared. Proceed when you're ready. Hey, what is this, Houston? My fifth? Fifth, yes. She laughed. And nobody else has even done this once yet. Arrogant, simply avoid colliding with the moon at an immense velocity, as we possess but a single celestial body. She concluded that her new supervisor was someone she appreciated. He wasn't hesitant to set aside the professional facade and share a lighthearted quip to help put her at ease. I'll try, mission control. Artemis, going FTL. At her own urging, the whimsical large crimson button had been swapped for a thrust lever. It simply felt more fitting, more reminiscent of Star Wars. True, it merely transmitted a binary proceed instruction to the navigation system rather than enabling analog command over the engine output. But it still felt proper to lean forward, grasp a sturdy piece of plastic and metal, and decisively push it all the way ahead. She affectionately stroked an uncovered section of Artemis's exterior. Time to take off, darling. This was undoubtedly the briefest hop they had undertaken thus far. She didn't even have a chance to witness anything transpire. The moon simply grew larger. In a duration shorter than the blink of an eye, it ceased being a distinct celestial object, perceptible in its entirety with the unaided eye. Now it was an expansive presence. She recognized that she was currently the individual nearest to Luna since 1972, albeit still deceptively distant at approximately 64,000 kilometers, in close proximity to but not directly atop the Earth-Moon L1 point. Mission Control Artemis, checkpoint reached. Nicely done. ESDAR has you on target to a 0.3% deviation. Kudos to the navigation team. She could faintly make out the sounds of clapping in the distance. Absolutely, they seem quite content. The ERB2 indicator continues to display green, and I've received the go-ahead from the package. Copy control opening the door. This gear was tailored for the mission, and while Artemis had been crafted with adaptability in mind, she wasn't made to interface with extraterrestrial tech, which is why the mission package was activated through a smartphone that had been secured with duct tape to the flight console. With the stylus affixed to the back of her flight glove by means of that indispensable space commodity, duct tape, she extended her hand and lightly touched the app icon. A space station materialized into being 3 kilometers ahead of her. Taking everything into account, its arrival was rather disappointingly uneventful. She had anticipated some sort of spectacular display, perhaps some shimmering space pyrotechnics. At most, she noticed a faint wavering of the surrounding stars, as though space had gently rippled. The station itself, however, was quite remarkable. While Artemis was no small craft, the station dwarfed it by many degrees, reminding her of that time she went surfing off California's coast, only for an immense right whale to surface a mere 10 feet away, but on an even grander scale. It was akin to being confronted by a colossal airport terminal. Luckily, they had taken the precaution of aligning their communication protocols, wavelengths, and codecs prior to the mission, allowing the transmission from it to come through clearly and distinctly. The voice that addressed them spoke in a peculiarly unaccented English. Embassy Station 172, Jump concluded. We express our gratitude. Welcome to Sol 172. It is a pleasure to be here, Artemis. Will you be docking? Not in my mission profile 172, I'm sorry. I'd love to come aboard. We comprehend, Artemis. Dispatching the shuttles, they shall trail you autonomously to a secure landing zone. I look forward to coming back. We eagerly anticipate it as well. Indeed, we ask that you serve as the pilot to accompany your world's chosen ambassador aboard. It appears only equitable. Riley smiled beneath her helmet. Nothing could stop me, she vowed. Hey, Kevin. Upon hearing a familiar voice call out his name, Jenkins spun around, letting out a hearty laugh when he caught sight of the person addressing him. Jesus shit, Tanya Bloom? When the hell was the last time I saw you? She had shed some pounds in physical fitness, her tresses now cascading halfway down her back instead of the former shoulder-length bob, and her appearance seemed rather weary, yet she still graced him with a warm smile. Approximately 2.5 years back, she took a seat. You've got a pleasant bar here. Are you permitted to vend alcoholic beverages on a military installation? Why wouldn't they? They aren't working constantly, and they have loved ones. Great coffee as well, and you appear to require some. Oh, hell yes, you do lattes? He occupied himself with the espresso machine. I guarantee the finest lattes in Pinewood Vale, he remarked, compacting the coffee grounds and securing the portafilter into the group head. Pinewood Vale isn't anything to brag about. I've been there, she remarked, observing as he chose a panini and placed it in the grill for cooking. You ought to have witnessed it when the convoy initially arrived. It's now 5 times larger than it was at that point. And 80% of that's the base? Yep. He concluded the beverage with a flourish of steamed milk, sliding it before her. It's on me, he remarked. She lifted it as if crafted from the fountain of youth itself and took a sip. All right, that's incredibly good coffee, she conceded, relaxing as it dispelled the tension of her lengthy travels. I told you so, he remarked, applying pressure to the panini grill. Now, while I'm certainly pleased to see you again, this isn't merely a friendly visit, is it? It's a matter of business, she conceded. I'm somewhat violating the trust placed in me by my employer. That enigmatic client of yours? Jenkins inquired, plating the panini and setting it before her, flashing that overly charming grin as she grabbed it and took an enormous bite. At last overstepped your professional boundaries, did they? Good what if in thifth? Bacon, brie, and cranberry, Jenkins told her. I won't utter a negative remark about the French anymore, Terry vowed. So what are you breaking trust over? He'll also receive this data, but I thought you might find value in a roster of all those abducted who are presently beyond the barrier. You're shitting me. From her bag, she retrieved a USB stick. No, it's merely an educated estimation, the culmination of 30 months spent traversing the globe, conducting research, and questioning individuals who, more often than not, didn't even comprehend the English language, but I'm fairly confident that the majority of it is accurate. Jenkins retrieved the device and slipped it into his pocket. I'll ensure the ambassador is informed of this matter. You've got a line to him? No, but I play poker with somebody who does. She inhaled the rest of her panini. God, I needed that. Where the fuck did you drive from, Mexico? Pretty much. Got a place to stay? If you know any comfortable couches that are going spare, how about a futon? She sighed happily. Oh yeah, you know what a weary traveler needs. 10 days later, Cape Canaveral. Captain Jackson. She emerged from beneath Artemis's left wing, where she and a flight tech had been meticulously adjusting the HFY system. Dr. Kadir Fazili, I presume, she uttered, rising from her trolley to extend her hand to Earth's chosen ambassador. He presented an unusual sight, a small, bald, bearded Iraqi man in a fine suit, leaning slightly on a beautifully polished wooden walking stick, while around him, men and women in jumpsuits bustled back and forth, preparing Artemis and the 3 alien shuttlecraft for flight, though the latter apparently required practically no maintenance. The 4th had been transported northward to Pinewood Vale to be eagerly dissected by the reverse engineering teams. For my transgressions, he concurred, clasping her hand warmly and offering a sincere smile. Riley reciprocated the grin genuinely. She had always harbored a fondness for dapper elderly gentlemen with a mischievous glint in their eyes. And despite being twice her age, Dr. Hussein exuded that sort of magnetic charm in abundance. She's a vision, he remarked, gazing towards Artemis and instantly endearing himself to Riley. That she is, she exhaled, gazing affectionately at her sled. Though not quite as much when grounded, she was made to soar. I eagerly anticipate witnessing that. I'm aware you'll be piloting her alongside our shuttle. Her regard for him increased even more. He wasn't voicing any complaints or even raising doubts about her piloting Artemis instead of the shuttle. The ambassador was evidently adept at making favorable initial impressions. The embassy expressed their desire for me to be the one accompanying you, and truthfully, sir, piloting any other craft would seem unfaithful to her, she remarked. I figured as much, Hussein responded cordially, clasping his hands lightly atop his cane. I wish there were an additional seat, truth be told. Something tells me no one else will ever fly her except you. No one else will pilot my aircraft as long as I'm able, Riley stated resolutely. I had best leave you to keeping her in perfect order then. Please, it's a long checklist. Leaving so soon? Terry sighed. You woke up, she accused. Well now, it seems you're the one slipping away without a proper farewell. The sun hasn't even risen yet. It's been a span of 10 days, Kevin, she uttered. Bending down, she retrieved a discarded undergarment and slipped into it, endeavoring not to be swayed by the way his deep eyes wandered across her form, taking in a final glimpse. Those 10 days had been fervent. Both had made amends for a couple of prolonged, arid years. I must return now. I'm aware, he remarked, rising to his feet. She seized the chance to study him as he stretched languidly and then donned a pair of trousers. I'm not foolish enough to attempt something sentimental like trying to dissuade you either. I merely thought you might as well commence your journey with a satisfied appetite and a fitting send-off. I guess. Come on, best pancakes in Pinewood Vale, I promise. I've seen Pinewood Vale. That's not much of a boast. Test asphals. Check. Test Ishad. And check. Artemis, mission control. Checklist complete. Mission control, Artemis. Checklist complete. Each time, Artemis seemed to perform slightly better. Or perhaps it was Riley herself growing more attuned to her sled's idiosyncrasies. But she could have sworn the unsettling wobble that had characterized their prior HFY's vertical launches was now absent. Everything okay on your end, Limo? She inquired of the pilot of the diplomatic shuttle flying alongside her, as both vessels extended their aerodynamic surfaces and ascended ever higher with just a mild propulsion. Jealous of you, this thing handles like my sister's car. That bad? The controls are idiot-proof. Riley let out a soft, ah sound, signaling comprehension. To an experienced aviator like herself, The term idiot-proof carried a specific implication. It meant that many of the desired options and capabilities one would typically want were rendered inaccessible or unavailable. "Well, you can at least rub your nose," she remarked, inclining forward to graze that bothersome feature against the Velcro patch affixed to the interior of her helmet. The helmet featured various small customizations, from the Velcro pad to a suction nozzle in case of a repeat of Luca Parmitano's experience with water freely flowing inside the helmet or, heaven forbid, Riley vomiting. The entire suit was a testament to the ingenuity of cobbled-together solutions for minor annoyances, designed for long-term habitation, right down to some rather clever plumbing around the pelvic area. She could have worn it for a week and experienced nothing worse than an intense longing for a bath. With a hint of amusement, she realized she had neglected to take the smartphone stylus out of her glove. No matter, it might come in handy regardless. "And you can thumb yours at us. This thing gets 3 kilos, tops." "You're kidding?" "Nah, I'm piloting something close to a moped, but it's cozy inside. They didn't skimp on the upholstery for this ambassadorial vehicle." She let out a soft chuckle. Beside Artemis's sleek yet practical lines that showcased her Lockheed heritage, the shuttle appeared as an uninspiring box, relying entirely on its fields for aerodynamic shaping. A group of designers had done their utmost, stripping off the original beige paint and polishing the metal to a mirror-like shine, and reportedly filling the interior with tasteful wood and woven fabrics. The original idea of leather upholstery had been swiftly abandoned on the advice that the aliens were almost universally herbivores and would be thoroughly repulsed by the notion of sitting on the skin of a once-living creature, or even a facsimile thereof. Artemis drew her attention with a pleasant beeping sound. "We're nearing Delta Point 1, she remarked. It was deceptive how swiftly the vastness of space could approach them when the journey felt so smooth. "I perceive it. Linking FTL systems to your command. Mission control. This is Limo. The escort vessel now has control." "I have it. Mission control, Artemis. Escort has the button." "Artemis, mission control. You are clear for FTL." Without uttering a word, she simply caressed the uncovered portion of Artemis's frame as a gesture for fortune, then eased the thrust control forward. Once more, the moon seemed to grow brighter in the heavens, and there stood Embassy 172, an imposing structure of pristine white, nearly dazzling in the sunlight despite her shaded lenses and Artemis's own auto-dimming window tint. 172, Artemis. Ambassadorial transport on final approach." "Understood, Artemis. The ambassador has clearance for docking bay 1. Will you be joining us on board?" "I will, 172, Artemis requesting permission to land." "Clearance approved. You may proceed to bay 3. Artemis, it seems we're unable to establish a connection with your landing system, as it's indicating an incompatible protocol issue." "Blast!" Riley scrambled to address the issue, but ultimately concluded it wasn't worthy of further effort. "Understood, 172, requesting clearance for a manual descent." A hush fell, punctuated solely by the faint hissing of solar radiation. "Artemis, did you just say manual landing?" "Affirmative, 172, manual landing." "Ah, I see. Certainly, sir. Artemis, you have clearance for a manual landing in Bay 3. Copy, 172, Bay 3. Riley shook her head in amusement as she rounded the station's mass and aligned herself on her designated bay. Indeed, of all the maneuvers she had practiced in the simulator before Artemis was even constructed, manually landing on an enclosed flight deck aboard a steadily rotating space station had been one of the earliest and simplest, and that had been when they still anticipated she'd have thrusters requiring fuel. Nowadays, with an unlimited thrust capacity, it was even more straightforward. Match rotation, nose forward, extend forward with S-fails, and draw herself forward and gently onto the deck. Frankly, she doubted the computer could have executed it any smoother. In contrast to the challenge of landing on an aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf, touching down on Embassy 172 proved to be a relatively straightforward task. Once she had completed the post-flight inspections, powered down her vessel, and secured it, the hangar had become populated with an eccentric welcoming committee. As she nimbly and lightly descended to the deck, taking advantage of the reduced gravity, she endeavored not to gaze fixedly at them. Oh goodness, that one appears remarkably similar to Rocket Raccoon. Try not to gaze intently, try not to gaze intently. A diminutive being with a disconcertingly recognizable visage, cherished by UFO enthusiasts globally, drew near, followed by a sort of arched structure that glided on a levitating platform, which came to rest before Riley. She endeavored not to be perturbed by the reality that a considerable portion of the gathered entities appeared to have no qualms with a lack of attire. Curiously, the one adorned with the most garments of them all was the diminutive, furry, raccoon-like alien, who was clad in a vestment that seemed to be a fusion of her own flight suit and a pair of overalls. "Captain, if you'd kindly step through this decontamination archway prior to removing your flight suit, it would spare us considerable trouble and potential excruciating demise," requested the gray. Up close, she could discern that the movements of its mouth had no correlation whatsoever to what she actually heard, which was a pleasant male tenor voice with a faint hint of condescension, intellectual superiority. The effect was convincing and humanizing at the very least. "Absolutely," she exclaimed with delight, proceeding through it, trailed by, "Whoa! Goodness, that sensation is peculiar." The small gray being moved ahead in a swift manner. "Are you experiencing discomfort?" he inquired, his voice carrying a hint of worry. No, just, wow, my teeth have never felt so clean." "Ah, indeed. The Streptococcus salivarius strain was remarkably hardy, as was Staphylococcus aureus, yet we ultimately prevailed over them. You can take off your helmet now, Captain, as we are presently secure from you." Riley complied, glad to be free from the situation, and seized the chance to relieve an itch above her ear. "I knew that stylus would be useful." "Splendid. Should you plan to remain for more than 8 hours, we'll have to provide you with a longer-lasting injection, or even a permanent implant if you're amenable. Until then, I shall entrust you to the capable care of the rest of the crew." Riley observed as he departed. "Goodness, I've encountered some rather curt physicians over the years," she remarked. An odd chittering sound emanated from the space raccoon. A certain quality in its body language hinted at amusement, leading her to deduce that the chittering had likely been the equivalent of laughter. Her doubts were validated when the interpreter offered him a sardonic, deep-voiced remark, for his kind that amounted to a cordial greeting. Riley grinned. "I suppose I was so engrossed in piloting Artemis that I neglected to review the briefing materials on everyone." Gazing around, she took in the blue and white giraffe-like beings, the bat-like figure, a massive furry mound in the back that seemed content to observe from afar for now, and more. The majority of the remaining members of her welcoming party sketched respectful gestures of greeting and left her to converse with the raccoon-like creature. "I can't blame you. It's beautiful." "She is, isn't she?" "Her? As you prefer. And I must admit that was truly graceful flying. I'm aware traffic routing tends to get uneasy about manual landings in their docks, but I've never witnessed a landing so seamless from any entity, biological or artificial." "You're a pilot yourself?" "Indeed I am. Officer Krillak, belonging to Clan Firefang, is what I'm called. My kind are known as the Gaoans." "Captain Erica Hartley, NASA. Human, obviously." "A pleasure. Be gentle indeed. You could likely crush my hand if you squeeze too firmly." He extended a hand, and it was, much to her relief, unmistakably a hand, an honest tool user's fingers, rather than an animal's paw. So she released the pressure seal on her gauntlets, removed them, and shook the proffered extremity as delicately as possible, intrigued by how warm and silky the short fur of his hands felt. "I'm shaking hands with an intelligent alien raccoon. Holy shit." "Would you like to take a closer look at Artemis?" she proposed. "There are still a couple of checks I need to perform after the flight." "It would be a pleasure," Krillak remarked. As they neared the sled's hull, his enthusiasm grew. "Her aerodynamic design is remarkable. By the era my species developed warp capabilities, we had long forsaken such curvaceous forms in favor of shaped field geometries. She was largely manufactured by a firm known as Lockheed, Riley remarked. She's equipped with those contoured fields as well, but they adhered to a principle of, if it ain't broke, don't mend it. After all, should the fields malfunction, I'd prefer not to be piloting something with the aerodynamic characteristics of a boot. That notion resonates quite well, in fact. I may have to adopt that adage, Krillak remarked. He bent down to peer beneath Artemis's underside. Your species seems to embrace redundancy on a grand scale, doesn't it? Pressurized cabin and pressurized flight attire, the entire hull and field configuration, dual force field landing mechanisms. The craft could hobble back on a single engine as well, Riley remarked. That's what's known as Murphy's Law. Your legislation mandates redundant systems? Riley chuckled. No, Murphy's Law isn't a legal statute. It's an adage, like a principle of nature. Whatever can go awry will go awry in due course. I'll be bringing that one back as well, Krillak remarked. Ah, is that a field-assisted scramjet? Absolutely. She's undoubtedly the swiftest craft we've ever constructed, by an immense margin, both in the vacuum of space and within atmospheric conditions. Traversing the terrestrial surface at Mach 20 is a mere trifle for her capabilities. What's her maximum? We're not entirely certain, Riley beamed, correctly interpreting the Galleon's open-muzzled expression as one of dazed awe. She opened a hatch, inspected something inside, closed and sealed it, verified the seal, and then checked off an item on the small booklet attached to her wrist. In theory, with the fields handling the heavy lifting and eliminating mechanical stresses, we believe she could reach speeds upwards of Mach 30. Of course, that's modest compared to the FTL capability. Well, obviously, Krillak agreed. What's she do? It hinges on how much energy I supply her, Riley explained. I reckon if I truly pushed her limits, 70 kilolights for a 6-hour duration. However, presently, that'd only permit a one-way journey, as they've yet to complete the Witch's system. 70? How is that possible? She doesn't seem large enough to accommodate a power plant of that magnitude, particularly considering that, no offense intended, I suspect your inaugural FTL engine may not be highly efficient. And what exactly is Witches? No offense taken, she'll become swifter as we replace the FTL core. She was designed to be adaptable for the future. In any case, the power plant is for operating the onboard electronics and life support systems. Energy for the FTL comes from a supercapacitor bank. Currently, that's charged on the ground, but Witch's wide attainment. Charging energy system can harness photons from any nearby stars or celestial bodies and convert them into stored energy. The larger the field, the faster we charge. Once that's completed and installed, theoretically, Artemis could transition from depleted to fully charged in under a minute simply by basking in sunlight. She smiled broadly. And naturally, being the meticulously prepared woman she is, if I were to find myself marooned, the ship's power plant has enough juice for 50 lights. Not speedy, but preferable to perishing alone in the vast expanse of deep space. Krillak stepped away and employed his claws to smooth some errant fur behind one ear. I rescind my previous statement. She's not simply lovely, she's the most exquisite creature upon which I've ever set eyes. Oh, the ladies must be all over a charmer like you. I've fathered a good number of offspring, the Galleon concurred, his tone suggesting self-satisfaction, leading Riley to deduce that her compliment had been well received. From the pocket of his flight suit, he retrieved a device resembling a smartphone and briefly looked at it, then uttered something the station didn't interpret. I ought to depart, as my clan father wishes to converse with me, he stated. It was delightful, Krillak, Riley remarked, still barely able to fathom that she was already viewing an alien raccoon as an amiable companion and prospective friend. She studied closely the markings around his eyes and muzzle, committing them to memory. It would be quite embarrassing to have connected so well with him, only to mistake him for another Galleon. They exchanged handshakes once more, and Krillak dipped his head in a motion that she interpreted as a sign of respect before trotting off. As Riley observed his departure, she discreetly stowed the slip of paper he had covertly passed to her during their handshake, and proceeded to occupy herself with finalizing the post-flight inspection procedures. Did you succeed? Indeed, Father. For Krillak, the respectful title carried a slightly more intimate connotation. The visage gazing back at him from the screen of his communicator bore markings and hues that were nearly a reflection of his own, and there could be little doubt that Clan Father Torin was his sire. But that relationship took a distant second place to the bond of clan. Being the clan father's cub brought no special privileges, nor should it. The entire clan structure existed specifically to avoid such nepotism. Yet they shared a good rapport nonetheless. Splendid. The ambassador will be here soon. We'll allow this charade of diplomacy to unfold. The crucial aspect has been achieved. You've performed admirably. Was it challenging to gain the pilot's favor? I didn't need to put on an act. Certain advancements and principles integrated into that compact vessel are genuinely remarkable, and she's helplessly enamored with it. I admit I share that sentiment. If we were to embrace some of the concepts she disclosed to me into our own vessels. This moment is not opportune, brother, the clan father cautioned him. Krillak lowered his head and pressed his ears back, feeling abashed. Indeed, father. Well done, my boy. Escort the first Frost back to Gao. I've persuaded a mother to unite with our cause. A mother? Certainly, he replied, raising a paw and showing patient amusement as Krillak's face brightened. Sister Myrla will accompany her, brother. You'll have ample chance to create a favorable impression before their departure. This served as a recognition of exceptional achievement, and Krillak could scarcely conceal his appreciation. But the Firefangs valued emotional restraint and composure, so he simply offered a composed, "Thank you, Father. Good fortune with the ambassadors." The others are misguided for compelling us to rely on fortune. Father Torin uttered the word with disdain. Surely they cannot think that hiding the truth about the Great Hunt in the Jettison Directive will do anything other than cause detriment over time, can they? Krillak inquired. I honestly have no clue. Gao voted for complete transparency, but we were overridden and will face penalties if I violate that decision during this meeting. Torin ruffled the fur at his shoulders annoyedly. Fools! He regained his composure, setting his jaw with determination. Krillak, making a favorable impression on the humans is crucial. It won't be long before they uncover how poorly their people have been treated by the Dominion, particularly in the aftermath of the Great Hunt, and Gao must get in their good graces. Your rapport with their pilot and the influence of the clan of females could very well sway the balance. I suppose we're just fortunate that we have the opportunity to work behind the scenes before your note can be raised at the next gathering. All right, she remarked. Those pancakes were incredibly delicious. I did mention it, he replied. I ought to depart now. Yes, you probably should. Indeed. She rose to her feet and surveyed the surroundings. Pardon me, but do you happen to know the whereabouts of my undergarments? I must admit, I had envisioned someone rather distinct, a fighter, akin to his guard. Not, well. The Vizcutke envoy gestured towards the image of Dr. Hussein hobbling down the hallway, relying heavily on his cane, even as he engaged his assistants and personnel with affable, casual conversation. Not a frail elder? Asked the Raurir ambassador. You've got it right. A demonstration of their physical prowess would be fitting, yet they've chosen to present us with this example instead. At that juncture, Clan Father Torin chimed in, causing a few of the ambassadors to flinch. The Gauian had been within a privacy field for several minutes. They had nearly forgotten his presence. In that case, they have cleverly outmaneuvered you, he remarked. A fair reminder to respect their intellect as well as their physical prowess, is it not? The emissary for the Vrylax Directorate gestured assent. Humans are not a brutish species, esteemed ones. They hail from a rugged world. There exists a crucial distinction, and neglecting to recall it could prove perilous. Pardon me, Ambassador, remarked the envoy of the Quumbro, but they consume meat. That alone signifies a degree of barbarism. The envoys exchanged furtive glances. The Quumbro had endured immense hardship due to their unfortunate closeness to hunter territory, subjected to raids by those inscrutable, malevolent beings, since times predating even the advent of movable-type printing. This had regrettably, yet understandably, instilled deep prejudices within them. "My kind does as well, Ambassador," Torin reminded him, his tone composed and friendly. "Do you view us as savages?" The Qumburo prudently opted to preserve a diplomatic quiet, yet shifted uneasily in his seat, and the assembled dignitaries abstained from additional discourse until the entrance opened and the station's security chief presented the human. Dr. Kadir Fazili, ambassadors. Rising from their chairs as a gesture of respect, the ambassadors watched as the man entered with a faint smile, his hands lightly shaking as he leaned on his cane. "Well, thank you for the warm welcome," he said, glancing around. "There is much we must discuss," the Vrilax ambassador stated. As founding members, and undisputedly the most influential members of the Dominion, it was customary for the Directorate's ambassador to initiate such occasions. "Yet welcome, Doctor. This day has arrived sooner than for any other species known to us before, making it all the more remarkable. Earth has already caused significant ripples among the interstellar community, and we are eager to witness what further achievements your people shall accomplish." A general murmur of assent arose, and the security chief courteously accompanied the human to his own workstation, tactfully positioned within the circle, rather than at the interrogative center of the chamber. "To business, then," the doctor said. "If I may say a few words." "Of course." "Excellent." Rising once more, he leaned lightly against the table and picked up one of his notes with that same quivering hand. Meticulously, he unfolded a pair of reading glasses, positioned them on the bridge of his nose, brought the note closer to scrutinize it, and then gave a contented nod. "Ahem. Hunters issue ultimatum. Surrender all humans, or the swarm of swarms will assault identified human sites. All vessels and stations transporting human passengers are urged, expel them promptly." Amidst the resonating quiet, he placed the paper down and delicately adjusted it until its edges and corners aligned perfectly with the others. Removing his reading glasses, he meticulously folded them and set them atop his notes with care, before lifting his gaze and piercing them all with a stern glare that contrasted sharply with the kindly twinkle his eyes had held just moments prior. "I think, ambassadors," he said, "that we are owed an explanation. 3 years and 10 days after the Cascadia attack. Portland, Oregon. Click. After turning on the lights, locating the TV remote proved effortless. It rested neatly on the bed, precisely where an arriving guest would notice it. Terry set down her luggage, grabbed the remote, and flipped through channels, halting when she identified a renowned physicist with a distinctive mustache. "Sweet. Aspect I fail to comprehend is that this protective layer, obstruction, or whatever you wish to call it, is meant to prevent objects from passing through it, correct?" "That's right, yes. It's like a solid wall in space." "Precisely. It is in effect a solid barrier in space, composed solely of the same electrostatic repulsion forces that render this table and my hand tangible entities." Content, she verified the door was secured and the drapes drawn, then slipped her jacket off, hanging it on the hooks near the entrance. "Station arrive at this point? Did it simply teleport through the barrier? That barrier doesn't seem very substantial." "So it seems it appears there are 2 methods to travel from point A to point B quicker than the speed of light. The first is the warp drive installed on Artemis, correct? However, the second was actually hypothesized by Albert Einstein and Nathan Rosen back in 1935. Contentment gave way to intrigue as she cranked up the volume, taking the opportunity afforded by the hotel's luxury to begin filling the expansive bathtub with water as hot as the tap would allow. "Wormholes, right? I think that was on Star Trek." From her travel case, she took out some cosmetic necessities, and before long, a bath bomb was fizzing and bubbling in the water, infusing her senses with the aromas of grapefruit and bergamot. "The main point is that when you traverse one of these phenomena, the intermediate distance holds no significance. You simply transition from A to Z without traversing B, C, D, and so forth along the path. So the barrier doesn't matter to this thing." "Precisely. The rationale behind our inability to utilize it as an escape route lies in the fact that these bridges tend to collapse almost instantaneously, unless they are equipped with a field generator at each terminus. The bath could remain unattended for the moment. Terry rose and removed her shirt. The garment had been sweaty and unpleasant for the past couple of hours, and she exhaled a genuine sigh of relief as she was able to discard it in a careless pile at the end of the bed. Without somebody on the outside helping us get out. All right, now, there has been much discussion regarding our gravitational force being purportedly far greater than the typical levels found elsewhere. Yes. So are we likely to be that much stronger than everything out there? As we've learned, Earth is larger and more dense than the typical temperate planet. Now, if a celestial body is both bigger and denser, that signifies it has greater gravitational force, and in our case, it's around 30% stronger than what's considered the norm. Terry wriggled out of her jeans as Bill Maher tilted his head and made a doubtful clicking noise with his teeth. 30% doesn't sound like that much to me. Subtle alterations can yield immense impacts. Had the Earth been merely half again as large as its actual size, we would have been utterly incapable of launching rockets, let alone ones powerful enough to propel space stations and human crews into orbit. Earth's dimensions are likely quite close to the maximum feasible for enabling manned space exploration. What does that have to do with muscles? Well, it may have pushed us beyond the stage where evolution would favor a particular type of muscle, or something along those lines. That's not truly, I find it all intriguing, but the subjects that captivate me the most are astrophysics, and what these novel technologies can reveal to us about phenomena like dark energy. While the real-time panel delved into the political intricacies, spurred by their host's sardonic remarks, Terry shed her undergarments and eased into the tub, wincing and clenching her jaw as she cautiously immersed herself in the water that was a tad too warm. She paid little heed to the remainder of the discussion and the panel's remarks, instead reveling in the sensation of countless hours spent on the highway, melting away, emerging only once she was thoroughly drenched and unwound. Finally, new rule. Erica Hartley is not a sex symbol. With an arched eyebrow, she observed the assortment of dismayed sounds emanating from the crowd. Maher relished the controversy for a moment before delving into the crux of his closing statement. Seated on the edge of the bed, drying her hair with a towel, she listened attentively. "Business as usual on Earth," she muttered. "Zirion. Unknown craft, you are venturing into restricted territory. Cease your advance at once and reveal your identity, or face the consequence of annihilation." Tarnock stopped abruptly. The threat, unknown to the entity who issued it, held no weight. He had approached from a trajectory allowing him to instantly accelerate to faster-than-light speeds if confronted, and no weapon in existence could have intercepted them had he done so. Still, it didn't pay to antagonize the people you were there to see. "Acknowledged Zirion colony, yacht sanctuary, initiating full-stop procedures," he responded. "Sanctuary, state your business." "I have a message for Alicia Meredith," Tarnock told them. "That name you mentioned, Sanctuary, does not correspond to anyone present," the Zirion operator stated untruthfully. "All right, Zirion, my apologies. However, if by chance someone bearing that name appears soon, would you kindly inform her that Captain Tarnock inquires, 'What's the crack?'" There was a long pause. "Sanctuary, you will hold position." "Complying, Zirion," he said amicably. There was a much longer pauser. "Sanctuary, you have clearance to proceed with landing. Please adhere to the designated flight path for your approach." "Thank you, Zirion, proceeding to land." At his side, Dara Houston chuckled. "I did mention a Belfast girl wouldn't be able to resist that line," he boasted. Tarnock let out a soft, chirping chuckle. "Simply ensure she receives that letter," he remarked. I will. Hey, I'll miss you, Tarnock. You've been good to us." "Are you going to be all right?" he inquired. A few interceptor crafts had approached to escort them, and judging by their configuration, they appeared to be modified, repurposed hunter vessels. They looked distinctly intimidating. "I believe we'll all remain safe. provided this location continues to evade the Great Hunt's detection. My upcoming objective is to endeavor to exert some influence in that area, Tarnock remarked as the sanctuary angled upward and extended its landing apparatus. I'm at a loss to understand the reasoning behind your decision to oppose your own dominion in this manner. The landing finished with a gentle bump. For the dominion was significant to me solely when its essence eluded my grasp, Tarnock imparted to him. May fortune favor you, Dara. Your absence shall be keenly felt by me as well. You too, mate, be safe. With his departure, Tarnock found himself contemplating the profound sense of emptiness that would pervade the sanctuary in the absence of its 50 human inhabitants. He pondered the idea of having it refurbished once more, transforming it into something slightly more befitting of humanity's representative. Cape Town. Dr. Hussein envisioned the myriad of cell phones raised skyward to witness the ambassadorial shuttle's descent. The provincial capital had relinquished a prime parcel on the mountainside to the global representative, thus emerging as Africa's counterpart to the UN in New York. While an architect's design had already been chosen and the groundwork for the assembly building had been laid, it would likely take nearly a year before its completion, so for the time being, the Global Ambassador's office was rented in the Portside Tower. Unfortunately, the building lacked the facilities to accommodate an intra-system shuttle, requiring a hangar at the airport and a limousine commute under escort, flanked by sturdy black SUVs. Luckily, the limousine had been equipped to facilitate a conference call with the 10 most senior assembly members, allowing business to proceed uninterrupted. The Gauians are certainly an ally, he remarked. They attempted to make unofficial contact through Captain Jackson. As for the others, while I believe we've adequately impressed and intimidated most for now, the Vrilax ambassador has a very level head. He'll likely be the toughest for our assertive approach, and his directorate wields immense political power. He'll probably be able to moderate the reactions of the rest. The British representative was a man with unkempt hair who had secured his role by cultivating a popular persona as somewhat of a jester, an approach which had transformed his aristocratic accent into an innocuous peculiarity. However, in private discussions and gatherings, he permitted his razor-sharp intellect to manifest, and at present he was nodding contemplatively. We've still got a couple of aces in the hole, he remarked. It would be unfortunate to play one so soon, but if necessary. The Chinese official, formerly the General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, signaled his concurrence. These privateers have provided us with a valuable negotiating asset, should we choose to leverage it. The ex-U.S. Secretary of State's expression turned skeptical, her brow furrowing slightly. Perhaps it's too soon. Wouldn't it be wiser to reserve that option for later on? That specific chip could have a time constraint, Hussein pondered. And if we're taking an assertive approach, then we must maintain the intensity. There could be risks involved for our operative, countered the British representative. We'll simply need to place our faith in him, Hussein affirmed. After all, significant achievements seldom come without an element of risk. And should he achieve success, it would be the action most probable to disturb the Vrilax ambassador's composure. Or perhaps make his composure insignificant. As you suggest, Madame Chancellor, shall we proceed to a vote? There was a general show of hands. So it's decided then, when our operative reaches out next, we'll instruct them to initiate the overture. 3 years and 12 days after the Cascadia attack. San Diego, California. As Terry exited the highway via the 17th Street off-ramp, her phone emitted the sound of a door opening, an unwelcome notification. This noise originated from a home security application she had acquired, designed to alert her if her apartment door was opened while her phone was away. She paused on Logan Avenue just long enough to retrieve the meticulously cared-for Colt 1911 and her concealed carry permit from the lockbox in the trunk, where she had stowed them beneath the spare tire for the journey through Canada. Then, with her heart racing, completed the brief drive into Grant Hill. Rather than using the main entrance, she parked a short distance from the apartment building and, with caution, stealthily ascended the fire escape as noiselessly as possible. A quick peek through the bedroom window revealed no indication of an intruder, so, hoping that after a few weeks away it would still open quietly, she slid up the window. To her relief, it slid open with a whisper, and she was able to step soundlessly through onto her memory foam mattress, and from there, gently lower her feet to the floor without making any sound. The remaining area of the apartment followed an open layout. She paused briefly, contemplating whether to proceed cautiously and silently, or charge in and instill dread akin to a loaded firearm upon any intruders. The realization dawned upon her, albeit delayed, that a camera coupled with an application to monitor it remotely from her phone would have been immensely beneficial in the present situation. "To heck with it," she murmured under her breath, and proceeded with the burst-in strategy. Forcefully pushing open the door, she barged into the room, and upon catching sight of his presence from the corner of her eye, she aimed her gun squarely at Mr. Sylvester, who was seated on her couch, a firearm of his own trained on the front entrance. With his right leg crossed over the other and his free arm draped across the back of the couch, he exuded an air of nonchalance and arrogance. The moment was transformed in an instant when his gaze met hers and his eyes fell upon the handgun she carried. "Ah, well, this is awkward," he said. Suicidally, stupidly, he tried to aim at her. They were his last words. 3 years and a little over 2 months following the devastating Cascadia attack, Earth Luna L2 point. "Mission Control, Artemis. Checkpoint reached. Over." 5x5, Artemis. SDAR says 0.2% deviation. Over. "Roger, Control. Paranav agrees 0.2. Over." "ERB2 is green. I've received the code from the package. Unlock the entrance. Over." "Wilco." For the second occasion, Riley pondered that jump drives truly ought to appear a tad more impressive. She observed intently this time, and noticed a faint glimmer as the leading boundary of the spatial distortion wavered the vast dust fields of the Milky Way, akin to a heat haze, but that was about the extent of it. Otherwise, a space station materialized before her. This one wasn't the sleek white needle of Embassy 172, but was instead a little more ornate and decorative, less minimalism, more Art Deco. Contact was made right after they had inserted accurately into the L2 location. "Transit finished. We're grateful, Artemis," they transmitted. "It's a pleasure, Embassy. On behalf of Earth's nations, we extend a warm welcome to you in the Sol system." "Thank you. The Celsi Alliance is honored to be here." 3 years and 1 month AV. 500 West Hotel, San Diego, California, United States of America. Through an official statement, the President of the Russian Federation announced that his nation would not partake in what he termed the Western domination of space exploration, a view mirrored by the People's Republic of China in their own declaration merely 3 hours afterward. In the meantime, the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA, revealed today that the initial atmospheric test flight of their own spaceplane, codenamed Inazuma, has proven successful, and that the new craft is scheduled to attempt achieving orbit in a flight planned for the coming week. With whispers circulating that various South American countries are engaged in discussions to establish their own unified space agency, coupled with the budding private ventures of Virgin, Red Bull, Mitsubishi, Google, and BAE Systems, it appears that the second space race has commenced in earnest. Joining me on the show tonight is British science fiction author. Whoop. Whoop, that's the call of authority. Whoop. Whoop, that's the cry of the untamed. Whoop. Whoop. Click. Tanya Bloom, good afternoon, Detective. Good day, Miss Boone. I wanted to inform you that the department is content with your actions being considered self-defense, and since you've adhered to the conditions we outlined, we will not be pursuing prosecution. Well, I was starting to feel restless just lounging around in a hotel when an organization I've collaborated with is attempting to eliminate me, Terry remarked as she removed the towel from her hair and began slipping into her jacket with one hand. She had no plans to linger in the hotel any longer than absolutely necessary. Well, you see, Miss Boone, we just don't have any proof that this individual was employed by anyone other than himself. You checked his office. The proprietor of the premises you specified adamantly asserts that the individual who assaulted you was the sole occupant of that office space, barring business visitors. No other registered personnel, and we've uncovered no indications of any professional associates. If he's affiliated with some covert agenda or organization, then there's simply no evidence suggesting as much. I regret that, lacking evidence, I cannot allocate departmental resources to probe your allegations. We've undertaken all reasonable measures at our disposal. Doesn't it seem a bit peculiar that someone who calls himself a business network consultant didn't appear to have any straightforward professional connections? It seems rather peculiar to me, ma'am. However, it's not sufficient grounds to initiate an inquiry. My apologies. All right, you have plenty on your plate as it is. Terry realized her wording might come across as resentful, yet she truly wasn't. Thankfully, Detective Aries appeared either adept at discerning vocal inflections over the phone to grasp her intent, or perhaps too hardened to be fazed by it. "You're a PI, right?" he asked. "Right. Feel free to look into this matter at your own pace. Should you uncover any concrete evidence, you know how to reach me, and, well, you get the idea. Just be careful out there and keep me posted on your progress." "Gracias, Detective." "De nada. Stay safe, Miss Boone." Terry seized her belongings and descended the staircase towards the front desk. The result had unfolded largely as she had anticipated, leaving her now to ponder the query that had occupied her thoughts for the past 5 days. Why on earth would a list of alien abductees be worth killing over? 3 years and a quarter after the vanishing, Bulford ECTC on Salisbury Plain in England. "Fall in!" They complied, without delay. Each soldier in the unit had volunteered, drawn from across the English-speaking nations irrespective of their former assignment. Every single one was part of the Special Forces. Today marks the commencement of your initial training session for combat operations in prevalent extraterrestrial environments. We shall commence at a measured pace with an obstacle course, gradually progressing to live-fire exercises over the ensuing week. Upon completion of this training regimen, you will have acquired the requisite skills and knowledge to maneuver effectively in low-gravity settings, and will have learned to identify and respond appropriately to the catalog of known potential non-human encounters. Successful completion of this training will certify you for off-world missions, some of which may be of indeterminate duration. If any individual wishes to withdraw, voice your intention now, and it shall not be held against you. None of them did. They had all already endured far more challenging ordeals just to reach their current position, and taken on far riskier assignments throughout their careers. Their instructor paused for a moment or two before giving a nod of approval, and then signaled a thumbs up to the control room situated high along one of the towering interior walls of the ECTC hangar. With knees bent, he adapted to the abrupt shift in gravitational force through well-honed experience, suppressing a grin as the Special Operations veterans stumbled, wavered, or voiced surprise at the alteration. "Form a line. Upon the sound of my whistle, you shall proceed through the obstacle course, striving for the swiftest completion." After several minutes, accompanied by bumped heads, scraped elbows, and bruised egos, the final veterans flew off the end of the last rope and trotted to an awkward halt, their instincts undone by the lower gravity. Although all had, to their credit, achieved exceptional times, not a single one had completed the course with their dignity entirely intact. That was okay. This initial run was designed to dispel any notions you might have had about being prepared, the instructor remarked. Your entire life, you've been conditioned for Earth's gravitational pull, which exceeds the off-world standard by 30%. That 30% margin creates an unexpectedly significant impact, as you've just experienced. Every intuition you possess about how to move, how much reaction time you have, and what you can accomplish is incorrect. Discard them and begin anew. Any inquiries? Any? Certain queries arose, which were swiftly addressed in a manner that satisfied all present. All right, let's return to the beginning. We're repeating the exercise, and if anyone here doesn't surpass their previous time, the entire group will perform 100 push-ups under increased gravitational force. Proceed. Much to his reluctant contentment, no push-ups were required. However, their journey remained far from complete. Planet desolation. Summer's approach was nearing. Over time, Damien had grown accustomed to regarding summer in this hellish landscape much like winter back home, a signal that the good times were ending for another year. Before long, far too quickly, he'd transition out of the season of abundance, where hardy nuts, roots, and hibernating creatures could be readily unearthed from beneath the snow and frozen soil, and into the season of explosive growth. Back to mornings and evenings, spent lurking beneath 2 layers of mosquito netting. Back to inspecting his boots for venomous creatures that had discovered a cozy, shadowy spot to make their home and spawn a fresh generation of miniature terrors. Back to devoting his days to frantically hacking away at the encroaching foliage surrounding his camp, doing naught but holding back a wall of vegetation that flourished so rapidly you could perceive its growth. Hopefully, at long last, there would be no bomb fruit bushes this time. He thought he had eliminated them all. It was difficult to discern when the fruit literally burst and scattered its seeds far and wide. He had been incredibly fortunate to survive the woody shards of his initial encounter with bomb fruit, and the scar along his right forearm served as a constant reminder not to take anything on desolation for granted. Certainly, obtaining sufficient calories and vitamins wasn't an arduous task during the summer months, which was a redeeming aspect. It was an opportune period to prepare jerky over the fire for the remainder of the year, as well as to dehydrate fruits to prevent scurvy until the next growing season commenced. The summer entailed a multitude of labor-intensive tasks, all of which were physically taxing, and all of which were undertaken amidst sweltering temperatures. Resolute to savor the final tranquil weeks of snowy stillness while possible, he had prepared a toasty fruit beverage when the resonance echoed across the woodland and hillsides, the unmistakable rumble of a sonic blast. He halted, anxious, then hurried to his shelter and seized from its concealed cache atop the bed the potential rescue pack, a signal flare launcher, a compact mirror, the sun-powered 2-way radio. He stepped out into the open area surrounding his campsite, just in the nick of time. A sleek steel and matte black object was gradually appearing from behind the towering peak he had dubbed Mount Fuck You, owing to its considerably greater height compared to the 3 adjacent mountains. Lifting the firearm, he discharged the signal flare upwards, its brilliant light arcing over the wooded expanse. He was on the verge of succumbing to relief when the vessel promptly altered its trajectory in his direction. "Greetings, Damien. We bid you welcome aboard." Greetings," he responded, somewhat puzzled by the lack of a reception at the entrance. "I apologize for not welcoming you face to face, but I fear that being in your vicinity at this moment could be lethal for me. Your presence is triggering numerous biohazard alerts in this area." "I am?" "I must confirm that. Thankfully, the decontamination process won't require much time, and the positive aspect is that you'll feel completely refreshed once we've finished. Would you kindly discard your garments in the incinerator, situated to your left?" Damien hurried to oblige, driven by the prospect of experiencing cleanliness for the first time in an indeterminate period. He hesitated, however, at the thought of discarding the necklace adorned with predator teeth that he had crafted, or the intricately carved wooden beads strung upon it. Those pieces were the product of his dedicated labor, and held a distinctive quality. "Should you have any belongings you'd like to retain, an autoclave can be found on the forward wall," the voice stated. After hearing those words, Damien felt no further need for hesitation, and before long found himself standing unclothed in the center of the room, mildly surprised at his own lack of self-consciousness. "What comes next?" he inquired. An apparatus, scarcely more than an ebony dome affixed within a pale framework upon the wall, emanated a cerulean radiance towards him momentarily. "Verifying. All right, you can move forward into the adjacent chamber." The entrance slid downwards, unveiling a space that appeared somewhat less clinical beyond. The doorway possessed an odd golden shimmer, yet Damien paid it no mind. "Wow," he exclaimed, coming to a halt as soon as he'd passed it. "Feel strange?" His teeth were unusually pristine. The creeping, prickling feeling in his hair and beard to which he had grown accustomed had vanished. The hair and beard themselves were cleansed and smooth, and his skin felt thoroughly scoured. His body's natural scent abruptly became noticeable by its lack. "You were carrying quite a few parasites. They've been eliminated now, including, you'll be pleased to hear, those that were jeopardizing your liver's performance. Fresh garments are available in the Nanofactory's dispensary chute to your right. Clean clothes! They were an odd, impartial sort of outfit, little beyond a t-shirt, sweatpants, and a pair of strikingly ordinary-looking boots. Yet they suited him flawlessly, and they felt so incredibly, incredibly comfortable. "So, who are you?" he asked to the walls as he put them on. "The majority of people refer to me as Tarnok," the voice uttered. "And indeed, I'm familiar with Star Trek, so I comprehend the intended humor." "I never have," Damien admitted, acknowledging the most humans remark. "We lacked a television set." "Indeed, I've reviewed the details in your dossier. The High Command sought an adept in wilderness survival techniques who maintained a sufficiently discreet profile to avoid drawing undue attention, an exceptionally uncommon trait across most societies." "Lucky me." "You ought to feel a sense of pride. You've managed to endure on desolation for longer than anyone else could have hoped to." "Can I go home now?" "I wish I could, I truly do. But there have been complications." "I don't like the sound of that." "I was aware you wouldn't comply. No one ever does. Why don't you join me in the common area, and I'll provide you with the details." "And after that?" "After that, I'll be asking for your help." 3 years and 4 months, AV, Cape Canaveral, Florida. "Here she comes." Artemis's engines emitted a low rushing sound, akin to waves crashing against distant cliffs, as she glided low over the facility. The sound faded into silence as she briefly circled before descending onto the concrete, levitating solely on the shaped fields of her S-Files module until her wheels gently touched the hardtop. Promptly, she was encircled by technicians who commenced the meticulous checklist to ensure her readiness for the next flight. Erica Hartley affectionately caressed the aircraft before removing her gauntlets and ambling over to the awaiting group. "So you're the new... Oh, Danny, you made it!" Danny Cho grinned at Riley. The two of them had been stationed together in the same unit during the Middle East conflicts, forming a solid yet intermittent friendship, both more devoted to their careers than to personal relationships. "Sure did," he said. "I'll be flying Ariadne." Riley shook hands with him, then exchanged introductions with the other 4 pilots. Karis Davies, formerly of the RAF, piloting Niobe, Steve Hogan, formerly of the Royal Australian Air Force, flying Medea, and James Carter and Adam Kosinski, both ex-USAF, at the controls of Electra and Denai, respectively. Collectively, they were known as Odyssey Wing. Another wing of 5 Lockheed TS-101s, the vehicle for which Artemis herself had been the prototype, was being delivered to Europe to form the foundation of Edda Wing, Baldur, Dagur, Freya, Magni, and Scotty. But they wouldn't be operational for another few weeks yet, and there were discussions about establishing a wing in the southern hemisphere called Tauhaki Wing. With the Russian, Chinese, and Japanese endeavors, coupled with private initiatives, Riley had an inkling that her celestial expanse would soon become more populated. It was a sentiment tinged with both joy and sorrow. "Have you heard the news about Red Bull's prototype?" Danny inquired as they strolled together in a relaxed formation toward the hangar. "I didn't." "Too busy swapping notes with an alien raccoon?" he teased. "Hey, he's a buddy, take it easy." "But Red Bull? Come on, really? I'd have figured Virgin Galactic." "They've been eyeing space ever since sponsoring Felix Baumgartner," Davies remarked. Riley found herself drawn to her accent, gentle and melodious, yet carrying a touch of ruggedness. "And costs have decreased since then, courtesy of ESFs. I reckon after that Virgin crash a few years back, they've proceeded with utmost caution." Riley and her companion moved through the partially open hangar entrance, and she couldn't help but grin upon spotting 5 additional Artemis's craft stationed within. Except not entirely. Upon closer examination, they appeared slightly more refined, less like prototypes, more akin to production models. Yet her girl remained distinctly unique. "Did they go FTL?" she asked. "Yep, just a little jaunt out to Ceres and back," Danny told her. "Think they'll set anything up out there?" asked Kosinski. Davies let out a derisive sound. "One of us has to take the lead, or the property legislation will remain in disarray." I suppose we ought to be thankful that the prohibition on armaments in outer space was rescinded, Riley reflected. The thus far silent Carter raised an eyebrow. How do you figure? You understand, don't you, that the barrier constitutes a cause for war? The Galactic Republic Authority has made it quite evident that they view the demilitarization of space as short-sighted, considering certain threats that exist out there. Makes sense, I guess, Carter conceded. Not sure I like it. Acclimate yourself, workhorse, she playfully taunted. For positioning armaments up there shall be Odyssey Wing's inaugural undertaking. 3 years and 6 months AV. Pinewood Vale Extraterrestrial Research Facility. And the jammer is live. No one present required any explanation. Each individual sensed more than heard a piercing wail that appeared to transcend mere sound and manifest directly within their auditory perception. That puts my teeth on edge, Martin Tremblay declared. Sorry, General. It's all right, Major. Please proceed with the demonstration, Tremblay instructed. Bartlett acknowledged with a nod and promptly carried out the order. Easy enough. We create a wormhole and... He glanced over at his colleague across the lab as the vacuum chamber before him became a visibly twisted knot of isolated space-time distortions, warping the light passing through it in unsettling ways. See anything? Not a whisper, the scientist reported. Bartlett deactivated the jammer, and a slight sense of relief washed over everyone present in the room. At less than 10 meters, and that was a consistent link without any harmonic dampening, he declared. We've solved it. Install one of these on any vessel with a jump drive, and it'll be capable of utilizing that drive, impervious to detection by off-system scanners. If we affix it to a warp-capable minisat, we'll be able to entirely obstruct the detection of any FTL or wormhole activity within the sphere of influence, while the field itself will alert us of any that transpires inside its purview. He deactivated the wormhole generator, and the distorted space-time within the test chamber reverted to its normal configuration. Well, that's fortunate, for without that capability, WURBS would have provided merely a temporary edge. The remark originated from Major General Gregory Pierce, Tremblay's commanding officer, and the individual primarily accountable for determining which of the astounding findings at the Pinewood Vale installation constituted Canadian national confidentialities, which were disseminated among NATO allies, and which attained global disclosure. You're quite right, sir. With this in hand, conducting a trial run ought not pose much challenge, Bartlett concurred. Not in Sol, Tremblay said. Jammer or not, we should be careful. Pierce considered this. Zirian? We're uncertain whether that settlement remains inhabited, and even if it does, associating WURBS with a human group, particularly one without official recognition, is inadvisable, sir, Bartlett remarked. Numerous uninhabited systems exist out there. All we require is a beacon to guide us to one of them. This isn't something I'm at ease disclosing beyond the treaty nations, gentlemen, and the agent is employed by the GRA. Well, it's that or we leave WURBS unexamined, Bartlett remarked. We'd be in dire straits if an untried weapon was our only option in earnest, wouldn't we? I'll explore what options are available. Meanwhile, you'll be delighted to learn that the Dragon's Teeth microsatellites have been effectively launched. Edda Wing managed to deploy the final canister earlier today. That's step one, then, Tremblay said. How did the Asians take it? Russia denounced the action, as expected, Pierce informed them. Privately, though. Thankfully, they weren't foolish enough to publicly criticize us and reveal what Dragon's Teeth truly accomplishes. The Chinese have yet to officially comment, but the rumor there is that they comprehend the pragmatism of the Dragon's Teeth system, but would have favored playing a more active part in its implementation. Gracious of them. Let's leave the political matters to those in power, Pierce remarked, brushing off the sarcasm. You're making a positive impact around here. Drat. He halted momentarily as the office telephone emitted its ringing tone. Tremblay received the call, briefly lending an ear, and then silently passed the receiver to his superior officer. Pierce, this was followed shortly by, what? The utterance of those two words established the overall tenor of a 3-minute exchange, culminating in the general's abrupt termination of the call while exhibiting evident signs of irritation. Russia has just aligned itself with the Selzy alliance, he stated. Tremblay frowned. They can do that. It seems they've not merely done that, but they've also been lending tangible assistance to the alliance through a Spetsnaz squad, Pierce remarked. I ought to return. We must act swiftly and gauge the stance of the PRC before they issue their own proclamation, he stated, shaking his head. Were I the ambassador, I would be incensed. Embassy 172. Dr. Qadir Fazili was indeed rather satisfied with the circumstances, although he put on an appearance of letdown as he entered the ambassadorial discussion hall aboard E-172. The customary proceedings were swiftly concluded. The extraterrestrials were equally eager to commence as he himself was. It was the Kumbro envoy who broke the silence first. Ambassador Hussein, this certainly constitutes distressing information for us. It appears that your political factions are not acting in a compliant manner. I did caution you, Hussein responded, serenely unfolding his reading spectacles to inspect a document. Ah yes, my precise words were that the GRA serves merely as a nominal representation of Earth's nations, who will undoubtedly chart their own paths, according to their own principles, if they fail to perceive the advantage the GRA offers them. He placed the paper down. By which, esteemed colleagues, and if I did not express myself clearly enough when I stated that, I meant that any nation, treaty, alliance, or other of our political entities could potentially reach the same conclusion. The GRA does not govern, it represents through consent, and could be disbanded overnight should the nations decide so. What he refrained from expressing, yet recognized would be insidiously winding its way through the assembled ambassadorial thoughts, was the implication. If Russia could potentially act in such a manner, what restrains the rest of us? That suggestion by itself sufficed for the majority of the ambassadors, and he leaned back to guide the gradual erosion of their determination. As always, they affirmed and reaffirmed to him the potential magnitude of the Dominion's immense assets that could be obligated to Earth, much of which, in all honesty, had already begun to arrive. Nanofactory technology stood on the verge of revolutionizing Terran industry in a manner that 3D printing had merely hinted at. The final piece of the quantum computing puzzle had been a collective epiphany for the experts in that field. The Vrilax Directorate had, reluctantly and with ill grace, been coerced into divulging the secret by which the human immune system could be deceived into tolerating the presence of foreign cybernetic implants without compromising itself. This final compromise had especially vexed the Directorate's envoy. He was an especially stubborn one who had persisted in being harder to persuade than the rest, and grew more obstinate with each gathering. Dr. Hussein was starting to feel that the Vrilax wasn't even trying to stay impassive anymore. In truth, he suspected the Vrilax was contentedly stewing in a growing animosity and loathing toward all of humanity. He observed as the small gray entity inspected a message that seemed to have just reached him, and then caught Hussein's gaze. Anis concluded that the ambassador's countenance bore an air of somber contentment, as though a hindrance or vexation had been addressed. They were starting to tread into precarious realms. It would be unwise to proceed with excessive force from that point forward. San Diego, California. Brr, brr, brr. Detective Gabriel Aries. Aries, it's Tanya Bloom here. Remember me? Sure do. ¿Qué pasa? How's your investigation getting on? Long and dull. I'm sure you know how they are. Terry pushed the door open with her shoulder, once again wishing she could stay in the cool office building a bit longer. The air outside in the rear courtyard parking area felt sufficiently warm to bake loaves of bread. I've uncovered something intriguing, a legal practice known as Gray, Stanton, and Friedman. I wouldn't be familiar with them if they were criminal or business attorneys, Aries remarked. No, they're civil rights attorneys, but their financial affairs, I won't disclose what lengths I went to uncover this, are managed by the same company that handled Johnson's accounting. I just attempted to research them, which wasn't simple, and their listed address has never been occupied by a firm bearing that name. Suspicious, but... Terry exhaled deeply as she clumsily searched for her car keys, performing an ungainly one-handed and one-elbowed maneuver that any woman who has ever concurrently tried to handle both her phone and her handbag would recognize. Detective, an attempt was made on my life due to a roster of individuals from Earth who were allegedly abducted by extraterrestrials. Stanton Friedman, a researcher in the field of unidentified flying objects, was the initial investigator of the renowned Roswell event, and the term gray refers to. Mr. Sylvester emerged from around the corner. It was indeed him, there was no mistaking it, from his neatly fitted suit down to his dapper facial hair. He had an assault rifle gripped in his hands. "Darn!" she exclaimed loudly, and quickly took shelter behind her vehicle. Johnson began shooting, grazing her with a bullet through the lower leg. "Boone, where have you gone?" Aries hollered, her voice carrying despite the phone lying on the ground beside her. She bellowed the address into it as she frantically rummaged through her handbag for her M-11, crouching against the engine block while Johnson expended the magazine's rounds. How the fuck? I killed him!" He ceased firing, and she pulled herself upright to return fire, merely to face a dreadful reality. The assault rifle had a grenade launcher on it. This epiphany struck merely a sliver of a moment prior to the explosive device, transforming her vehicle into a blazing inferno and a tempest of metallic fragments. Terry was flung halfway across the lot. She attempted to rise, determined to continue the struggle, astonished to have survived, and searched for her firearm. There was far less of her than there ought to have been. There was also far more of her than there ought to have been. Parts that the Creator had never meant to be exposed. No. It was a somber, hopeless notion, and it marked the end of her thoughts. When Johnson approached and coolly discharged a bullet through her head to ensure finality, Tanya Bloom's lifeless form didn't even flinch.
You have reached the end of the story. If you enjoyed this story and want to support us, please leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and for every comment that says 88, I will heart every single one of them. Thank you for your time.